Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and we've journeyed through weeks of intense competition, and now we stand in the precipice of greatness. It's the final day of playoffs for the Clash of Giants Season 2, and the battlefield is about to ignite with the fiercest battle you've ever seen. On the caster Zest, I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the one and only Warden to bring the hottest action to your screen. And how are you doing, my man?
I'm feeling quite excited here. It's gonna be my first time in this tournament, first day perhaps, and it's gonna be my first time working with you here overall. So I'm pretty hyped up here, Neptune. A lot of things that I've missed out already, but I know for a fact I'll be back on track soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully the same goes for the team, because so far in all these weeks of battle, some have lost their ways, especially after week number 1. And this time around, a lot of teams is taking over the reins on that number 1 spot. And we're talking about a few who really swooped in there, like NGX. NIGMA Galaxy is one of the team that you really didn't see in the early parts of week 2, but now they are on back on the horse. And similar to what we've seen for 4 Miracle Vibes, the consistency has been in there even from week 1, but we're going to talk about that later on, especially when all the graphics will be shown right here, because again, this is the last day of the playoffs, where the top 16, though, out of the 24 who jumped in here for the initial part of the tournament, will be saying goodbye to most of the teams. So hopefully those at the bottom half, or probably past the 16, will be putting the pedal to the metal right now and just get and grab all those points.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bittersweet take right there. I mean, after all, it's like every tournament's out there. As the time progresses, as the tournament progresses, only the best out of the best will be moving on to the next stage of the competition. And as you all can see right now, this has been the overview of what has been happening here all throughout this tournament.
Yep, and again, we have the qualifiers followed by 2 weeks of the playoffs, and you can see the gap that happened right there. It's because of some technical issues all throughout, but it is all sorted out, and this is the last day for the playoffs. Tomorrow will be the beginning of grand finals, and it will be running for 4 days. And out of the 16 teams, we will be seeing 6 matches every day, back to back to back. And this is gonna be hot, because if they had a chance to lay low from the playoffs, they don't have that anymore in the grand finals, because we're not just talking about 2,000 anymore. We're looking at the 8,000 prize pool that will be broken down in the first, second, up until the 4th, including the MVP as well as eliminations. And I love that there will be a few more matches right here, like TDM, and also we know that the fans out there love to cheer for their team, so there's also a little bit for the fan favorite team. But once the day is over, that's where the left side of the prize pool will be dealt with. But for the point system, this is the winner chicken dinner. We'll be grabbing the full 10 points, but as you can see, Warden, it deeps down to number 6 in the 2nd place, and on the 9th to the 20th or more, it will be nada for the placement. So they need to get all the kill points in order for them to cover for lost points.
Yeah, I mean, in regards to this point system, in regards to overall the placements, not the most generous out here, but it's obviously going to be blessing those who can play aggressively, get those elimination points, and overall have the proper vision for the map itself. And you know, as this tournament has been going on for such a long time, it's safe to say that the pathing for each and every squad is pretty much defined as well. Nonetheless, obviously, on this last and final day for the playoffs, we might just be able to see more different takes here from these squads.
Yep, and speaking of the last day, by the end of today as well, we are going to see the bonus points distributed all throughout the teams that played, and those, including the ones from last week, will identify who will be a part of the top 16 to qualify. There's a lot of points that we have indicated right here, and it's those nitty-gritty that really changes the pace of the game. Back then, way back then, when it's just straight on, you have the placement, you have the elimination points, and then that's where everything's decided. This just throws a curveball to everyone, all of the teams right now, to be cautious as well to where they're placed. But those who are not cautious will be the ones on the top, and the one guy who is on the top, the MVP overall, is BIGETRON Red Villains Lapar. 36 on the total elimination damage of very close to 7,000, and the longest survivability that we've seen so far. This is the average of full time of a whole team or of a whole game, and look at that team contribution. It's very close to 50%. So I would say Lapar has carried his team all over, and the same goes with the other MVPs from individual teams right here.
I mean, we got Coops from the side of NGX, RQ, Nerpek here, as well as Sam9 Kenny. Yes, moving over now to 4MV, 4 Miracles, Baron 922 as well. And just throwing back what you said earlier in regards to the point system. Now, back then it was just straight up. You get the eliminations, you get the placements. Now it adds more complexity as well. There's a lot more factors that you gotta put into consideration of, and so far that's just making teams fight better and more, more convincingly. So well defined.
Yeah, exactly. Well defined indeed. And well, this is one reason as well, or that is one reason as well why the other teams or players has been performing. And speaking of performance, we have overall fraggers. And right here we have the top 5. Imagine, very close to 40. And yesterday I mentioned that the finishes, the confirmation of elimination that Coops has done is tied with my age, very close to 40 right there. And Lapar has done a lot in terms of damage though, but in confirmation or finishes, he lacks 3 more compared to Coops. But Nerpeko is not backing off. The same goes with Kenny S, and Kenny S has been aggressive in the latter part of yesterday's game, and as well as Doc 922 for Miracle Vibes. But overall rankings right now, we're looking at week 2, where, as mentioned earlier, NIGMA just swooped in, taking over that #1 spot against RRQ, and Bigetron Red Villains from the early parts of this week has really reigned this standings.
It's not too much of a discrepancy here between Team RRQ and Enigma Galaxy, of course, despite the fact that Team RRQ does have 5 chicken dinners here, where Enigma Galaxy just put up a bit of a better scratch is obviously the placement points, alongside with a bit of a run with the eliminations. But at the same time, you gotta hand it down to RRQ for being the best player so far in this tournament. Now down below we do have Dewa United. Right below that is gonna be 7-9, and on the 6 to 7 to 8 we have Stalwart Esports, 4 Miracle Vibes, and Kagendra.
Yeah, and the United really popped off in there, moving up three spots really on the overall. The same goes for Alter Ego Ares, though they are the champions from PMSL for Southeast Asia Fall. They are currently on the 10th spot and slowly moving up. Haley Esports though showed up a lot as well from the previous day, and they were able to take that number 9 spot. GLU though with 92, very close to Alter Ego. T2K, we have yet to see them perform. Boom Esports has been doing well, and Genesis Esports though a little bit of hampered in their performance, especially midway through this week. PERSIJA EVOS as well as CMFxGSM completing the 2nd page and moving the 3rd page. These teams will need to catch up, because it will not be long that they might be part of the team who will be going out of this competition, not joining them in the grand finals.
It's going to be a very long plan that they got to do, especially here for the side of Team XERXIA, 7th Element, D Xavier, YOODO Alliance. I mean, if they want to play catch up, I mean, it's going to take like what? 6 flawless game for them to be at least at a very convincing mark, and it's easier said than done. But hey, we're talking about PUBG Mobile. We know for a fact how much of a game changers can teams offer between the day before and the present.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where the gap for matches or match days will be very crucial, very important if they did the homework as well as study all the things that we have on the numbers, on the rotations, even the drop points for the team. This is where it gets crucial overall. Real excited on what's going to happen. We are going to deal with 2 maps though for the main matches, and similar to how we end last week, we are going to have an additional map played in VIKENDI. So the initial match will be happening in ERANGEL and MIRAMAR, the big maps that we have in this game. Real excited on how each team will be switching it up, because with the greeneries that we have in ERANGEL, there's a lot of hiding spot, but it doesn't happen in Miramar because it's so much of a desert. High ground gives them advantage, and you might be taken off the field once you have been spotted of those snipers. So yet to be seen which map is our initial fight for today, but I'm really excited on what's going to happen.
You know, honestly, here for the key takes here between these squads overall, I mean, if you're on the top 10 right now, the best thing you can do is honestly mix it up with passiveness, a bit of aggression as well. I mean, after all, you want to play for those elimination points, but from the players, from the teams down below, I mean, you're in this last day of the playoffs already, you've got nothing to lose. If you don't try something up, if you don't change up your pacing, most likely you won't have any chances at all. So you gotta play all out, guns blazing down to the sky. Until then, you might just be able to move on to the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I guess this is, for those who will not be joining us in the grand finals, this is a preview of what they have to offer, and we're only looking forward to their improvement. But again, it might start today. Some of the teams might surprise us, because as you mentioned earlier as well, the gaps to the top 16 is not that high, and 1-2 good games will be able to put them in that spot that brings them to the grand final. So we are just waiting for the match to come up, but the giveaway will also be waiting for you. Imagine, guys, if we reach 30,000 watching on YouTube right now, 5 of the HyperX headphones will be given away, and 50K translates to 2 AirPods. And if we hit 70,000 watching on YouTube, that would be an iPhone 15 for grabs. And you just need to follow these steps. Follow us on Instagram, join our Discord server, send us the screenshot of how or what you followed, and the screenshot of follow, as well as get your token number, and wait for the live draw. And all you have to do after that is cross your fingers to be chosen, because you don't want to miss out on all those giveaways. Back to the matches, the schedule. We're dealing with ERANGEL and MIRAMAR, starting it off with the OG map of ERANGEL. And it will be in rotation until the 30th, or I would say the 5th match, wherein it will be a double take on ERANGEL before we head on to the bonus for top 16 in VIKENDI.
Well, I mean, let's just see what they can accumulate here on VIKENDI. I mean, we all know for a fact that it's not going to be the most played map in the competitive scene, but we all know as well that you got to do what you got to do to bring back yourself up into the scene. But moving over to ERANGEL and MIRAMAR, I mean, we all know the typical jungle desert coast map. There's really nothing much to talk about here. It's just all about the fads and the trends that these squads has been doing, being able to do. And once more, it's all about the recovery that they are able to put up as well once they are put into a discrepancy. So I can't wait to see the match started.
Exactly. Right now, the similar rotation of groups will be happening, and Group C will be sitting it out. Well, I guess they have plenty of time to rest and study their opponents, because Group A and Group B will be joining us in this next match. So we are going to see the reigns of BTR as well as RRQ, because NIGMA Galaxy will not be part of this. So I won't be surprised if any of these 2 teams will be #1 by the end of this game. But I don't think NIGMA Galaxy will be letting that go once they jump into the mix. But I want to see more of the other teams show up, pop off in these matches.
Most likely they will. I mean, after all, a lot of preparation has been should be able to put up now on this very round itself. But obviously, at the same time, we don't exactly know the ethics of these players specifically, so it's just all about gonna be the performance that they're gonna be able to offer for this very game day as well. And it's just not the typical game day that you have. It's the last day of the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. Last day of playoffs, and this is where this section is where we choose our predictions. I want to throw this over to you. Do you think you have any specific team that you're eyeing to be getting that winner chicken dinner for our first ERANGEL of today?
You know, honestly, it's a very hot seat right there, but at the same time, it's gonna be hard for me to call this one true. But if ever I had to vouch for one, I have to hand this one down to the Indonesians. It can be any Indonesians in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, anyone in particular? Because currently we saw BTR and RRQ on top. Any one of those?
I mean, I would be foolish if I wouldn't be voting for RRQ for this one. So, I mean, I was trying to avoid the name, you know, RRQ, but I gotta play it safe. Gonna go for my boys RRQ.
All right, and for me, we're going to throw it off. And the Malaysian teams, we have Sem9 who really performed that well. Well, apart from the last game that they had yesterday, but I think they have what it takes to get a winner chicken dinner right here, especially with Kenny S on their side. So Sem9, it is for me. They will be coming from Group B, so that's A and B as well, if different regions, different country, and we'll see. We'll have to find out, but. Again, just set the expectation. I know this is your first day in this competition, Warden. Most of the time, I curse a team that I predict, so don't be surprised.
Well, regardless if it's going to be Sem9 or REQ, I'm rocking the collar here. So, collar, whatever collar this is, represent. Yeah. So, I mean, I hope I don't have the same effect as you, because, I mean, after all, it is my first day, and if I end up cursing REQ, then I might not be able to show up for the next day.
Don't worry. I'm pretty sure you will be showing up on the next day. But, well, we have our predictions locked in. Again, it's up to the teams who will perform well so that it will come through. It will come in fruition. And even so, they will be taking the ranks in the overall for week number 2. Again, this is a combination, or the final result of this playoffs will be a combination of week 1 and week 2. And if you didn't do well on that week 1, then hopefully this is the week for you. The day, I would say, because the last day, the final last day of the playoffs will be happening soon. ERANGEL map will be our play zone, and again, greeneries will be their cover. Drop spots needs to be a little bit, I would say, teams need to be cautious on their drop spot, because you don't want to be taken out a little bit too early, especially if you're part of the team on the catch-up game.
You know, in regards to playing safe in all, most of the times we get to see players avoid hot drops, but most of the times as well, half the competition does exactly do the same thing. So you're most likely going to be able to find any clashes here. So it's just all going to come down to your mechanical aims and how you can respond back on the early stage. But obviously, as soon as we move over to like the transition from the first to the second circle, till then we can talk about a lot of possible rotations here, or maybe not, or maybe we can just see teams like say, okay, we're not going to grant you any actions on the first stage, so does the second stage. We're all going to meet at the last and final circle. Until then, we can see chaos.
Yeah, I mean, chaos will really ensue, especially with all the points that you mentioned and things that will be offered by the team. So really, really excited right now. And again, apologies if it's taking a while. I'm pretty sure we want everything to be running smoothly, as well as all the players from the team to be ready. And ready in terms of dropping, as well as all things in terms of technology is accounted for, so that they will have a better fight in here. Imagine it's Southeast Asia and South Asia in one lobby, and it really excites me because we rarely see some like these teams in the same lobby unless it's really major tournaments like the PMGC that will be happening soon. So this is just a preview of that competition, and I'm pretty sure the fans out there are already taking notes, especially if they will be watching the broadcast from that competition right now. But again, excitement is on me. So many chances for the teams, and we'll have to find out if they will be playing it safe, playing it aggressive, vehicle gameplay. Would it be something that they will use? Even the boats, if in case we end the circle, and this happened yesterday, if we end the circle somewhere towards the water side, then there will be a good use of vehicles like the boats right there, but it's rarely being used. It's more to the buggies as well as the cars out there on the battlefield. So we just have to see most of that right here. But again, there's a lot of excitement that will be happening so far. Looking forward to NQ if the game is ready to start, Warden. But right now, yeah, let's give the time to our viewers right here to really share the stream, because we want them to grab all those giveaways as well, because we're aiming for those milestones. Imagine 30,000, 50,000, as well as 70,000 for grabs to trigger all those giveaways.
Yeah, the generosity is not just for the players. I mean, after all, if you look at this event, it's basically two tournament and mixed to one. You know, you get separate prize pool for the playoffs. The playoffs serves as the qualifiers for the grand finals, and it's not just the players here getting blessed by the whole event. It's you guys as well. You guys have the chance to win those precious earphones got headphones as well, you got a phone. So better watch out, better make sure that you guys stay active to get to have a chance to get those prizes in your pocket.
There have it. In 20 seconds, we are going to fly through the green grass of ERANGEL, and we're going to see where the battle is going to bring us right now. The countdown begins. Hold on to your helmets because we are about to make a high-octane flight in the iconic battleground of ERANGEL. The action is about to go up a notch. So stay locked and loaded as we fly through, and from how I'm looking at it, this is coming from the east to the west, and it will be slicing through the whole map. Let's see as to where the teams will be dropping.
You know, it's gonna be a very safe path here for the flight, so a lot of teams could possibly just go through the comfort drops, and most of the times we might just be able to see teams be solidified into their respective drops once more. Moving over here, we do see a lot of actions already being put up here at the start of the drop. We do see a lot of squads coming in from the north to the south, so I'm expecting a very slow game here in Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it usually starts off slow because preparation needs to be done, especially in a map just like ERANGEL. Everyone knows all nooks and crannies of this map. This is the OG map of PUBG Mobile, and I would agree, it will be slow right here unless they decide to drop in specific areas. Those teams who are hunting and farming for those points might opt to choose a drop point, wherein those teams that are not performing all throughout the week will be the target of their drop spot. A 7 element right now from the lower left of the screen. I think it's Gunpower who made a mistake of jumping in with a different team. Early engagement happening. It's Esports that they will be targeting, but Gunpower managed to pull up one of the weapons right here, and surprisingly, Hale was the one first in the compound, and they are the ones going down. 3 points already for 7 elements. See Sky only, the only guy remaining for the team.
A very unfortunate case here for the side of Halo Esports. I mean, you hate to drop like that, especially at the first round of the last day of the playoffs, and that's just gonna be scratching their odds so unwell here. 7-11 on the contrary, 3 elimination points for them. They have this whole town down. Not unless, obviously, the last player, Seaside Sky, can get the clutch to come true, but obviously it's not the most probable case.
Yeah, let's see if the case will be overridden right here by Sky only. And Stalwart Esports, though, I think they're also in the battle. YOLO has been knocked down, as we can see in the horizon. The vehicle gameplay didn't work for him, and a lot of teams had been utilizing all those buggies in the crossroads, like dropping in those crossroads, understanding that there is where they will be coming from. The vehicles will be spawning, but right now, Gunpower, let's see the power of his gun as he hits the sky, and there we have it. 7 element wiped out. Halo Esports, neither Heal, Hail, or Storm can stop them from those early engagements.
You know, this time right here is not the most heated drop at all, but since we get to talk about earlier that most of the times we might just be able to see most squads go to like one respective drop that they think that there's no actions, but Halo Esports gets the most out from that case, and they go out of the round as the 16th team now. Stalwart here on the contrary, it's going to be Emo for you, getting the first kill as well for the squad.
Yeah, let's see if he will continue it on. I guess with how he positioned himself, it's a little bit too far from the rest of Stalwart Esports. Now, the only view that we're looking at, or even the minimap, is not showing us where the rest of teams are. But confident enough, Stalwart Esports is also confident with how their teammates are performing, thus they have a chance to spread out. Boom, on the other hand, they are on the losing end, or were on the losing end, especially with YOLO being taken down in here. Need to recover a little bit, probably take advantage of some of the hiding spots so that they can even the playing field later on, because it will be difficult, especially when you're losing one of your teammates on the early part of the game.
Yeah, and now looking at Stalwart here, they do have a bit of a scattered run so far. I mean, in regards to the composition, half of them are split it up, but fortunately there's no opposition clearing them unless Boom obviously gets just near them for perhaps. But now overall, just looking at the zone here, Neptune, looking quite pretty promising here, just as good as how the flight path was, centralized, not much teams will be forced into rotations.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it will be a chilled rotation for some of the team. Well, not so chilled though. For those who only have a few players to their side, some 9L will be using the vehicle as well to take over a lot of compounds. But how long can they keep this up? Because if I'm not mistaken, judging from the minimap, they are inside of the play zone, and there's no threat of anything in the blue that might damage them. But so far, the teams might be rotating. Other teams might be rotating as well, and they just need to stick together. Probably find a good compound to hold. Alter Ego Ares, though, 3-1 split right now. I guess everyone is a vehicle trying to get in onto their next position, and their usual drop spot is in Lipovka. So that's quite far from the rest of the team, and they have prepared already for the battle that's going to happen. They have a view of Sem 9, I believe, and well, this is our perspective. Let's see if they really have a view of that, but I guess Alva will be able to tell if they found out where these teams are.
You know, for Miracles here, having the whole military base for them is such a alarming call for the rest of the opposition. I mean, you hate to go against a squad that is fully looted up, and obviously most probably they have the best arsenal here inside the game so far, as they don't really have any oppositions. But they gotta deal with y'all here if ever they do go to the left side, left bridge, coming in from the military base. But that is only one, the only problem that they have. But moving over now here on the centralized part of the map, we have like what, 5 squads that could possibly head to head, go neck to head, and just test their battles out.
Yeah, exactly. They will be tested, especially once they meet up. And there's one thing. First stage, yeah, I would agree. Not a lot of teams will be taken out. But if they continue this on towards the third to the fourth stage, it will be chaos later on. All those teams being squeezed into one small circle. Not a lot of compounds might be available later on. But speaking of availability, there goes the points available for the taking for the side of Genesis Esports as they break the spirits of RRQ right now. One is already eliminated. Let's see if they can do more. Genesis Esports just peeking in, taking a high ground advantage, and not seeing that much, but with the 1 point that they have, they will, or they can celebrate right now. And they're quite far from each other. So surprisingly, how bold they can go in this battle by a distance from their teammates.
It's been irritating here for RQ. Obviously, I mean, coming in from a like Genesis, you'd probably not expect you to lose any manpower coming from this very squad, but it does happen though. But you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta make the most out of what you have now. But in this regard, right now, RQ, I think the best call that they have to do right now is just to look for a better angle. They're not really in the best shape, and moreover, look at how colorful the map here on the central side here, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it will be more colorful later on once the next stage will be showing up. But I guess on the right-hand side, those flickering in blue, you can see 4 Miracle Vibes as well as a Boom Esports being taken by the blue zone. And this is just a hint that they don't want to be part of the initial battle. They can be silent for a bit. They can be silent from the start, but hopefully they're ready, because once you step in the blue zone and get those damage, you're wasting a few of your resources. The medkits that you have looted up so dearly in the early parts of this game will be used up because you were too late in your rotation. So let's see if they will need to be rotating more. The next stage of Circle is here, and as you mentioned, it will be coloring up right now. A lot of teams already in, and a lot still need to step in onto that stage too.
You know, it's going to take a lot for the teams here to catch up with the pacing, obviously, because once again, still a lot of competition remaining here in this very round, and the zone is getting smaller and smaller with no time, without wasting any time at all. We get to see once more, a lot of teams will be facing some sort of rotations here, specifically for 4 Miracles and y'all down below. CMFG will be possibly getting into a clash with Stalwart. Nonetheless, obviously, they can evade the clash, and they do have this vicinity here on the bottom left of the map where they could possibly hold things down and catch some teams off guard.
Yeah, I'll have to see if that will happen, but I would agree with you with your analysis in how 4 Miracle Vibes will be meeting up with the YOODO Lions. So unless they take the other route, go into their bridge, and we have a clear view of that map earlier, it's quite open. Not so much of gatekeeping will be done, and I guess that is a smart way for them to do so. For XERXIA Esports, they have peeked in onto the battlegrounds with the Xavier and Paladin right now. Will try to put in a little bit of shots, but given their location, I don't think that is a smart move for them to expose any information like where they are placed.
Yeah, getting into engagement where you don't really have a lot of obstacles to play with is absolutely just a no-brainer that you just don't do. And for the side of DX, I think they did get the call right now. Not the most practical flashes, so they want to fall back here. But from afar, it's going to be Genesis Esports here, Murnat Boy, having T2K just up front. That's going to be scattered around, though. And for the side of T2K, honestly, I don't think this is the best shape for them, as they are getting circled around by Genesis Esports.
Yeah, they came from the north, and this time around, the spread didn't work for them. Doki will not be okay right now, as Genesis Esports West Carry will try to shoot him down. Sly right now, Zai rather, going against XMPL, and he will be brought down, but who TF is Love has also been knocked down. So with the spread that is being shown and being held by T2K, they are starting to lose their lives. It is already a 2-for-1 trade between these two teams and engagement, and let's see if T2K can survive. Jane is still in the far end with full health, but Westcarry will try to damage him as he goes in.
Still going to be a long-range battle here between Genesis Esports and T2K. Jane, do you want to engage? Do you want to fall back? Look for a better angle, perhaps. Well, T2K does spot down one player here. That's going to be Master Smile out from the open on the buggy. And he wants to close down the distance. Now wanting to go head-to-head. Sprays down. Gonna get the kill. Campbell now down to the ground. Genesis Esports having a hard time responding back so far. But fortunately, they do have one player of T2K under their custody.
Yep, and Murnat Boy goes in, rushes in for the pickup, and it will be a 3-man squad once again. T2K and the bitter end of that story, only one remains, and Jane will be stepping in compounds where a lot of teams are already covered, so you just need to move. You need not stay in one area unless you know it's safe. And as we can see on the right-hand side of our screen, the circle has shifted once again this time around on the west side of the previous stage. Now, a lot of shots coming in from all directions towards T2K Jane, and well, this is the difficult part. You don't know where to go, where to hide, and you don't have teammates to cover you.
Really scattered, really hard situation right now, but so far they don't really have a lot of opposition right around, so just get the proper read. But Sem9 does have Alter Ego just right in front. It's going to be Tam here going inside, Buggy in, and he's going to be relying on the rest of his teammates to make the play now, but unfortunately, Dap inside the zone will get tagged up. Fnatic here sprays down, gets another one tagged out, and now only Tam inside, hanging on for dear life. Only 2 more bullets to connect. Fnatic has to find a way to get himself inside the zone, but fortunately, he does get 2 opportunities up front. He does take down 2. One player from the back lines sprays down, couldn't get the kill. He is out of his mind right now, has to heal up.
Yeah, has to heal up, especially with damage that Tam has brought in with that nail. Let's see if another one can pull through. And he tried to take down Mikiel. Vico's gameplay is not working for them. Potato's still on the ground, bleeding out. And it's a good thing that Tam didn't really had a spot on shot with that grenade. On the other side, Depp will be bleeding out and will be taken back to the lobby as GLU will be on the other side, trying to battle on against these teams of Stalwart Esports. 2001 is now in the future and is now going for vehicle gameplay, and the YOODO Lions into the mix. 2001 has been taken down. The only guy remaining was Flax, and he can still revive his teammates. 3 points on them.
Such a good look here for YOODO Alliance coming in. They are at the very bottom, part of the very bottom of the scoreboard, with them winning the clash and not losing any man. It's going to be granting them opportunity later on. But as we get to see now, 13 teams remain, 3 out from the competition, and we still have more to go here. 10 more seconds to go before the next zone closes out.
Yeah, let's see as to where teams will be brought this time around. CMFgSm, well, trying to take shots on Stalwart Esports, and probably not a smart move because later on they will be heard by the Xavier who's just behind him. But I think RRQ is still in the battle on this high ground. The next stage of the circle will be showing up. CMFgSm will be right onto the edge, and this is a prompt that Stalwart Esports needs to go for the flank.
Oh my days. Look at this. Finicky. Just on the other side. Could be a big flash coming in. The Xavier has the UMP. Wants to swing out. Kicks the nade instead. Looking for the perfect MIRAMAR to connect. Can he do it? Running out of time. Pops it through. Close at the distance. No tags. But from afar, it's going to be 7K. Goku Bot taking down Alter Ego. Alter Ego, they wave their hands goodbye on the first round. Ranking 12 for this run.
Alter Ego and GokuBot right now just went Kamehame wow. In the battle, in the gameplay from afar, he managed to get that shot and saving grace for the Xavier because they are like 3 members jumping in this lobby, and they managed to survive completely, still alive, but not so much points because I guess they are not winning most of their engagement. Now Peko, on the other hand, will try to win these engagements, and from the early parts of this match, we've seen one of them go down, and this is making Peko angry. He wants to fire back and probably get one teammate from the other squads that we've seen.
I'm all in for him to play aggressive. I mean, after all, he does have the loadout, has the M4 and that Mini 14, level 3 on both armor as well. But at the same time, you make a lot of noise out in the open, you might just get tagged out from multiple distance. So you really don't want to be in that case right now. Moving over, Miracle Vibes, 4 Miracle Vibes. Just have 3 oppositions here up front. And I don't exactly know if this is going to be a proper engagement you want to do. I mean, after all, they're on the outskirts, so it's going to be very unlikely that they'll get third party in this situation.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to fire back in there and avoid being third party. But Genesis Esports, though, will be taken out of this game. They have 4 elimination on their side. They can get that, add that to the points that they have acquired overall. RRQ, the ones who were in the lead for the longest time for this week, currently in second place, will really gear to catch up on all those points, beat NIGMA Galaxy, and later on when they meet, then they just need to secure that position. CMFgSM, speaking of securing position, they have made their position on the edge of the next stage of circle, and despite of not having any elimination, they are in a good place to stay a little bit safer. Survivability is their priority.
It's crazy that RRQ hasn't been able to be put up to a lot of casualties ever since they lost their 4th man right there. But quite fortunately, after that, they got 3 elimination points, so that is going to be able to compensate for what investment that they were able to do. But on the contrary, Sem9 Tam, we did see a lot of altercation happening with them earlier, and unfortunately, they were just caught in a mess. Couldn't do anything at all.
Yeah, well, couldn't do anything at all. Let's see if they can probably at least push out some teams. Tam being spotted, or I guess he was spotted in a vehicle and in smoke, managed to dive into a tree, and let's see if he will be seen or probably naded to get those information. The map will be showing up once again. The next stage will give advantage, and oh my goodness, from the far side, that is Sem9 lost one of their members by means of grenade, and Sem9 will be eliminated in this game. I guess I lost my prediction once again, and well, it is what it is. Again, it might not have been the curse because they haven't been taken out early, but they're not in the final team.
They're still out. They're still out. But hey, you know, I mean, I'm happy here. I'm smiling here. Fortunately, did give me the best pick here for RRQ, and so far they are at the number 2 spot here, 150 and 3 so far. But obviously we still have like what 8 teams that they gotta deal with, and so it's too early to call things out. I mean, the next thing we know, they might just be the next squad to go out of this round, but very unlikely once more as we get to see the rotations here panning out. It's more just about the battle here between STALWART and DX alongside with 7E.
Yep, and 7 Element right now, they've taken the position that they have on the high ground. T24 the distance from the rest of the squad, and we talked about a 1-3 splits, but I guess this is so outrageous that they will leave T24 so far behind. But engagement is happening all over the place. On the other side, it's BIGETRON Red Villain Superboy who will be receiving all those damage as well as being knocked down by 4 Miracle Vibes. But 4 Miracle Vibes right now, earlier, they were in a bitter end of engagement DBS gameplay, but it respond by Lapar using the same weapon. A Dream Breaker Shotgun is in place. Smokes will be put up, and Gen Foz will put a pause in the movement of 4 Miracle Vibes right now because of how aggressive he's approaching this.
Oh, good elimination there for Baron from the nade. Now, BIGETRON Red Villains can't do anything at all down below. CMFG also puts them into the equation. They're on the middle right now. Very unlikely they might come out alive from this chase. Zone closing in as well. Can they go out, or are they going to accept their fate? The demise coming through. And it's going to be Rogue here spraying down for their life. Gets one once more here from BIGETRON Villains. And now they're out from the scene, but the job's not over. 4 Miracle Vibes still in from the chase, and it's still going to be them here haggling things down. 4 Miracle Vibes only relying onto East to get the revival here so far.
Doc is being revived, but no! Catches the grenade rolling right now with a god nade. But not only that, they are also receiving a few more of those nades and eliminated by 7th Element. 3rd party, 4th party, 5th party. It is a good party. The only thing that's missing is the lights and sounds.
Well, it's just a loud party here, and that's what we like, you know. We want the music, we want the gunshots, the nades to fly through, the vehicles coming around to overpower the energy right now here for ERANGEL. But what a run there for CMFG. What a run right there for 4 Miracle Vibes. But unfortunately, their demise gets served on that respective run. But once more, a clash might just happen here between STALWART and DX.
Let's see if DX can bring in those gunfight. They have been silent for the longest time. 7 Element, though, has been all fired up. T24, good advantage that he has kept himself silent and far from the rest of the squad because he can spot on everyone from above as well as below with the mini 14 that he has, and engagements happening overall from the other side. We have yet to see who Boom Esports is battling against. It is the teammates of T24 who's rushing in. Not only that, we have a few more from the other side. XERXIA above, who is fighting against RQ.
Really intense run right here. Top 6 remains, but might just be the 5th now. But XIA here on top is going to go against the Leviathans, the heavy hitters, Team RQ, and it's going to be Hexus here on the feed with the nade coming in, healing up. They want to go for the pickup, but the nades is just flying through like a cluster strike, and it's just not so good looking right now for the set of XIA.
Yeah, and XIA, XERXIA being rushed by RQ. No stock has been prompting them to inch their way in. No mercy will show no mercy right now. The same goes for Hexus, but no, he has been hexed. He has been put down by RNJ, but surprisingly, a 3rd party is happening on the other side. That is 7 Element putting a fire on XERXIA, but I guess they're still alive. RNJ and Megamind is still battling it on. Z, though, feeling the earth as he's bleeding out, and no mercy alone and nowhere to run. 1v2 situation, no mercy. Oh no, it is 3-2-4. Still not sighted and still fighting on as from a distance like a hitman that he is, but XERXIA managed to survive. RRQ has been taken down on the 6th place.
A bit of a sad run right there, but unfortunately, it is what it is. XIA Now alive and kicking, but they got to deal with 7 element now, closing in the distance, knowing for a fact that XIA right now, or Team XERXIA, is at their weakest, and they want to go for the timing now. Nade flies through, Divine, RNJ down to the ground. It's all going to come down to XERXIA here to make the difference. Right behind the rock, Divine wrapping around with a DBS, spraying down, gets the kill, and XIA, they're routed around as well. Top 4 remains.
Top 4 indeed remains, and boom, managed to hang on with a single player, and all they have to do is be silent. But the complete squad of 7 element, not only are they a powerful 4-man squad, they also have 13 elimination. And that is one thing that you don't want to go against. Quite surprisingly, the position that they held earlier gave them that advantage. Even third party from nowhere gave them that advantage and even all those points. But as we look at the map right now, they are still on the edge. They can survive a little bit distance from the rest of the squad. T24 still holding his position away from the rest of the teammates. And the Xavier has been very, very quiet. Only 1 point to their side. Probably it's because they only have 3 players, but passiveness can only go in limited time because you need to put in all those points right now.
The odds so slim for Boom, but at the same time, we know Rats can be the nastiest players out there, and being the only player alive could never mind. He's gonna go down. Well, that's gonna be Boom out from the chase. Rank 4 for them. So most probably it might just be 7 Eater pulling away. I mean, after all, they have 14 eliminations so far overall in the competition, and now they have the most defined squad here. They have 4 players right for them. Ooh. And they're gonna be able to slay out players from left, right, back, front, center. And now it's gonna be DX having one player down to the ground, 7E exchanging some fights. But at the end of it, they have the height advantage, and this might just be the factor that could be the bane here for DX.
Yeah, finally T24, after very, very sneakily getting all those eliminations, will be taken down. The same goes for the Xavier. Goku Bot right now fires on them, and with 19 elimination, there goes the winner. Winner chicken dinner, aggressiveness, passiveness, as well as stealth accuracy altogether. This is just part of what 7 element has to offer. They grab the 10 points, they grab a lot of elimination, and I won't be surprised if how much they move up because they really need it right now.
That's exactly how we want to play this last day of the playoffs on this first round. Rock up the momentum, build up the heat, and carry on those factors. And it's not just about them playing brute force. No, the way that they were positioning themselves into the map was so impressive. Just hanging on for that height advantage. Very able to just convert out from the chase. Until then, they were just overlooking the competition, the top 4 players, top 4 teams that remained, and they were able to just beam them down for dear life. And talk about gunpowder here in Divine, rocking 14 kills in total, 7 for each.
Yeah, I mean, put them together, it's Divine gunpowder, and you don't want to mess with that. You don't want to deal with that. And not only that, we have T24, who I guess from the qualifiers has been the MVP overall, but Goku Bot. This is the guy who started it off. From afar, he can get those shots similar to what we've seen from T24, and the damage that they have really evens up 2-3-1 and 2-3-3 between T24 and Goku Bot. That is something else. But knockouts has been more being invested by both Divine and T24, and not so much of need of healing for some of the players because they were safe. Especially I like props to T24. He has been in there for the longest time, afar from their teammates, and still managed to grab that MVP. 3 eliminations, 767 on the damage, and 15% on the team contribution. And finally, this guy pops off, and hopefully it continues on towards the rest of the matches for today.
I mean, the run here for the players from Pakistan is just able to run things down, and it's really safe to say that they were able to rock the show here for this first round of ERANGEL so dominantly. I mean, there wasn't really a lot of casualties that they had to deal with, all because of the fact that they were able to win it all throughout. with no problems at all. I mean, talk about like how well they were able to respond back to the situation where they were caught in the middle. Instead of like engaging for the clash, they decided to fall back, look for a better angle. Until then, once more, move over to the last few circles and convert from then on forward.
I love what they're doing right now. I love what they did in that ERANGEL. And since we are going to look at more ERANGEL than Miramar for this day, I'm assuming that they will be doing this a lot more in this engagement. Total of 30 points in one match. That's rank points included, and eliminations so pristine that they saw, like, even Stalwart Esports didn't even get half of what they have. But 6-6, quite balanced for eliminations as well as rank point for Stalwart Esports, GSM, up until the XERXIA. They are the team who have been in there in the 3 team battle overall, and the XERXIA is the ones very silent, does only placement point has contributed more to their overall points for that game. 186 on the throwables used. It's quite high, and this is one thing that me and Pika was looking at yesterday, because you will be surprised, Warden. We were able to reach 303. I think that's the highest throws used as a combination of smokes and nades from one of the game, and that's coming from Miramar. So 186 is also a par with our average in throwables. But overall rankings right here, throwing it over to you, Warden.
You know, just overall looking at the whole run here between the top 16 teams, or overall just the top 8, it's really unfortunate that they weren't able to put up a scratch at all at the round number 1. I mean, after all, if you look at the overall points here, it's not too far of a difference here between NIGMA, Galaxy, Team RRQ, BIGETRON, Red Villains, W2-DAY, and Stalwart Esports. Well, fortunately for Stalwart Esports, they were able to, you know, overpower SEM9 for the time being, but at the same time, it's really not worth of the mention. But overall, looking at the next page, we get to see once more on this very first round, it was the story of the underdogs. I mean, we had a talk, we were granted the scene where we got to see the overall points, and for the most of it, the points that was granted on the first round came from those who were at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing as well that we love to see. Those at the bottom really are moving up and grabbing all those points, because I guess you mentioned this as well in the beginning of the broadcast, that they don't have much to lose, thus they can just play and enjoy the game and put in a lot of distraction, a lot of damage to those who are really trying to catch up into this matchup. 7 Element, though, with their performance, really moved them up quite high, currently on the in the turning point towards that second page, and tied themselves with Morph GPX 4 spot that they moved. That is something one game can do.
You know, even DX were perhaps I mean, at the bottom of the scoreboard, they were able to endure like a very convincing run as well at the last final stage. And if they can keep up the momentum right there, till then we might just see them move up. The same goes how 7 Element has been doing it up, and that was the first winner chicken dinner for 7 Elements. And with the pacing that they had, I wouldn't be so surprised if they can play more.
Yeah, I mean, looking forward to more performance from this team. And as you mentioned, this team has only grabbed not so much of winner chicken dinner all throughout this week, and I love how they are turning up this time around. So hopefully you are doing the same thing, the viewers out there, as we are going to return after a break. When we come back, the biggest map of all will be in here. Miramar will be the playing ground. Neptune and Warden will return.
A quick break is all that we need because we want to get back to the action here between the Clash of the Giants now. Round number 1 said and done. It was the 7 elements getting the most eliminations and getting the chicken dinner as well. So I can't wait to see what more of round number 2 can be offered here between these squads. But before anything else, need I to introduce us once more. I am the Warden. Alongside with me is going to be your boy, the Neptune Gentleman Gaming.
Yeah, I'm really happy on how 7 Element really turned up in that game. And if I'm not mistaken, for the whole week, that is the highest that we have in terms of elimination and total points as well. So hopefully they can continue this on because like what was mentioned earlier, they're like 7 Element is in the running of being taken out of this competition by the end of this day if they don't perform. But with that performance alone, that really brought them a little bit higher in their ranking. So looking forward to more and other teams as well to do and catch up onto the points.
I mean, it's a big catch up that overall 7 elements has to do, even though they won the first round. I mean, we're talking about the last day of the playoffs here, so if they want to put more runs here in a better stake, they gotta do more. I mean, honestly, they did a lot on the first round. I wouldn't say double it down coming in from the first round because it was absolutely flawless, but if they can retain the momentum, that would be enough. But before anything else, guys, once again, here is our giveaway for this broadcast. If there's 30,000 people watching on YouTube, we will be giving away 5 HyperX headphones. Moving over now, if there's gonna be 50,000 people watching, there's gonna be 2 AirPods given away, and if it does reach the milestone of 70,000 people, guys, watching on this YouTube channel right now, we will be giving away 1 iPhone 15. And Neptune, in regards to the steps, run it down.
Yeah, all you have to do is follow the Instagram, join the Discord server, send a screenshot, get your token, and wait for the live draws. Quickly, as easy as that, you will have a chance to grab all those prizes if we reach those milestones. So go ahead and share the stream, invite everyone, all of your friends to join us in this broadcast because we're only starting. The first match really started hot and even ended very, very hot with a hot chicken dinner for 7 Element. But we are jumping in to Miramar this time around for our second matchup. And well, Group B will be seeing it out. So it will be 7 Element will, I believe they will still be part, or no, they will not be part of Miramar. And they will be left out right now. And there you go. We have Group A and Group C in the mix, welcoming Group C that I believe has been inching to jump into battle, especially with what we've seen in ERANGEL.
Now, in regards to the teams here for Group C, I mean, I want to throw this one to you here, Neptune. Which team are you eyeing out for here for Group C? Because if I was going to be going for any predictions here, you know which team I'm going to be going for.
For me, like in this team of Group C, I'm looking forward to more performances coming from NIGMA Galaxy because they've done so much already from yesterday's matches. They were able to bring themselves even higher on to the leaderboard, and this is something that I want to continue on and not take down RRQ because they've reigned week number 2 for quite some time, but we want to see like NIGMA Galaxy really perform or outperform a lot of teams so that they can provide us a preview on what they have to offer for the grand finals.
You know, NIGMA Galaxy is no stranger to the esports scene. They are pretty well dominant as well, so I couldn't really take them one against you if you do want to vouch for them. I mean, after all, they do have a very convincing start as well ever since their previous runs here, and you know, their notable achievements being the #1 team in the Arabia Fall, being the first placer for that one. So I can't wait to see what they can offer here up against Group A.
Yeah, I mean, seeing from Iraq really is something else. They were silent from the beginning, and then later on they popped off, similar to what we've seen from 7 Element, and I would like to see more of that. But there's a lot more from these teams of Group A and C that haven't been offered just yet. So far, there's only a few notable teams that have taken Miramar by storm, and one of which was RRQ that, like, it was your prediction from earlier on. Not only that, apart from the teams that was a part of the first page of our leaderboard, or I would say hanging in the final final spot from the first page, Kagendra really did a lot in Miramar. So they tied it off with NIGMA Galaxy in terms of total eliminations, and I guess they can put in a lot of fight as well, especially if they will end the game with like full squad, if not 3 for the most.
You know, we'll come again now here in regards to the gameplay between these teams. I think they really have to play more fast-paced coming in. After all, this is the last and final time that you can show yourself and prove yourself here for the playoffs, specifically for those teams that hasn't been able to secure their slots at the top 16 of the competition. No, so we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be the same case once more. I mean, after all, we did see a lot of teams just securing their vehicles first, relying on those factors to close out the distance between other oppositions to get those elimination points. And you know, if you want a testament on how you should play this round right now, it has to go down to 7 elements. They were able to get this elimination points. Same goes for the placements as well.
Yeah, and well, we are being asked of predictions. I'm going to go first since I already mentioned it. For Group A and C, I'm going to lock in for NIGMA Galaxy. How about you, Warden?
I mean, loyalty is is my middle name here, Neptune, and I gotta go for RRQ once more. I do believe they have a prove, and after all, they had a pretty, nice run on the round number 1. It's just that they weren't really able to convert with their positioning there, and unfortunately, at the early stage once more, they did lose their 4th man right there, and I think that kind of played a big factor as well on why they lost some of the clashes that they were granted on the last few circles.
Yeah, I mean, couldn't agree more. RRQ really has a lot to offer. And again, similar to what we point out with all the teams, you really need that manpower towards the end. If not halfway through until the end, but if you lose one of your players, till when they are very confident that everything is an even playing field towards that end. But it's, well, I couldn't say rare, but it's seldom that we see of those teams who really hang back and then just grab that winner chicken dinner, eliminating most of the teams who are left in top 3, top 4 of the final stage of the circle. So that's one thing, I would say, one miracle that we want to see in those gameplays, but tactics as well as firepower is what's needed from this team from the get-go to until the end.
And it's just all about endurance as well. I mean, after all, some teams would like to play really fast at the first circle, coming in from the second to the third, but when it comes to the middle now, they tend to slow down, and that's just the pacing a bit, questionable here and then. I mean, I'm all in it for change of tempos, but at the same time, if you can build up the heat early on and just catch teams off guard and put yourself in a situation where you can just watch the battlefield ensue and look for certain moments where you can strike at the perfect time, till then, that could be granting you a lot of potential to slow out the competition as well. I mean, that is one thing that 7 Elements was able to do earlier. They did manage to put themselves into a scene where they head on to the clash where the opposition was at their weakest, and that was the time they strike, and guess what, they won convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. I really agree with that comment. And right now we're dealing with Miramar. Same tactics can work. Similar to what we've seen from 7 Element, especially with the map size that we are looking for. It demands positioning as well as mobility. Thus, vehicle gameplay will be putting up like most of, if not all of the teams right here in their position, and it also caters to both aggressive and being cautious play style when strategies are really needed, because if you leave yourself out in the open, there's no turning back. So you just need to think as to how you can get away from harm's way. But Miramar, like high ground advantage, long distance gameplay, vehicle gameplay as well. Only like there are a few tough spot that you can be put in, especially in on dropping point. But you just need to make do what you have. Make sure that you go back to the basic in terms of tactics, and I guess you'll be safe.
Talk about like the usage of utilities as well. I mean, the gameplay coming in from the utilities, the lethals and tacticals. I mean, to overall talk about the smokes and the nades, and so far, smokes wasn't really the a show for the round number 1, but for the nades, man, we got to see a lot of eliminations happening, and I did see one here coming in from Baron. I mean, he was able to get like a very dominant run with the nades just there, and you know, when you get the proper trajectory with the nades, you can avoid those casualties, not popping up, not throwing your body at all, and just getting the precious eliminations. So it could really come in handy later on, especially in Miramar. I mean, you don't really want to expose yourself quite a lot as it's a very wide map.
Exactly. I mean, if you've been spotted from a long distance, that is where you will be receiving that end, like at the bitter end of those nades. Not only that, like crosshairs are already on you, they will just wait you out until such time that you move out of cover. And we're talking about like not big covers or not big compounds that we've seen, but it's more of how the other teams will try to outsmart you, especially if you try that hiding game. But so far, we are just waiting for the next battle to happen, to ensue, to start, as Miramar is one thing that really excites us even more compared to what we've seen in ERANGEL, because the OG map has brought in a lot of great tactics, but there's a lot of hiding spot. Miramar is something else, because once you make one mistake, you might be a team that's done for.
Honestly, at the same time, Miramar could be one of those maps as well that could just, you know, lean towards the water side of the map. I mean, you gotta talk about like the proportion of how many land and how many water there is. And I know I did play a round of Miramar once, and it ended off to the eastern island where everyone had to rotate as well. So that is something that I'm not hoping to happen here, especially at this level of competition. But at the same time, it is truly going to be testing the teams as well and how they can react into certain situations. And, you know, bringing back one factor that you did say is that boats, you know, that could be a big factor. Now we can talk about later on if it does go to that way. But moreover now, I mean, gentlemen, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
In regards to Miramar, which, where, or when do you like to drop?
Well, for me, Los Leones is one of my favorite dropping spot, because there's a lot of compounds to loot for. Also, there's a lot of hiding spot, because I'm not that aggressive when I'm playing, and I depend most on my teammates. So I'm more of like I use the sniper, the scopes as well, to give information and then let them fight it off. But let's see as to who's going to do the same play style, because we are going to crack it up in the heat as we move into the sun-soaked desert of Miramar. And the way I'm looking at it, this is coming from the west to the east, and well, it is quite in the middle though, because I don't think anyone will be dropping towards that southern island of this map. Los Higos are probably way past Valle del Mar, so I guess with the dropping spot, it is quite near and reachable from most of the teams, and we'll have to find out how well can they do rotation. So far, this is Group A and Group C. So Group C has the better advantage of what Group A has been doing in terms of preparation, as well as what firepower they have brought in for this day. But we're dealing with a different map. We're dealing with different tactics. So let's see who can adapt.
In regard to the accessibility out here for the map, I mean, you can absolutely count on Pecado, Power Grid, Mountain Web with San Martin alongside Vicente de Baltron as well. And I think Minas Generalis could be one drop, but so far we are at the gym right now, and it's going to be DX here, Savior. Getting one elimination, I think, I do believe, but I don't exactly know what's happening with their composition here. They only have 3 players so far here, but looking like they're not going to have a problem at all. Savior here just running through with a Sega and just spraying down, gets the UMP as well, and that's going to be another elimination here for the set of Savior for DX.
Yeah, DX right now just breaking my dream of getting a prediction right, because he has brought down 2 of the players from NIGMA Galaxy, and it looks like unless NIGMA Galaxy just comes back out of this engagement and probably survive a little bit longer in their passiveness, I will get that 1 point on prediction. But it's asking for a lot. It's asking for a lot, because they are now left with 2 players, and Lord, if I'm mistaken, another one on the far side will be the ones who are still alive, and it will be difficult losing one member is already difficult for, especially for the what we've seen from the Xavier. They were so passive in Erangel. This time around, the same. They like Nigma Galaxy lost 2 of their players, so way more difficult.
Being hopeful is not a bad thing. I mean, once more, if you're not if Seven Elements wasn't so hopeful, they wouldn't be playing this tournament right now. But hey, since they were able to perform really well at the start of the take. So, okay, may them be the team that could be consistently be there or not. But unfortunately, they are not going to be able to be in this very round. But moving over to the competition, once more, Enigma Galaxy only having 1 player up top, 1 player dropped down, 2 players already eliminated. That's going to be leaving a lot more room here for RRQ to actually overtake Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, let's see if that one guy, Lord, who has been knocked down, will be confirmed, and we're not seeing any shadow of the final member for the side of Enigma Galaxy. And again, my dream of grabbing a point in prediction will be taken down once again. Coops, though, the MVP of Enigma Galaxy, is the one guy who's alive for the team, and he might be able to grab a few more points, covering from what they've lost, especially with 3 of their members already out in this match. Lord, though, is bleeding out, not spotted just yet, but I don't think he can be picked up that easily, thus it's already a one-man game for Enigma Galaxy.
And it's just so unfortunate here. I think the key take here for Enigma Galaxy Coops is that at the same time, placement points, it's not the most rewarding factor here for this system. But at the same time, you just got to do what you got to do to stay on the lead up against RRQ. But hey, fortunately, this is only the second round. Enigma Galaxy, if they want to prove something else, you got to go through the next few as well. But for now, I want to talk about YOODO Alliance here, man. I mean, YOODO Alliance, they were at the bottom as well, and for a moment on that round number 1, I thought that they were going to be able to come out like convincingly, but unfortunately, they did lack mechanically, and they did falter at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you don't want to happen to your team. Like, faltering towards the end is difficult enough already in this match. But, well, we'll have to find out how the other teams will be responding with their drop spot, as well as the rotation that they're taking. Because so far, with our circle, the first or the next stage of the circle, it will be quite far from half of the dropping points of the teams. They need to travel long way. There's a vehicle gameplay really helps. And I guess, well, regardless if you're inside or probably going for chase for that first stage of circle, you still need a vehicle, because not only that it gives you mobility, but it also is a good exit strategy.
Sometimes in PUBG Mobile is that it's not just the best shooters, it's the best drivers as well that gets blessed to win the chicken dinner. And for the most of it, fortunately, we are not going to be getting any gameplay where at the last circle someone's just driving around, cruising through town and just bumping people down to the ground. But if it does happen, it's going to be pretty funny, to be honest, at this stage of the competition. But in regards to this competition, now once more, it is only DX that has been able to get an elimination here for this very round. So really good start for them, and soon enough they might just be in striking distance as well to take down and overtake Team XERXIA for the time being on the number 21 spot.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to grab a few more of those points. The Xavier, though, I mean, I'm really surprised on how they're ending up on the rankings right now. Like, well, apart from only having 3 of the players, but they're not performing similar to what we've seen in how they play in Southeast Asia. So I guess this is a chance probably for them to try different tactic, and well, it's not working for them. Even from week 1, it's difficult already. Even from like now in week 2, and we're in the final stretch of this week, it's still not showing that much. Apart from how they end up against Enigma Galaxy earlier and managed to grab 3 points. So hopefully with the 3 players of the Xavier, they will be able to grab a few more, and as you mentioned, overtake XERXIA in this ranking. But Genesis Esports have the high ground, and this is a basic strategy in the map of Miramar.
Genesis Esports are on top. I mean, if they just check just a little bit, they do have a lot of competition right around, and it could all the way go down to NGX, Enigma Galaxy itself. We got Cold, we got DU2, we got PJEV as well, alongside with XERXIA, Team XERXIA as well. But for the riders here for Team RRQ, they are now in rotation, coming in from San Martin and entering from the top right of the circle.
Yeah, I mean, that is good rotation for them. They might be a little late in getting in, but I guess it's a good spot for them, or it's a good place for them to find compound to hide out or probably get better positions later on. Aegon I8 is hanging back a little bit late into the zone. Bigetron Red Villains, though, I think they are already in a good spot to see some of the enemies that's coming through their side. They will be silent. They will not be that noisy in this game, and all they have to do is wait for the next stage, move right there, and probably play possum. They don't want to give out their position just yet, because dealing with 13 other teams, you might be in the crosshair if not one but two teams.
Definitely. And now Team XERXIA once more. They are now into the circle. I mean, the only team that is falling behind is going to be a YOODO Alliance. And they do have this possible casualty happening here soon enough, here up against a squad here down on top it. And that's going to be Repost actually might just be able to feel the demise soon enough, as there's going to be 3 players circling him all throughout. Not unless he does come out alive, but in regards to the rotation now for the next circle, it's going to be leaning towards the northern side.
Yeah, northern side indeed, and it will be RQ who has that advantage. Earlier, they were late in rotation. This time around, they are the ones inside already. For CJ EVOS, though, in a run, and might be seeing a few more of the gunfight later on. Kagendra is already waiting for them on the horizon, but that prompted Redface to back off. T2K smashed in, shot in as well, and Doki just beat him to that punch. Even Misery's receiving a lot of damage, but Lynx responded. Jane goes down. XMPL takes down Misery, and it's trade-off after trade-off, battle after battle. With only a few HP, Doki still fires, and they don't want to go down that easily against PERSIJA. EVOS, only one guy remains for PJ right now. Suxy is like wishing and hoping that Misery can crawl to him a little bit quicker, because the rush of T2K is ensuing, and Suxy is just ready for the gunfight.
Bit of an information right there now for the side of Love. He does fall back, hops right down now from the buggy. Zeusy, what can you do? Pops the nade, doesn't connect. Has an M4 to play with on the 3x as well. And unfortunately, Doki is just right around the ridge. And now he wants to go for the nade. Pops through, misses the shot. Doki with his own nade now flying through. Jane from afar, and Doki with a nade will be able to connect. Take Misery out from the chase. Double chow might just be able to come through here. Jane, Doki has this opportunity now granted, and this should be the demise now here for Zuzi. Absolutely yes.
And there you have it, Doki just ending it for PERSIJA. EVOS, Jane has been knocked down. Even WhoTF is Love has been bleeding out, but it's a good thing that they were not confirmed on the elimination. Hail Esports, though, a little bit too far outside of the blue, and they are battling it out, duking it out against XERXIA Esports. Joker not joking around, just dancing around against their enemy. And from afar, we're seeing also on the kill feed a little bit of engagement, but back to Hail Esports. They are bringing the hail, they are bringing the snow, and also the fire against this team, but it is just trade-off after trade-off. C-Sky only beats them up, and they only lost Tiger in this battle. Hopefully that's only the guy that they will be losing. XERXIA RNG not really aiming for RNG. He knows what he does, and there's no random in his gameplay.
Really impressive now, but it's still moving on. Megamind here down below with the DPS. Doesn't really cut the chase. Hopping right down. RNJ gets the clutch to come true. And Hail Esports, they get eliminated from the chase. The job's not over, not just yet. Still a clash ensuing here. It's going to be a battle of BTR up against Genesis Esports here up front.
Yeah, BTR right now loses one on this engagement. GenFoz will try to fire back, and GenFoz managed to put down Mernat Boy. Zai right now just hiding out. A good nade might be putting him down. No, it is a Molotov, a double Molotov. He is now experiencing a free trial of hell, and he will be brought down with the gunshots coming from GenFoz. There is no pause for this guy. It's just fast forward and no stopping at all.
That is wild here for Bigetron Red Villains. I mean, come on. Proper usage of utilities was absolutely the factor in why they won the clash. And that is why it's so important to get that one true. But now, finally, we get to be put into a stalemate. It's going to be a silent run so far here for Miramar, as teams now focusing in regards to rotations, looking for a better angle, but from afar, it's going to be Devil United. Unox here with an M4 and a 3X right across. It's going to be one squad. MTRX wants to go for the spray down, doesn't really connect. Has to fall back. And once more, making a lot of attention directed to you in this map of Miramar is very dangerous, so you better watch out.
Exactly. I mean, even if you're the high ground, you will still get that attention from the other teams. And when they spot you and get a good angle, you might be the ones going down. Gunshots all over happening, but not so much of engagement. Knockdowns is showing up on the kill feed. And the Dewa has been playing it well from yesterday. They did grab the last winner chicken dinner with 14 elimination, but that was an ERANGEL. That was yesterday. This time around, they're trying to do the same thing, but in Miramar. So we'll see if they'll be able to pull it off. T2K on the other hand, XMPL is already knocked down, and who TF is trying to make that recovery, but they are face to face with Kagendra, and let's see if they'll be able to survive.
Can the Garudas fly high and take them down to the ground? Absolutely, yes. Jane and Doki down here, and their teammates is just right across the mountain, but unfortunately, they're gonna go down here to the ground. Love takes a Moscow from afar. Asa here on top, spraying down for dear life, has a clear angle on Kagendra, and RRQ is just right there as well, but alarming call here for Kagendra. They have one player knocked down so far, one player in half, one player in a quarter away, and it's just going to be Team RRQ. Asa here spraying down the buggy, looking to get this elimination done, and he absolutely connects.
0 right now, from full to 0. That is the story of that guy. And who TF is taking advantage of all the knockdowns that's being done by RRQ against Kagendra. But let's see if Flyboy's already down and eliminated. Frenzy right now is on a fire spree as they are trying to gun down T2K in this battle and confirming one elimination to their side. 5 eliminations though being brought in by T2K Esports, but to what extent they have lost 3 of their players.
And they get more though. Can they recover from this case? Asa has been the biggest bane so far of Kagendra here. Was able to take one casualty out, and it was a collateral run right there. And he wants to get some more. Frenzy just down below, looking quite aloof, looking quite confused in what to exactly do. Wherever he goes, he has to deal with one team. It could either be T2K, RRQ, or just another RRQ player here, and it's just him. Overall, not really being in the best shape right now of the situation.
Yeah, well, they need to shape it up right now. Good position, though, being held by Mercy. And looking at the rest of the teams of RRQ, I mean, we've spotted them in several angles, different positions, even mistaken them to be the enemies because of how far they position themselves. Not quite sure if this is good stuff, but they are getting all the elimination, 3 points already for by elimination. And let's see if this can be pulled off by RRQ, and you grab your first point in predictions. And they are still in the middle of the next play zone though, so props to them. But we'll have to find out the other teams who's trying to go and survive the battle, but Yol will not be survived. Galak almost being taken down as well, and Dewa is on the shorter end of the streak, and they are now being gunned down by RRQ, No Mercy, who have a clear view of them from up top.
No Mercy holding down one player down below as well. Very intense situation right now for them. NIGMA Galaxy, on the contrary, was able to endure the previous runs, and now he is well alone here for the time being. And the narrative that we did call for him still alive and kicking here. And if you can get a bit more of a clash, that could be it. But domination run here for the set of Team RRQ as they have 5 elimination points total.
Yeah, 5 in total. And the most similar to T2K right now, the only difference between them is T2K only have 1 player. RRQ has a complete squad. But let's give props as well to XERXIA, because so far they have 6 total eliminations, highest so far, though they lost one of their players. Aegon, on the other hand, is getting good position against Morph GPX. Now, their Morph GPX is quite spread out. The pickup will be done on one of their players. They already lost a 1, and I think they need to get together. I think it's morphin time for them to succeed in this battle.
EGI 8, Falak up front, squad of MPRX. Now we get the Zeta Zone coming in. RRQ is on the central side. Kagendra, Frenzy, the only player from Kagendra, is on the eastern side. While we get to see Team XERXIA as well on rotation coming in from the bottom side. And so far, it's just, you know, not too significant of a play here for each and every end. There's really nothing much to talk about. But I'm really all in it for Team RRQ's rotation here. I mean, look at how spreaded they are. Hexus is so far away from Neferco and the rest of the squad, so it's going to be a very interesting thing as well. But luckily and quite shockingly, Kagendra, Frenzy is going to be able to eliminate T2K out from this round.
Oh my goodness! I mean, the distance that Frenzy rotated just to find a good position, also managed to take down one player from T2K is good enough for them, and even alone, still putting up those damage. Galak, on the other hand, putting damage for those up top him, but Megamind right now with something in mind, rushes in against Aegon I8, DBS in hand, receiving a little bit of that damage, misses most of the shot. It's a good thing that Chopper is in there, who run over against IQ, and with only a few HP to spare, managed to survive. But on the other side, Kagendra will be losing it right now, being taken out of this lobby, waiting for the next one.
Yeah, 7 squads remaining here. Now it's going to be Neferco here on top as well. Can he get some more? It's a question. I don't exactly know, but they do have the best positioning right now, comparing to the rest. And even overall, this is just very staggered messy with the side of this squads here. DU is out from the chase right now, down to the ground. RRQ converting the kills, converting the expectancy that we all have been longing for them to do.
Let's see if they will be able to show all those damage that we're asking for from them. But speaking of damage, RNJ has been damaged and has been brought down to his knees, waiting to be picked up as Chopper and Megamind will be pulling away from that engagement. Let's see if RNJ, Megamind right now, has something in his mind. Flax, on the other hand, just trying to peek in, but good bridge that XERXIA has held, keeping them safe.
YOODO Alliance has been able to endure a lot of things as well here on this number 23 spot. Really impressive for them to get that one through. But in regards to what they can offer more, unfortunately, they haven't been able to get a lot. So it's all now going to be a battle here between AGI8 and MPRX here. MPRX cleans just down below. I think he is lying to cook that smoke up to close down the distance. And this is going to be a very finicky clash. I mean, after all, look at the terrain. So sophisticated.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not easy to get through that terrain. And yesterday we pointed out the croissant, like the croissant mountain. But I think it's a different mountain that we're seeing right now that's being held by the teams. YOODO Lions, though, still playing a passive-aggressive, and there's no timing to show which side, which mode they're in right now. They have one elimination care of Oleo, but they're just hanging back. They don't want to be so aggressive that they will be sitting out in the open. And the same goes with the other teams. If we look at the right side of the screen, the minimap is showing a very open middle of that stage, and no one wants to step in. They just want to wait for the blue to close in and get their position later on.
More Hex, Boho here just down below, but unfortunately the whole positioning in the terrain is not really favoring him at most. And once more, I'm just going to hand it down to Team RRQ. They have the best look right now in regards to the final circle. and it's just all about them getting into proper clashes. Now here we go, Team XERXIA spraying down up against YOODO Alliance here. Can he get this one through? RNJ goes down to the ground, and that might just be the first and second elimination here for the side of YOODO Alliance. Oh my days.
YOODO Alliance indeed grabbing their third elimination. And there's a matchup, and they will be leaving Megamind a little bit so alone and wanting to survive. But not only that, we have a few of RRQ who is quite near to their area. That is Hexas right now. And a possible backstab will be coming in Megamind's way if he is not careful. But again, that is a different story. We have Dewa United being eliminated and currently in 6th position, and we are now down to our top 5 teams. RRQ, full squad and full potential to grab that winner chicken dinner.
You would not want to go against a squad like RRQ that is fully composed right now. Members fully alive and kicking. They have the most eliminations right now. Closest there is MorphX and YOODO Alliance there is. But MorphX, they do have the best odds right now in regards to winning this one true. I mean, they do have the positioning as well. But at the same time, they gotta back it up with proper gunfights. And now, YOODO Alliance, they're on the outskirts. RRQ is waiting for them to push through. That's gonna be the vertical for you. Closing in, cutting off the distance, out away from them. But watch out for Megamind here, wrapping around the outskirts as well. On the van, has to double hex that. And unfortunately, this van might not just be able to endure. Megamind just one tap away on getting taken down. Last player remaining now. Nate's cooked up. Will he say bye-bye? Most probably, he will.
And there goes shots after him. Megamind still survives with only a few HP. 1v1 with Hexas right now, and finally he has been brought down, and we are now down to our top 4, and Nerpeco and the rest of RRQ is not yet over with their reigns from above, from below, up close and personal or afar. They are beating everyone in their crossfire.
Top 4 teams remain. RRQ, they have the best odds. You and Alliance and MorphX quite evened up in regards to the odds, but MorphX, they have to find a way to get this one through. Pick up the last member they have down to the ground and put him back to the battlefield. But Team RRQ, look at the zoning here. Look at how they're positioned. The map control here is just so nice for them, and they might just be able to either get a very convincing control for the last circle, or they might just get isolated by one by one.
Yeah, I mean, that is worry. That is a risk of what they're doing right now. And compared to what we've seen from YOODO Alliance, they are sticking together. YOODO Alliance is sticking together, and Aegon IA. Fog and Noob, they did have 2 points already in here, and the rest of the squad as well. But Falak is aiming to get more shots. Distraction being done and brought in by Noob, and Falak is just crawling his way in like a snake in the desert sand with a grenade in hand.
Aegon I8, I got my eyes on them. 2 players, surely not the best one here in this competition right now for this top 4, but at the same time, anything can happen, and Flash is just down there. Availability for Falak here to get the snake to fly through and get this elimination done. He gets this one down, and now it's only going to be 3 players standing tall here for the side of YOODO Alliance. Make it 2, actually, as Flash is down to the ground. It's going to be a 2v2 here so far, nonetheless. A third party will ensue.
Yeah, let's see if a third party does ensue, and we'll see, like, a late... I would say late devastation from some of the teams right here who managed to survive the longest but will be taken down. YOODO Alliance waiting for the chance, but Flax has been taken out by Falak. Now that is what he has been planning for longest time earlier, as he crawled in, but I guess Noob received a different response and has been taken down. Falak right now being rushed by Cleon, and there goes the rush. The gunfight ensues, and Cleon starts it off, but Bobo Host finishes.
Oh my days, Team RRQ now. They have the best odds right now of winning this one through. What? They have 10 elimination points. Back it up. Aegon I8 out from the chase. It's going to be a squad versus squad here. MorphX up against Team RRQ. What can you do, MPRX?
Yeah, let's see. It's as you can see in the map right now, it's a 1v3. And by ensuing in here for the side of Cleon, it's a good thing Cleon has a vehicle to back away, regrouping, but distraction gameplay being done by the 1-3 split that RQ has to offer. No one wants to step in on out in the open. They have a small shack right here in the middle, but I don't think that is enough to give them the coverage for all or all three members from those on the far side, or even two. But shots coming from No Mercy can bring one down, but also has been responded to. Both the teams has met casualties. It is now down to a 2v3.
It's the moment you all have been waiting for. MorphX, the underdogs. Can they prove themselves worthy here on this last and final clash up against Team RRQ? It's gonna be a 2v3 situation so far. One player down for RRQ, one player down from MPRX. And here we go. Team RRQ closing in the distance. DVS on hand. Asa right on the corner, popping up, eager to make the play to come true. But unfortunately, MPRX here is just slowing things down. Looking to cook the nade, throws it down to the ground. Nerferco here closing in the distance as well. Pops the nade to get the angle. One tap to get this one true. He misses the shot, but hey, trailing him down, bandaging up. Right around the corner, he's gonna spray down and get this one true. Now it's gonna be a 2v4, make it a 1v3 situation here. Last and player remaining here to get this one true. Until then, it's gonna be a sad and over. GG. Well played, Team RRQ. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
And there you have it, Nerpeco, the BOV that we want to see as he rushes through, slices through, and sew through a lot of those compounds and corners to chase down the enemy, RRQ. And not only did they get the winner, winner, chicken dinner, my guy right here, Warden, grabbed his first right prediction. I guess you have a lot more than I do in this competition in terms of prediction, but let's not take away from RRQ right now. They have a total of 23 points in the damage that they brought in, 2671, and this is something else. This is really something else, and I guess this has propelled him already to the top of our leaderboard for week 2.
I mean, you know, choosing and vouching for Team RRQ is not a devil's advocate. This is just a no-brainer here after all. They came out really short, just a bit short here up against NGX, but at the same time, Team RRQ, you know, being the number 2 slot right now overall for the competition, it's just so convincing to vouch for. And that's just it, man. I mean, Nerpeco, Asa, Hexas, and No Mercy. Really, literally no mercy here for this run. I mean, talk about like how well they were able to deal with the last and final clutch. I mean, guess what? They let the top 3 squads, the other 3 squads in the final circles, do and battle it out. Until then, they just had to settle for one more squad that they had to eliminate. Until then, they had no problems at all, especially against MorphX. I mean, when they got to a clash with MorphX earlier, MorphX was already down half HP. And there was really no room at all for MorphX to put themselves into the equation where they could possibly win the gunfights, because once more the resources wasn't there anymore. They don't have HP, and they couldn't really reset the momentum that they were offering from the previous hands. But now let's talk about the MVP here for Nerpeco. Nerpeco here, 5 elimination points, 986 damage, and a survival time of 26 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yep, and 38.46 on team contribution, and it's very close to 1/4. So pretty much the rest of the team of RQ also did a lot. But as you can see, speaking of doing a lot, like 4 out of the 5 spots right here in the summary is just Nerpeco all throughout. Oh, together with Shopper though. So Shopper has the highest healing done, but in terms of like elimination, damage, even assist, not quite sure how this happened. He might be assisting himself, but there's a lot that has been offered by Nerpeco, and a lot of fans out there in the chat has been cheering him, so I guess we are not surprised. This is the match summary for our second match for today, the Miramar game where RRQ brought in the fire.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think this very group right here, Group A, will be taking a break right after this game, and I think we are going to be seeing B and C right after this, Neptune. So, you know, Team RRQ, gonna rest up. good thing that they were able to bounce back coming in before the compared to their previous round on round 1, because it was a very anticlimactic end for them. But with them claiming the placement points obviously of 10 and the eliminations of 13, that's going to be accumulating them accumulating 23 in total. Right below is going to be Team XERXIA, YOODO Alliance, and the rest goes on. But history line here in the spotlight, rightfully owned by Team RRQ.
Yeah, indeed, and No Mercy has longest elimination distance, that is 360 meters. And well, we saw how No Mercy has positioned himself quite high on that combat, on that mountain, I would say. And again, like, I was worried with RRQ. They spread themselves out too thin in this map. This is one thing that we rarely see a team do because of how difficult and risky that play was. But RRQ happened to pull it off, and as a result, they are back on #1 spot right now, beating NIGMA Galaxy to it. But well, NIGMA Galaxy has been taken out too soon though, so very unfortunate. But there's still a chance for them later on once they jump back into the battle for the next one, because they are part of Group C, and as you mentioned, Group A are the ones resting.
I mean, still a lot more opportunities here overall for these groups. But obviously, NIGMA Galaxy, they might just be able to put up the same narrative as well, where Team RRQ was slowed down on the first round, but on the second they were able to bounce back. Maybe they can offer a bit more of a better chase later on up against Group B, but that is something that we could talk about later on. But moving over now, Hale Esports, they did put up a convincing run in the Alter Ego areas. They did get overtaken down, but they tied up with Hale Esports. Now down below here on this very bracket, once more we do see PERSIJA, EVOS alongside with 7 Elements going down just a bit, because the teams that we did mention on the second page was able to pop off just a bit or so. But Agon IH still working themselves through, and soon enough, if they do get more opportunities, they might just be able to put themselves into the top 16.
Definitely agree. They can put themselves a little bit higher, because we've seen that coming out from the team, especially if they grab a good amount of elimination and winner chicken dinner later into the game. NB Esports though, unfortunately we didn't see them in that matchup, though they are part of Group C. They didn't play for that match, and let's see in a bit if they'll be able to join us, as Group C will still maintain in this next ERANGEL map. But quite I would say quite happy with how it ended earlier. I would agree with you. RRQ has a lot of firepower as well as good position, but they were caught off guard. This time around, they're the ones catching the other teams off guard, and they just dominated that game.
Well, fortunately, it is only the second round here. We have like 6 games in total, 4 more to
Right.
go. 1 will be the bonus run right there. Neptune, so far, how are you feeling off this first and second rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I love how things are turning up, especially with earlier 7 Element. Unexpectedly, they are the ones who are who grab that winner chicken dinner. Not only that, they lot up elimination, and we were expecting a few more other teams can do the same. But again, as you mentioned, RRQ remains true to their name and to their mission to be #1. Thus, they show up over here, grabbing that winner chicken dinner, outsmarting the other teams. So hopefully the other teams who wants to get more, similar to what RRQ has to offer, will be out like thinking their way through.
Well, Team RRQ, 7 Elements has been those squads that has been able to pop through as well. And, once more, there's going to be plenty more opportunities right around the corner. But obviously, before we head on to the next rounds, we're going to be in a short break. We'll be right back.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and the battle continues. This time around, we are getting back to ERANGEL as we just ended on an awesome Miramar from earlier's match, and RQ brought in that winner chicken dinner. Well, let's see if this time around we'll see a different team grab that chicken, because we want other teams as well to have that piece of that pie. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune, the gentleman gaming. Together with me is the one and only Warden, bringing the action to your screen right now.
Yeah, I mean, pretty hyped up here once more. I mean, it was just filling the group on towards round number 1 and round number 2. I want to see round number 3 now. I mean, pretty much we're halfway done here for this broadcast. Unfortunately, with every broadcast, there's always an ending, but I don't want to see no ending here, because I just want to learn these teams overall. I mean, coming in from Team RRQ to 7 Elements, they're proving something different here. I mean, moreover for 7 Elements, I mean, Team RRQ is just bound to be one of those teams that could advance to the next stage of competition. So, hey, that's just about it. But enough of that, enough of the teams, enough of the casters here. Let's talk about you viewers here, guys. There's going to be a giveaway once more. 30,000 viewers, 5 HyperX headphones, 50,000 viewers, 2 AirPods, and 70,000 viewers, guys, 1 iPhone 15. And to run things down, how can you enter the giveaway? Follow our Instagram, join our Discord server, send us the screenshot, get your token number, and wait for the live draw.
Exactly, indeed, really exciting stuff right here, not just for the players but also for the viewers out there. So what are you waiting for? Grab all your friends and let them watch this competition, because we want to reach those milestones and grab those giveaways. But as we look at a recap of our matches, for the first 2, 7 Element, as mentioned earlier, has grabbed that winner chicken dinner in ERANGEL, and it was a great fashion indeed, because they have a 20 elimination points. For RQ though, total 23 points just for that first Miramar, and we are back on ERANGEL. This time around, it is Group B and C, so I guess we're still going to see some of the teams that jump in from that Miramar map, and well, hopefully this doesn't change their momentum, because they need a lot more for them to catch up in terms of points. But the playing teams right now, BTR, the Xavier, T2K, RQ, XERXIA, YOODO Lions, Genesis Esports, and Hale will be sitting it out and giving way for the other teams.
And now moving over, now it's going to be the 4 Miracle Vibes, Alter Ego, STALWART Esports, GSM, Sem9, Glue, GLU, Boom, and 7 Elements here. We'll be back in action. Same goes for the set of Group C, which we got to see on this previous round. We got PGAV, NIGMA, Galaxy, AGI8, BN, NBS, MarkX, Dewa United, and Gendra.
Yeah, I love to see all the teams being put in the mix, and it's expecting who will grabbing the winner in there. It's very difficult to tell, especially when we are being asked of predictions. We try our best, calculating all the numbers that they put in, and yet, like, at some point, I disappoint a lot of fans. For you, on the other hand, you already have grabbed your first prediction. You want to go for a second one?
I mean, okay, honestly, I'm pretty hesitant here, but at the same time, I mean, 7 Elements is one of those squads that I've been eyeing out for, but at the same time, I want to play devil's advocate, and honestly, I'm going to go to 4 Miracle Vibes. I mean, 4MV is such a very convincing squad, so I want to see if they can push this one through and prove their statement wrong on that first round. I mean, after all, they did struggle big time.
Yeah, I mean, week number 2, there are struggles from these teams, and though they are season 1 of the Clash of Giants champion. But let me try and take that and call it with Alter Ego. They are second place in the first season of Call of Giants. I'm just pulling out a lot of combination that might give me the advantage in terms of prediction, but again, it still depends on the team right here to perform. So Alter Ego, Ares, also coming from Group B. That is my prediction, and hopefully this time around I got that, or I will get that correct.
I mean, I'm all in it for Alter Egos. I mean, you know, on that round number 1, it was not really the best shape for them, but at the same time, once more, it could be something different. After all, we can't really base things on what happened on the first, on the second. We just gotta move on to the next and just hope for something different here. I mean, after all, we know exactly these squads and we know exactly what they can offer, but it's just about time for us to see as well what they can actually bring into the present and not the past.
Yeah, exactly. There's a like leave the past behind because we are now jumping in onto the present, even seeing the future of these teams. Once we start off this game, because the drop points at some point gives us a sneak peek of what is going to happen, and the action never pauses for PUBG Mobile, and this is Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants. Neither do we, and let's get ready for seamless battle to ERANGEL, where every step you take could lead to victory or defeat. The flight right now coming from shooting range, and this is heading south. It is geared towards a little bit towards west. So let's see if some of the teams, especially for those who's trying to go into the eastern side, like Milta and Milta Power, it's very, very far, and they can utilize the vehicle though to grab those drop points, but it's very difficult as well when everyone drops in the same area.
So it's going to be leaving some opportunity here all the way down to Georgia Pool, coming from Hospital Gatka, and I think the furthest that they can possibly invest themselves into is going to be Farmer Milta. But at the same time, you know, it's going to be too far here. But at the same time, moving over, I'm really all eyeing here for Miracle Vibes, as they did drop on towards military base at the first round. So this is also an opportunity for them to go exactly the same way. But the question is, once more, with whatever composition, with whatever resources you can get from that very vicinity, are you going to be able to translate that one later on? It's going to be a question that we can finally find an answer later on.
Yeah, hopefully we do find an answer later on once it shows up in the battlefield. But as you can see, and as mentioned earlier, a lot of teams will be dropping in difficult positions because of where the flight path has placed itself. But it's quite near though onto the first stage of the circle, and we're going to find out in a bit if anything will change with the ones grabbing that winner chicken dinner this time around. We have Sem9 up north, Morph GPX right next to them, and quite near to them, I would say. Kagendra, on the other hand, has taken the northern east side of this map, and only a few run and steps away to the edge of the safe zone. But we'll have to meet with Boom right here. Alter Ego, though, the usual drop spot is Lipovka, and unfortunately, they were pushed towards this area of hospital, and let's see if the engagement will ensue right now, because a few teams are already in here.
Now, just overall looking at the circles here, for Miracle Vibes, they are at the military base. Same goes for the side of just around the vicinity. It's going to be Dewa United on the bottom left of the map, alongside with Aegon I8 as well. And that's going to be facing a bit of rotation as time passed by. But fortunately for the side of NIGMA Galaxy, alongside with Sem9, Morph X, alongside with PJEV as well, and CMFG, they are inside the zone as of the moment. And for the squad right there that is included in Georgia Pool, half of the Georgia Pool vicinity is inside a circle, so there's not going to be a lot of rotations. Now, in regards to players from down south, unfortunately, as far as you are from the zone gets closed out as well. The blue zone gets closed out really fast, so better make sure you have vehicles right around, and till then, you might just be able to enjoy the next few runs.
Yeah, definitely agree with all those points, because it's especially for those down south now that the first stage is a northern part, and we've seen this before. We see this earlier. Formical Vibes earlier had a lot of trouble crossing the bridge because they are staying in or dropping in Sosnovka military base, and they had to turn to the other bridge just to make sure that they can survive. But apart from that, they even when they did that, they lost one of their players as they stayed quite long from that blue zone, and we know the damage per second has changed already in every instance the update happened in this game. So let's see if that will change, if anyone else will be soaking themselves out on the blue zone. Hopefully not.
Well, we don't want to see any squads go out, all because of the blue zone, but at the same time, it's just going to be a testament as well on how well the teams are aware of the pacing of the game. After all, the zones are pretty fast here at this run. We only have 4 minutes to deal with here for stage 1. We move over to stage 2, goes by really fast as well. And it's just all about controlling the tempo now. But in regards to the drop here, comparing it to the first round of ERANGEL, fortunately, we are not seeing any early altercations because guess what? Teams are actually well defined to where they want to be.
Yeah, let's see if they did define where they want it to be. Now, no early engagements happening right now compared to what we've seen earlier in the first ERANGEL. And I would say I'm loving this because everyone will be prepared the moment that they meet up. And even the blue will give them a little bit of leeway, giving them chance to go for that rotation. But hopefully the teams can spot in a good area to cover later on as we head into the stage 2 or after stage 1 rather. Then they will start it off on looting phase or probably initiate on the hunting phase of this battle. Now, Stalwart Esports will be heading in to some of the compounds, slowly inching their way in onto the stage number 1. But I guess a lot of teams are already taking cover and like they're taking compound as to where Stalwart Esports might be running.
And the Stalwart Esports was one of those squads as well that was pretty convincing, honestly, with their own respective runs. So I mean, their offerment in regards to the engagements are pretty precise, but at the same time, you know, they just get chaotic as they get caught in the middle. So let's see if they can bounce back here. I mean, after all, they do have a really good dropping zone here. So a lot of resources we can hope for them to do and utilize for later on. But now we get to see the first circle once more. There's going to be a lot of teams moving over to the central side that could be around the vicinity of school and could be Rozhok as well. And moving over to Yasniar, there is a squad right there. So let's see if they can push through and get this one done. But moving over once more, a big old stalemate here. Nothing much happening so far in Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. That it's been like quite a long time since we've seen a few teams get together, but even that, given that, they didn't engage. So I guess, well, they're just waiting. They are cautious. They don't want to be taken advantage of. They don't want to be taken too soon out of this game, and it is smart for them. This smart for them, waiting for the next stage of the circle to show up so that they can rotate a little bit fairly. But again, while nothing's happening, let's head over to the overall standings that we just saw earlier. Now, for week 2, oh yeah, this is what you are doing to me, teams. The moment I want to go into numbers, they start battling. Let's get it on. Morph GPX, PGM. Go ahead, fight. We're going to shout it out.
Well, unfortunately, we are shouting a scene where, you know, it's not the most convincing fight, but oh my days, from the backlines. One player from the side of PJEV does get one player tagged up now from Morphex, and that was too close. Hey, close with no cigar. And moving over, I think they want to find a better angle off the scene. On the buggy we go. Gonna get sprayed down by Bobo Ho, but it's not gonna be enough connection to get anyone down. And it's just gonna be, you know, a tease so far and what's about to come here on this run. But back to the numbers here, Neptune. Talk about it.
Yeah, the numbers, I mean, we are seeing a few teams being left behind in 17 towards the 23rd spot. Like, specifically, we have PJEV, 7 Element, who's slowly moving up. And XERXIA Esports as well, who's, like, in the performance today, doesn't explain why they are on the 21st place. So, hopefully, that will, all their performance will change their placement on week number 2. Because they really need all those positions. But as you can see, Daybot right now will try to beat him. Miss a few times. And Alter Ego. Again, this is not a good start for my prediction. Alter Ego has been taken down. And like, not only with the bullets, but with pan coming from Daybot.
I mean, he was missing the pan. He was like, yo, close the door. Close the door. Let us hit him. But hey, NIGMA Galaxy, they do get one player down to the ground, so that might be a good start here for them. here, but for the side of Alter Ego, obviously 98 points for them, no elimination so far. They do lose one player, and that could be GSM as well on the same grounds as we get to see on the number 16 slot. I mean, they are about to go down. CMFGs might just be the same case as well. NIGMA Galaxy, Reduce Fear does get one from afar. Raouf here, and he does get one more opportunity to rest right across. And CMFG, they want to put Calvary on. They want to get some vengeance here in this run.
Yeah, Raouf is on the fire. Let's see if he'll be able to bring that fire against the Coffin Maker's force, as Rowdy is just hanging back, waiting in the waters, probably cooling off because of how rowdy it is in this battle. So it is standoff right now, but engagements is already initiated between these two teams, NIGMA Galaxy as well as CMFgSM. Mad Cat is really moving around, making sure that he have a good angle to hold, and Rowdy as well is not breathing as he holds his position.
Holding it down, Lord on top. One player on the waters. Unfortunate here. CMFG might just feel the bane so far. A lot of utilities invested, but unfortunately, it's just not going to be put to any use at all. I mean, at this point of the game, I think NIGMA Galaxy, all they got to do now is just wait things out. At the same time, don't wait for too long, because there might just be another squad right around the vicinity that could come into action as well. But for now, they're on this battlegrounds, so they might just be able to convert 4 elimination points as they're about to possibly eliminate CMFG.
Yeah, let's see if they can eliminate CMFgSM from this battle. One has been taken down already, and the rest of the gang just waiting. Stalwart Esports, though, they have a clear view of Dewa United, and well, the view is good enough, but the trigger discipline is still there. We have Nearzed right now spotting nukes, and nukes and Granny will be taken, but oh my goodness, Warden. Everyone will be clumped into this small circle, and it will get smaller even so.
Let the actions bring on. Circle small. A lot of squads still remain. And you know what that means. You know what that translates into. Action over action. We want to see how quick teams responds. We want to see how quick teams recover from situations. And now we get to see Dewa United up against Stalwart now from across. Fortunately, he is going to go down to the ground here. Buggy on hand. Might not matter, but he still stays alive. Oh my days, Galak wants to trail him down, but keep in mind, get too close, and you might just go down to the ground as well. 3 players up front. Cavalry comes through. It's going to be a 2v3 so far here on this clash.
There's it right now, surviving that battle, and has been taken down. Not quite sure what took him to recover, but Top will not be in the top because he's bleeding out. Only 2 remains for Stalwart Esports, but Icy responds and put one down.
Love it a lot. 7 Element out from the chase. So close to vouching for them, but now I'm happily still here. I mean, really unfortunate for 7 Element. But hey, we need to see more from them later on. But unfortunately, their performance there on the first round will be put to waste here on this third. So that's going to be them being stale at the current position, at their own standings right now. While Stalwart Esports happy here with 4 elimination points in total.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart Esports really surprises me. Plenty of times that we've seen them manage to survive all those engagements, but let's see if the story will be the same for 4 Miracle Vibes right now. Baron has been damaged, recovered. Apex, though, not so much, and will be taken out. And this prompts 4 Miracle Vibes to pull out and probably find a better angle. CMFgSM is their next target, but Mad Cat has all his 9 lives and will be able to get away.
He's on the coin exec, just running through the map of ERANGEL now. They do have like, what, 3 vehicles to play with, and there's a possible clash here right up front. Now, what can they do? For Aegon, I8 now, the most dominant team here so far in this competition, or on this very round, is going to be facing one squad right around the parameter. But I don't think they want to go for this clash right now. I mean, look at the zone closing in. At the same time, there's going to be 2 factors to deal with. They have to deal with. CMFG just right up front, sprays down, gets the kill. And I do believe it's going to be CMFG now eliminated from this round as well.
Yep, they haven't taken out of this game, and that is courtesy of Ghost. the Ghost just shocked his way through in that battle, and Aegon I8 is now a huge lead in terms of elimination points, but who's not stopping? It's NIGMA Galaxy right now, despite of them hitting a rock. They managed to grab one more elimination to their side, and who's hunting them? It's PERSIJA EVOS. So let's see if the chase will be done. And I think this is just a bait, because Freak, despite of him healing, he had a good chance of surprising PERSIJA EVOS if those two teammates on the car will rush in towards him.
But look at the left side though. Behind Freak, it's gonna be one player creeping up. Oh my days, the glue squad here, sticking through the next part here, just right next of NIGMA Galaxy, and this might just be so finicky here for Freak. Freak, you better hope that 2001 will not get closer here. Once more, this is one opportunity for NIGMA Galaxy to get slowed down, but now in the process, domination run here for STALWART Esports. And for the side of Glue, I mean, they have 4 players here right around the game, but the only Freak and him here from the back lines. And I do believe they do want to go out to the right side of the map with their buggies and Varons, and I think they want to avoid this clash for the time being.
Speaking of clash, there's a little bit of clash that's been happening in the background as Baron 922, the only guy remaining for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes, has been taken down by Aegon I8. A total of 10 elimination early parts of this game, where there's only 9 teams remaining. Blade will be on the losing end of those grenade and will be taken out of this match. Smoke trying to cover their approach, but they are slowly being captured and capitalized by Morph GPX. So that's a little bit bold for Morph GPX, but if the case may be, Aegon I8 has already done a lot.
You know, Aegon I8 wants to get this round be so lenient towards them, because you know what? They are on the number 17 slot right now, and if they can get the top 15, obviously, and move to the next stage of the competition. But now in the process, NIGMA Galaxy, they have 1 player almost knocked down, and they already have 1 player already as well tagged up. So it's just so unfortunate here for NIGMA Galaxy, but they do 1 get player up top. But Morphex, Aegon, I8, only 1 more player remain for them. I think it's about the time to call rendezvous and fall back.
Yeah, they will be falling back. Only 1 remains. But where will he go? A lot of teams, especially Morph GPX, are already on him. But IQ pulling out the DBS. Cleon hearing that DBS falls back, but no! Shots from afar. Sam 9 surprises them, bring them both down, and in an instant, Aegon I8 as well as this team from Morph GPX has been eliminated. We are down to 6 teams.
They claim 1 placement point, and they get elimination points in total here. So not a bad run, but obviously could have been better. But for now, it is what it is. Talk about now the top 6 teams such as remaining here on this competition. Top 6 squads perhaps. NIGMA Galaxy is still alive and kicking. They have 5 points, and they're about to cruise up as Glue Squad. They get eliminated from the chase as well. Ranking 7th for this round. Zone closing in. Battle once more about to be chaotic here against Neptune.
Yeah, as we can see right now, the west side of the first stage is, or on the previous stage, is quite open, and there's a little bit of high ground that they can take advantage, and I think that is what Stalwart Esports doing. It's Emo Top who is already on top of that hill, but NIGMA Galaxy right now is still on a chase-up game, and he is trying to bait Boom Esports in, but they are not falling for that. Sam 9 on the hand is already on the other side, and they're just waiting for the cue for them to move in. A 2-2 split coming from them. They managed to put down 1 of Boom Esports, but YOLO a little bit too far and also alone.
But will he be able to make the difference now? YOLO, only living once. No more pickups. No more recovery at all. And that's going to be very harsh here for them. NIGMA Galaxy wanting to get this one through, but in the process, it's going to PERSIJA EVOS out from the chase now. Top 5 teams remain.
Top 5 teams remain, and let's see who else will grab those points. YOLO finally being taken down, and as quickly as that, we're down to top 4. But the good thing about this is all 4 players, all 4 members rather, has a complete squad. 4 men strong. So this will get exciting later on, but I don't think no one will be showing a little bit too late and unprepared from the engagement, especially with the spread that's being done by Stalwart Esports. They have a good chance to surprise NIGMA Galaxy, but the moment that the trigger has been pulled, they will just rush in. Kenny, on the other hand, not waiting for a chance, just going in for elimination, and knockdown after knockdown being done against NIGMA Galaxy, and they are in here trying to go for the chase down for the remaining few players, or remaining 1 player of NIGMA Galaxy. Unfortunate for them, it's just on the losing end. Stalwart Esports try to push SEM9 around, but the final member will be run over, and down to 3 we are.
Well, that's gonna be 0 predictions here for us here, my guy. 3 now, squad remaining. Kagendra, Stalwart, SEM9, they remain. Final clash will come true, and each squad will have 4 of their members alive and kicking here. So there is no room for excuses. It's just all going to come down to the proper decision making. Akshani here from Stalwart, spraying down. Looking to get 1 player knocked down here for SEM9, and Kenny, yes, he goes down to the ground.
That is hot right now, coming from Stalwart Esports. Already 16 in elimination, and putting a lot of damage and pressure against those teams who are surrounding them. Tam, though, managed to put down Flyboy from the other side. The SEM9 is trying to target Kagendra in this battle because it proves that Stalwart Esports are a little too strong, especially from the position that they hold. Even the Beagle of Icy is not being taken down just yet. SEM9 right now on the receiving end, and even on the grenade, and there goes the rush. Tam will be damaged, will be shot at. But the response against stop coming from Tam will still hit him hard. Near Zed run over, and we are down 1v3. Kagendra trying to bring Stalwart Esports to their knees.
Oh, Kagendra, 3-man push. Has a buggy to play. I see left alone. Notice the buggy out. Frenzy out in the open, spraying down. Can he get the kill? Buggy right across. Misses the shot once more. Whips at the DVS. Spraying down for dear life. He gets 1 tagged up now. And it's going to be a 1v2. Frenzy. 1 tagged away. Nate flashed through. Stalwart. Can they do the impossible? Or can they Garudas? The Kagendra clutched it up and take this winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. It's a 1v2 situation. The pickup is not being done right now for the side of Kagendra. Moscow is out in the open. Smokes will be released so to cover this recovery. Icy not recovering himself. I don't think he have any meds on him. Despite of him passing through, he does. But he's just outsmarting, outplaying, and outwitting everyone else for the side of Kagendra. The Frieza himself will try to take a shot, not even healing up. This is the boldness, the courage, as well as the aggressiveness, but oh my goodness, almost hit by the buggy, but finally zeroes in and takes him down. Kagendra, the Garudas, will take the winner chicken dinner.
Buggy in play, bullet to the face. That's how the connection will come along here for Kagendra. And I mean, I love what I saw from them, and I really like it a lot. I mean, talk about how they weren't really able to get a lot of eliminations, but they moved over to being able to just recompose themselves and get the winner chicken dinner. Kagendra, I mean, props to them. Despite the fact that they had 4 elimination points, the placement points will be able to, you know, compensate for what the actions that they lost out earlier.
Yeah, I mean, at least they have 14, and they started out that, if I'm mistaken, the last 5 teams, they don't have any points. And well, I would agree. It's not so much compared to what we've seen from Stalwart Esports, but the 14 points anyone would take in this battle. But Flyboy, on the other hand, didn't put out a lot of damage, but he received a lot of damage as well, together with Moscow. Now, let's see if Kagendra can use this to their advantage as momentum to the next games, because it's not that strong, but outsmarting The other teams right there surviving the longest with the most number of players is not easy to do.
I mean, I love the way that Frenzy was able to deal with that factor. And overall, I think the whole squad of Kagendra here, they were caught in the middle, but it didn't matter. But obviously the MVP will be given for Stalwart. Near Zed Noob here with 5 elimination points, damage of 896, survival time of 20 minutes and 14 seconds. And that's just really about it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's that showed up in that battle, in that matchup, and the rest of the gang also did the same. I guess he had a lot more in terms of damage, because if you look at team contribution, it's quite even for the rest of the gang. But as you can see, Icy has the most of the elimination, and I was right. The highest damage has been taken by Nearset. So it's just more of how much you put in before the confirmation or the elimination will be done. Assist though, still on the side of Nearset. So I guess he had a lot to help out in this team. But let's not take it against Rowdy, who has the highest healing done, and if I'm mistaken, that translates to highest damage received as well.
Oh, definitely. And I love the fact that CMFG here managed to scoop out the most highest healing done here. I mean, it goes to show that they really want to endure the run, but unfortunately it wasn't really the case. But overall for Stalwart, despite the fact that they lost out, it's still a really good run for them, and they still remain as the #1 team here for this round number 3. Kagendra, they got the winner chicken dinner, but the elimination points were just too far behind. In fact, it was a huge discrepancy here overall to the points, as Stalwart claiming the 19 elimination.
Yeah, I mean, it got me thinking and calculating as well. If in case Stalwart Esports managed to take this winner chicken dinner, they will have the same number of points as 7 Element had earlier, because 19 eliminations, only 1 guy remains, or probably 2, probably even more. But enough of that, let's head over to the overall rankings. Team RRQ taking the lead in that #1 spot. NIGMA Galaxy brought in a few in that battle, bringing the gap to only 7 against RRQ. But Stalwart Esports crept in, well, I couldn't say crept in, they barged in after that amazing run, and now on number 3, bringing down BIGETRON Red Villains. Even Dewa United has been pushed down, and Semnon remains. Kagendra with that winner chicken dinner moved up a spot, and they pushed down for Miracle Vibes on 8.
Now moving over to the next page, we have Haley Esports, Alter Egos, Blue Squad, T2K, Boom Esports on that stale position right now. Not much of a change here, but for Morph X, they did, or I mean Morph GPX, they did put up a bit of a decent run, and that's gonna be enough for them to overpower Genesis Esports for the time being. CMFgSM is gonna be right there on the top 16, so they are still in striking distance, obviously, to qualify for the next stage of the competition. But as soon as we move over to the third page, obviously the team PERSIJA EVOS is not too far behind. Same goes for the side of Aegon I8 in my days. Aegon I8, the run that they had like 10 elimination points, 11 in total. I mean, come on, man. This guy, this team, this squad's overall, they can continue their pacing, they might just be able to put themselves into the equation for the grand finals.
Definitely agree. I mean, despite of not having any placement point, they did get 11 elimination, and if this continues and probably improve on placement survivability, they will get a few more. And yeah, I want to see more of that from Aegon I8. But as we can see, apart from Aegon I8, 7 Element, well, we saw a glimpse of what they can do from that first match earlier, but not so much this time, because there's only grabbing, or they only grab 2 elimination, didn't even survive that long to get any placement, and hoping to see more from this team. And again, it's Stalwart Esports, one of the tough team in here, like joined together with Aegon I8, who has brought in a lot of fight in this battle, and then 7 Element earlier, who grabbed the winner chicken dinner. Just a few teams that can offer a lot, and 2 of which that we pointed out, Aegon as well as 7 Element, came from Pakistan. It's quite a different story when they pop off.
Well, I can't wait to see more as well. I mean, we're pretty much halfway done here. We're moving over to round number 4. But once more, typically, guys, we're going to be having a short break. So better watch out. Stay tuned because there's still more actions up ahead.
Yeah, I don't think we are going in for that yet. But again, guys, for those of you who are waiting for the next battle to happen, there's a lot more to offer because we just ended ERANGEL and we know the rotation. It is ERANGEL Miramar, and then later on we are going to have a double on ERANGEL and also VIKENDI on the last match for the top 16 bonus. So, as initiated by Warden, I and Warden will be getting back after the break, so don't go away.
Welcome back once more to the run here for the Clash of the Giants Season 2. And once more, we've been seeing the runs here between Team RRQ, 7 Elements, and Kagendra. May we see more? Honestly, it's bound to happen here. Once more, we are your casters for today. I decided Warden here and the Neptune Gentleman Gaming here, the voices for tonight. Now, Neptune, there has been a lot of teams that has been able to rack up those elimination points. It's just that, unfortunately, they don't have the endurance to make it through the next stage to where, they can secure that winner chicken dinner. But quite fortunately, with those elimination points granted, it doesn't really matter for them at most. But obviously, you'd want to get those convincing placement points as well to just ensure that your spot for the grand finals will be secured.
Definitely agree. I mean, if you lose, say you will have high elimination, and if you lose that winner chicken dinner, you already lost 4 additional points that you could have grabbed. And similar to what we've seen earlier from STALWART Esports, definitely a good run for them, but only missing that final moment. And for the side of Kagendra, though, it's a good start that they can survive a little bit longer towards the end, even grabbing the 10 full points for the winner chicken dinner. And a lot of teams, I would say, a lot of teams who lost their momentum, lost their ways, start off this way. They became silent, wait until the final moment, grab all those points, and then this is where that momentum build. But let's build the momentum as well in our viewership because we are waiting to reach all of these people watching us on YouTube. If we get to 30,000, they will be our 5 of the HyperX headphones will be given away. 50,000 translates to 2 of the AirPods, and 70,000 there will be an iPhone 15 up for grabs. And all you have to do right now is, apart from stay here and watch, you will need to follow our Instagram, join our Discord server, send a screenshot that you followed, and as well as you will be receiving a token number that you will need to use as you wait for the live draw to happen. And we wish everyone good luck for the live draw. But before we head into more details and a giveaway, let's do a recap of what happened today. 7 Element, RRQ, as well as Kagendra, has grabbed their winner chicken dinner. But back to the cycle of Group A and B, and back to the map of Miramar. Let's see who else can grab that win.
I mean, honestly, I think we can vouch for teams coming in from, honestly, I think Team RRQ could be one of those squads as well that we can watch out for. It's a no-brainer right there. All the way down, it could also be BTR, but at the same time, they haven't been able to go through like the last and final few clashes without really losing a lot of members, and that has been totally the bane for them. So once more, these are the teams that will be playing. It is the same one that we got to see on the first round. It's going to be Group A and Group B. On Group B, who do you think is going to be able to push through with this one here? Could it be a revenge run here for 7-9, or will it just be handed down to the boys in Group A?
Well, it looks like, when we look at the next map, it's Miramar. For Miracle Vibes has a better run in this map compared to the others in Group B. Like compared to what we have in Group A, there's a huge number of teams that has taken their spot, not only in the placement but also in the elimination. So I know, I mean, it's difficult to weigh it out. I don't want to jinx for Miracle Vibes, but let's see. I want to see them pop off.
Okay, if you're gonna be going for 4 Miracle Vibes, honestly, I have to go for Team RRQ here. Gonna go to the Indonesians once more. I mean, they were able to win round number 2 so convincingly, and at the same time, round number 2 was taking place in Miramar. So I think they have the best odds here once more. The familiarity, the whole momentum is just driven right there. And after all, they are my first right prediction. So I'd be kind of foolish, and I'd be kind of like unloyal if I don't rock with them. So let's see if they can, if it can be the case. I mean, for Miracle Vibes, I can vouch for you as well. I mean, I did vouch for them on the 3rd round, but unfortunately, it just didn't happen at all. They had a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, teams really will be getting hard time, especially where they've shown, I believe they've shown a little bit more from the first week, and the second week, like a lot of teams is putting it against them. They're being put in the corner, and in most of the cases that they try to fire back because like all tactics, all the gameplay might have been seen in how they dominate week number 1, and this time around, even if they didn't end up in the top spot, I guess they've done a lot already to grab more points for the bonus in the grand finals, and they might still secure that number 1 spot once we end this whole week. It has yet to be seen right now because in their position in number 8, week number 2, it might not look that high, but altogether they are still in the lead.
They are. I mean, a lead is a lead, and at the same time, when you're on that lead, most of the times it doesn't really matter now what happens to you next. Even if they lose like the next 2 rounds, they're still gonna qualify for the grand finals. So
yeah,
I mean, only thing that is probably driving them down is that there's separate prize pools for the grand finals and separate prize pool for the playoffs, and that's exactly how generous this Clash of Giants season 2 is.
Exactly, I would agree. I mean, having different prize pool from playoffs to the grand finals really shows how much support these like the organization of Ruthless Hype Esports are getting. And not only that, the support that we have from the community. Imagine we are reaching like thousands and the number of people watching, and again, there's one reason as well why we want to put in all those giveaways for you guys, because not only do we want you watching us, but we also want you to get something. Once we reach a milestone, everything will already be registered. Well, you have to go through all those instructions though, but that's already part of something that you can potentially grab, similar to what the teams can potentially grab in the matches that will be coming up.
I'd love to participate on that iPhone 15 giveaway. I mean, come on, man. Best phone out there so far.
Who wouldn't?
I mean, you can play like, what, 120 FPS on that phone right now on PUBG Mobile. So the performance will be popping through sky, rocketing through the skies if you do get the phone as well. So you better make sure you share the broadcast, make sure we reach the milestone of 70K. Until then, you might just be able to grab the chest as well to get the iPhone 15.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as much as I want to offer the HyperX headphone as well as the AirPods, why not aim for the highest? Why not aim for the best? So let's see if that will come in fruition. But The game is about to start right now, and let's see who's aiming for the best record for this day in terms of elimination, and as well as together with a winner chicken dinner. It is a group A and B this time around, the second cycle of groupings, and their playing field will be in Miramar. And we've seen the drop points of some of the teams right here. Let's see if this will be the same given the flight path that will be offered this time around.
Definitely, and you know, it's all gonna be the storyline once more on where is the flight path taking place into. After all, is it gonna be slicing through the mid map? Is it gonna be leaning towards the west or the east? We don't exactly know, and it's gonna be until 10 seconds till we get to see the battle ensue. Ladies and gentlemen, this is round 4 of the last day of the playoffs. Neptune, take it away.
Yeah, journey through this Ruthless Esports Clash of Giants continues, and this time marking our way in Miramar. It's time to take on the challenge and conquer the unforgiven terrain. We are coming from the east to the west, slicing through this whole map, and as we can see, the teams already dropping in. It is the team of Boom Esports starting it early. The same goes with the other teams. This is Box Punt from GLU, and a lot already peeling out, so hopefully they will be dropping in a, say, I think I want to see a not so safe drop, because we want to see those early engagement.
I mean, if you want to be in a case, go for Lost Leonis, Picado, 11 Deta, and the same goes for the side of El Pozo. I mean, it's still well available for them. But at the same time, you know, if you're on the map of Miramar, you gotta make sure you go for the drops that has most likely the vehicles to come in. Get those buggies, go get those dashes, get those trucks. Until then, you might just be able to have a better odds as well as they move on, as you move on to the next few circles. But now we get to see it's gonna be a bit of a centralized drop here for the most part, and I'm really hoping to see that we get to see action right about. I mean, after all, Miramar is not one of those maps that you can expect to see earlier altercations.
Yeah, and well, I guess there will be a little bit of surprise right here from what we expect and what will be offered. But as you can see, STALWART Esports is already hanging back, as well as hanging with a few of the other teams right here. So let's see if the action continues. I'm not talking about the player, but what they have to offer in this game. Top right now, going in for the peak, going in for the shots, but no one is on that window, so I'm not quite sure. Probably a ghost showed up in front of the top right there at that moment.
Well, you know, I'm gonna pre-fire just a little bit, ensuring hopefully that you can possibly, you know, get a few shots to connect. And once more, guys, before anything else, follow us in multiple platforms, coming from Facebook to YouTube to TikTok and so much more. Just tune in, guys, because we do have a lot of announcements happening. But now, in regards to the gunfights, for Miracle here on top of the apartments right now, doesn't exactly know that there is a lot of opposition here just right down below. So in this very town right now, all you got to do is get those verticalities to come in, and so far, Stalwart, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, STALWART Esports going against Genesis Esports. And, well, this is not the first time that we've seen Genesis Esports in an early battle, but the same goes for XERXIA as well as for Miracle Vibes. Now, I know that I call them as my prediction, but hopefully they'll be able to play it through. XERXIA! 2 of them goes down, and ERXI will try to respond, and they did. Knockdown after knockdown is happening. Megamind right now with only a few HP, seeing one, but didn't peek in, and the perfect timing was able to get away. Apex 922 though has been taken and will be receiving a lot of damage, but let's see if Baron can respond and bring one down, close the window, from the window as well, and will be knocked out. Only one remains, and not looking good for my prediction. East 922 with only 1 hit to spare. Oh my goodness.
Stop it, Neptune.
For Miracle Vibes. I need to stop predicting.
You're cursing these teams. So unfortunate. For Miracle Vibes, out of all the competition, out of all the squads in the equation, they go out as the number 16. They don't get anything out from the case, and they just unfortunately get this 1 elimination points. Nothing at all from the rest. But the battle's not over, not just yet here. Genesis Esports down below will get the grenade to connect, but unfortunately for them, Still, Stalwart Esports, since they have the upper advantage now in regards to the verticalities, they have the opportunity to get the pickup. But it's not the most convincing situation so far. Genesis Esports, Slim's Eye, wants to close down the distance. And soon enough, he might just be able to get one more. But with a Tommy gun in hand, I don't think this is the best case for him.
Yep, stun or flash will be thrown at them. We see a little bit of heaven from that nade, and it's a good thing that they would, like Stalwart Esports, utilize that, because earlier they were losing in, and even one of them is bleeding out right now. They need that time to recover as well as pick their teammates up. But if I'm not mistaken, earlier while the battle is ensuing between these two teams, BIGETRON Red Villains grab a few of, or stole a few of those elimination from afar. So we'll have to find out yet where they are. And there you go. Thank you very much, production, for the aerial view. They are not too far behind, and anyone who will be surviving the onslaught between Genesis Esports and Stalwart Esports will be seeing BIGETRON Red Villains in a bit.
Talk about the gun composition as well. It's exactly mirrored. They have 2 max and they have 2 45 ACPs here. And let's see if they want to go for this one. Stalwart just on top, pops the nade. This one true. Throws it down, gets the damage to come in, but unfortunately not enough to get the knockdown. Stalwart, they have the opportunity right now to go down and go for a spray down. And instead, they want to take this one slowly, just a little bit. I mean, after all, you only get 1 life here. 2 if you get the pickup. And Genesis Esports, they get the pickup, they get the revival. Stalwart here on top will come in. Ooh. Tommy to the face. 19 bullets left. Has the M4 to play with as well. Gotta find a way to manage the resources here, because you might just come in empty-handed as you go for the clash, and they're still dancing around. Still no angles at all to get the gun to come in.
Yeah, let's see if the angle will be good. This time around, Slim side received a little bit of damage, being rushed in, not being taken out just yet. S12K, and there goes Master Smile, not smiling anymore. And, well, top right now will be on top, will try to go for the pickup, and the same goes for the other teams. For Genesis Esports, BIGETRON Red Villains heard the gunshots, saw it as well, died down, and will try to take advantage of this situation. But no! 7-9 joins in! 4 teams already in play in this compound.
BIGETRON Red Villains once more. We talked about them not really having the best runs here for tonight's day, and you know, in some way, wait, tonight's day, haha. Anyways, moving back, you know, this is the last day of the playoffs, so you gotta find a way to get more convincing runs. But hey, if they don't get anything at all from this run for today, till then, it doesn't really affect their journey as they move over to the grand finals. But obviously, you still want to put up a fight. Precious money involved here to, you know, to try to earn off this ground.
Let's see. And, well, the battle is now continuing. And, well, this round is really, when we thought it's going to start slow, engagement happening, 4 medical lives being taken down, and then this happens, 4 teams, but 7-9 and losing end. Kenny S has been knocked down, and Boy Chill, or Boy Seal, will be rushing in. Now a few more of visuals from the other side, 1v1s ensuing. Takes down Master Smile, but received that Molotov, and Genesis Esports eliminated. And also, to add to the damage, BIGETRON Red Villains has 5 elimination. They are the new guys in contention of this battle, but who remains alive? Stalwart Esports, but they are the rush, but not anymore. Top will be brought down to the bottom. The jump by Icy might give him the chance, but no. S12K doesn't do the damage that the DBS has.
Wow. I mean, come on, man. That was such a good run here for the set of, you know, BRV, and that is exactly what we like to see from them. I mean, it was too close, but once again, man, they were able to get this one through, and they're going to be able to put up a reset. But talk about how fast the game is passing by. 12 squads remain, and the circle is this small already. A lot of teams will be facing a lot of rotation here from the eastern side of the map. But moving over, still a lot more composition that can also really do a gatekeep here on this run. BTR, though, has this squad here, CMFG, just right across. And talk about how beautiful this map is, Neptune.
Yeah, indeed, it's beautiful but deadly as well. Not quite sure if there's anything in comparison with that analogy. But let's see if we will have to see a beautiful gameplay as well from CMFxGSM, because earlier we did see a glimpse of that BIGETRON Red Villains are their target, and well, they're like CMFxGSM. They're the ones who inserted a coin. They are the ones who's challenging and to continue the battle. And as I mentioned with Pika, here comes a new challenger in the hands of GSM.
GSM hasn't been able to make the best out of the place, and if they will want to go for this clash, they got to make sure that they got to win, because they're on the number 16 spot right now, and if they do lose another opportunity to put themselves above top 16, that could be them falling behind as the night would end later on, and they have pretty much a full set of competition here down below in the platform now comes through, spraying down in. They have one player down to the ground already, and one player out from the round. And now we get to see the BIGETRON Red Villains. They have the upper hand so far in regards to this clash.
Well, who is Rampage? He is Lapar, who has been MVP every time the day starts, and even on this week number 2. Now let's see if this continue on. Rowdy right now together with the rest of the gang is just stacking up at the bottom of this floor, and still dumbfounded. No way to go down is BIGETRON Red Villains. They are trying to distract them, jumping in from all sides, even all levels, but no one has been baited just yet. I guess this is a chance for them to do so. Rowdy and the rest of the gang will be chasing them in, and there goes one. A boy still goes down, and the rest is just waiting for that opportunity, but not so much is given.
Oh my days. CMFG. Can they get this one through, or are they going to fall down? Spraying down for dear life. And only one more player to worry about here on the staircase. And in the process, they get one down. They're inside of the zone, and the elimination comes through. BIGETRON Red Villains. They had a good run at the first clash, but unfortunately, they fall behind up against CMFG, and they are now still alive and kicking for this round. Loving what I'm seeing here for so far.
See on what else will be offered by the team. Boom Esports, on the other hand, will continue this battle, but not inside the compound. They are out in the desert lands, and they're going against 7 Element, and I guess it's Boom Esports in their element right now because the knockdown has ensued already, but who will be welcoming them later on? It is the Xavier, who might be running in, waiting for the gunshots to die down before they go for the third party.
7 Elements on the verge of losing Divine. Boom, just on top. Could get this one through. Loot crate from the back lines, though. Surprising the squad. Hello there.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to surprise them a little bit more. Pickup is being done right now onto Divine. And YOLO. Oh, Razy managed to take down Divine, though. And Razy still a good angle. Not even spotted by their teams. But I think in spite of the airdrop getting close or dropping close to them, no one will be able to get a peek, even get their hands on the loot inside until this engagement stops.
We see more, though. That's the question. And so far, it's going to be DX here, just inside this town right now. We are around the 7 Elements. Same goes for the set of Boom Esports as well. Dasha, Xavier, come on, man. Poor Dasha. Doesn't even have anyone inside it. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure as well if that is receiving a lot of damage. Probably just hitting the ground before it get into Dasha. But speaking of hitting, we are some heavy hitters for the side of RRQ right here. No points just yet, but we know what they have to offer, and their target is Alter Ego. So Alter Ego, well, not doing so well from the early parts of this game, but I think this is their chance because they're not my predictions anymore. They are surviving a little bit longer.
I mean, it's just so nice for them to be here. After all, they're on the number 1 slot. They haven't really gotten eliminations though, so let's see if that can be retained. I mean, if only you voted for them on this run. Wait, did you?
I didn't. It's for
Yeah,
Miracle,
yeah.
but for Miracle has been taken down.
Hey
So
man, you know, start voting for them. Start voting for Alter Ego now. Maybe ask the production to change their vote, and then the next time around, they're gonna be the next squad eliminated.
but I have something in planned for later. Hopefully, it matches with the groupings once next time around. But again, the next stage of the circle will be popping off and doesn't shift that much, only gets smaller. Now, those are the edge, YOODO Alliance. YOODO Alliance, GLU, as well as T2K will be on the south east side right here. But Hail, on the other hand, receives damage from T2K, and it's quite surprising that they will start this engagement earlier in Miramar. They didn't put up a lot of fight, and they receive a lot of damage as well. So T2K right now, let's see if they'll be able to put in a lot more sights on Alter Ego as well.
T2K Esports standing strong here so far on this 11th slot. They have 2 elimination points, and they do have 94 in total. So, I mean, I'm all in it for their run. Let's see if they can put up a scratch later on. Glue Squad, on the contrary, hasn't been able to put up any impact so far for this Miramar run. So, I think this might just go for the way of T2K, not unless, obviously, Glue Squad wants to prove me wrong.
Yeah, I would agree. And unfortunately for the squad, they've lost one of their players, so it will be difficult to be aggressive. Probably a little smarter move compared to what we've seen them do in ERANGEL. There's not so much of cover that is being offered. But let's see, cover being taken by RQ right now. Not really working for them. 2 goes down. Hail responds, and Tiger. Think about that, Tiger. Think about that. Tiger has brought in 2 on the elimination and is now left to no mercy. Let's see if he will be receiving mercy at this point.
RQ pops a nade. Sa doesn't get the connection. Tiger growling now, wants to put the vengeance to come true. C-Sky only down to the ground, but would it matter? Sa hopping in inside. Ooh. Has the DVS to play with. Sprays down. Gets one tagged up. Wants to get some more, but he gets rated off. And the elimination comes in. RRQ, 1 player remains for them. Oh no, they don't have any elimination points, so they can't run things out later on. They have to put up a scratch here. They gotta put a convincing mark later on, and it has to be a clutch now here. Has to come true, coming in from the last in player from Team RRQ.
Yeah, let's see if this will be a clutch. Pickup will be done right now by Tiger, and not so much of recovery being done. The nades being thrown right now, and this is why they keep moving around. Now, let's see, no mercy right now. Let's see a little bit of mercy from himself. Has seen in the stairs, and Tiger a little bit too quick. Once again, once you're faced with a Tiger, there's no altercation in words. It's just a gunfire that you will be receiving.
Yeah, man. I mean, aggression, the growls, how they hop up. That's how you deal with a Tiger. And till then, you gotta find a way to close out a distance because it's gonna be tough here. But T2K Esports, XMPL, wants to put himself into the mix. Has the buggy on hand. Are you gonna go for the clash, or do you want to fall back? I mean, after all, you are inside the zone. You are making a lot of noise. And Alter Ego is just right there on the right-hand corner here, waiting for you to pop out. Glue Squad here, they do have 2 vehicles to play with as well. And this is going to come in pretty handy as the zone will close out in 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And they are also moving in a little bit closer in the middle, anticipating where the next stage will be popping off. But one thing is they haven't had any of the eliminations just yet, though. Again, this is going back to basics in survivability. Make sure that all, if not most, of your players, of your teammates will be surviving before heading to early engagement. But as you can see on the right hand side, the top 5 in this groupings has been taken down. They will give way for those who are trying to catch up to grab all those points. And who's doing most of the point grabbing? It is Hail Esports, who already have 5 to their name, only losing 1 player.
And it's just a story of the underdogs here on this very night. I mean, after Brawl, we've only seen Team RRQ being the squad to take away the spotlight coming in from the underdogs. But on the round number 1, 3, and now bound to be 4, it is truly going to be the round of the underdogs. Let's see if it's going to be the same case now. I mean, 7 elements, they have this opportunity right now to prove themselves worthy as well. They have 76 points in total, but one thing that they are so good at right now, especially on their first round, is that they can rack up those kills pretty convincingly.
Exactly, especially if they have good position for side of T24, but they haven't grabbed that opportunity just yet. A lot of teams has taken that against them, and thus their movement, their performance has been hampered. But there's no being hampering on the performance and movement of T2K. They want to rush in and probably take down the whole squad of YOODO Lions. Shots from afar. And it's not just this teams. It is Haley Esports in the battle against CMFxGSM. And let's see who will survive. Engagement after engagement between 4 teams. 2 on the other side that we just saw. 2 that right here between CMFxGSM and Hale Esports. Let's see who will survive as Smokes will try to cover them. Oh, sights of Alter Ego as well joining in the party.
C-Sky only getting tagged up. CMFxGSM getting eliminated now. Stay ranked number 9 out of the 16 teams that we have here in this competition. T2K Jane gets taken down by YOODO Alliance. And that's going to be now T2K Esports overall getting the domination run here so far. 7 Elements just on the warehouse. Might just be able to put themselves on the mix. Glue Squad is on rotation as well, coming in from the ridges. And now they want to put themselves into the mix now. T2K Esports on top of the hillside. Glue Squad just right around. And I think this might just be them having their backs against the wall.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to get away from the trap. And with that approach, with that engagement, they might be able to peel out. But GLU squad right now, they survived the longest. Not even getting a few of those elimination compared to what we've seen YOODO Lions has to offer in this game. They grab a few a little bit higher than GLU, but the unfortunate thing is they didn't survive the longest. But at number 8, I guess they will be grabbing one of those placement points. Boom Esports right now will try to maintain holding on to that high ground and the ridge as well, because they have a clear view of some of the teams, but they are also on the spot of being taken down. And especially now that the next stage has brought everyone else a little bit further in the middle.
Centralized, not the best shape, but unfortunately, I mean quite fortunately for them, they do have the they don't really have the attention right now for them. So it's just all about Boom Esports here alongside with T2K. I mean, 7 Elements here, about to battle it out. Crazy on the front lines.
Whoop.
Does have the AR to play with. Can he swing by? Sprays down. Gets one tagged up, knocked to the ground. Now, Goku bot looking to get a refrag. Molotov's out, healing up. A lot of things happening here. Molotov here from the side of 7 Elements might just got this one through. And oh my days, this is going 50-50 here. Could it be 7 Elements or could it be Boom Esports? And now Boom Esports, they go 1 player down. 7 Elements now in control of the situation, but they still need to get the last 2 players tagged up down to ground for them to get the eliminations.
Unfortunately for the side of 7 Element, as much as they do a lot in knocking down Boom Esports, they haven't confirmed all those eliminations. Thus, no points goes to them. Boom Esports trying to survive. Recovery on their way. A lot of nades being thrown, and Akul receive a nade from who TF is love. And T2K will be joining the party right now, the third party. Well, in real life, you don't want to be in this position, but these teams want to jump in.
And action still ensues. Who the hell is love pushing in? And in the process, Boom Esports to get the domination round. 5 elements for them. 7 Elements closing in the distance. Sprays down. Gets the kill. Can he get some more? Turns around. Spray will do. Look at he do. And oh my day, 7 Elements still alive and kicking. The nade flies through, but it doesn't matter. And Boom Esports, that's going to be enough for 7 Elements to do to eliminate them from the scene.
Yep, Boom has received a boom, pow from 7 Element, but they're in the battle right now. T2K will be moving in, and T2 will be going down, and 7 Element out on number 6. Left with 5 teams. T2K still alive, complete with 4 members, and they have 9 eliminations already to their side. And who's tying them in the manpower? It's Alter Ego, but only has 1, and the rest, Halo Esports, 7 eliminations, starting off hot, but only already lost 1, or make that 2, courtesy of Alter Ego.
Once more, Alter Ego, full, complete set of players. DX, on the contrary, is having a hard time right now. Just so much utilities flying through the skies, and they have to deal with 2 teams here right around. 1 from the front, 1 from the left. And now Hale here, dropping the smokes, looking to play around it.
Whoa.
Now, DBS in play. Straight down. Can he get the kill? 1 more shot to connect. Puts him down to the ground. And now, Halo Esports and DX, they're trying to survive for dear life, but D2K and Alter Ego is just sandwiching him as of the moment.
Yep, sure right now. He'll receive a lot of damage and taken down. Halo Esports will be eliminated, and that is with the help of the other teams. Alter Ego and T2K, who went in for the fight, left with 3 teams fighting. Alter Ego, though, 1 is on the ground. Alba will not be getting up, and it is a 2v3v4 situation. Make that, yep, 2v3v4 situation. T2K in a great advantage.
Good for them. Top 3 remains. T2K, they have 12 elimination points, and they have the best odds right now of winning this clash. Well, GLD here, they don't really have a lot to things to present, and they haven't really proven anything at all, so this is the perfect opportunity for them to change things up, while Alter Ego, once more, haven't been really hurt as well, and they unfortunately get taken down here by T2K. 1 squad, 1 player down here so far.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to recover that 1 player, because T2K has a great disadvantage overall. Manpower advantage, also complete like a number of eliminations. Thus, they have received a lot of those loots from those loot crates, and Alter Ego has been eliminated. GLU, on the other hand, survivability. From the beginning, stayed quiet. This time around, even with 0 elimination, they grab a few more in placement, and they are firing back. They are getting all of those points that they won in this match. They don't mind if they don't have that a lot of elimination, as long as they can show up to the final 2. But how can they if 2001 will be knocked out with a grenade?
T2K, as I would say, time to kill this round. 1 more elimination to go. Until then, they are going to be able to win the winner chicken dinner. What can you do? Absolutely none. And it's going to be T2K getting the most eliminations and getting the chicken dinner.
Finally, after a long while of them fighting back against the enemies, they end the last 2 teams, and they grab that winner chicken dinner with a lot of elimination. The game style of teams differ, but their energy remains the same. So let's see, with the 27 total points of T2K, how much higher can this bring them on the overall ranking?
I think it's a very, very convincing margin that they were able to bring up, and I'm really proud for them. I mean, they worked really hard on this round of Miramar, and gotta talk about the decision making that they were able to do as well. I mean, on that last and final clash, for a moment they were at the middle of the map, but fortunately the diversion of attention that 7 Elements was able to do up against Boom Esports, that brought them to that very clash. And soon enough, T2K decided to take the warehouse where 7 Elements was at, and that was the playing field that they held on to until they were forced to play the next few circles.
Yeah, I mean, it's different tactics really that showed us, but from what we've seen, I mean, greatness from difference that they offered. And as you can see, offered right now, or damage taken rather, is more towards the side of Doki, but who TF is Love? Earlier, we saw how much elimination he has, and if I'm not mistaken, he had 10 elimination, knockdown, well, even like a little bit more compared to the rest of the teams, 8. And there's not so much to, I would say, weed out anyone from T2K. Everyone did terrific job individually, but it is who TF is Love who will be our MVP for this game. 58.82 team contribution. That's more than half of the whole performance just from this guy.
I mean, 10 eliminations for one single person. That is something that you get to see from one overall squad, especially when we got to see Aegon I8 earlier. But this guy single-handedly got those under his hands secured, and a damage of 1,168, survival time of 25 minutes and 29 seconds, and a team contribution run of 58% overall, and that's just more than half of what he offered to get this victory here for T2K.
Yep, and for the side of T2K, well, only one has been given to a different team. Highest healing done, and it is Sea Sky only, and then the rest is just who? TF is Love, and as well as highest assist coming from XMPL. I would say XMPL really did a great job in most of the instances that we see him play, because he provides all those support from a long range. He used a mini 14, and that's where the other players of T2K really manages the elimination.
I attracted Neptune Curse, by the way. Voted for Team RRQ. Went from being the #1 team now to the last team here for this round of Miramar. But yeah, I mean, props to T2K once more. 27 points for them. Second of all, Halo Esports getting 10. BTR on 8. AE on 8. Glue on 7. Boom and DX will just be right around right there. 6 and 5. Team XERXIA with 4. Same goes for a set of 7 elements. And the rest goes on.
Yep, and as we look at the overall standings, well, our still on the top though, so we can take that away from them. NIGMA Galaxy on the second. Stalwart Esports still remains, and probably the groupings that they are part of. BIGETRON Red Villains with only 6 more points to overtake and take a few of the higher spots against Stalwart Esports, but 7-9 moved up a little bit. Dewa United has been pushed down, and Kagendra the Garuda will be in there on 7 and more than 8. But with D2K's performance this time around, very, very close to crossing over the first page. 3 spot that they move up, pushing Halo Esports, Alter Ego Ares, even GLU Squad, number 2nd in the previous match right now, and leaving behind a few more of these teams. Boom, Morph GPX, Genesis Esports, and CMFxGSM.
CMFxGSM on the top 16 once more, and if ever, let's say, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Aegon A8 can retain the momentum that they can show later on the next round, till then we might just be able to expect that CMFG might just get overtaken by these 2 squads right there. 7 element on the contrary, not too far behind as well. I mean, if you look at the differences between the top 17 to 19, it's only by 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, 1 point difference, not so much to catch up, but I guess it's more of how many matches and how much more is needed for them to move higher, to bring themselves a lot of those bonus points. And again, guys, for those of you who are just jumping in here after so much days of competition, it's not just week number 2's performance, it's the bonus points that they will grab as a combination of week 1 and 2, and this is what is being shown right now. Week 1 and 2 total points for Miracle Vibes still on top. No way that they can go down in with one match, because the lead is just so much more than 50 against Kagendra. What? Kagendra NIGMA Galaxy tied at 303. I guess this is the 3rd time that I've seen 303 on our screens. The first one was yesterday when we were shown the number of throws in one of the Miramar maps. But as we look right now, in number 16th spot, 7 element is in there. That really shows how much your performance in one game has to offer in moving up spots.
Yeah, definitely, and that's really well for them. Here, I do apologize. I did have a misconception with the overall rankings. We are going to be combining week 1 and week 2 for this very case, so props to these squads right now. I mean, Alter Ego's Ares not too far behind. A bit of a catch-up that they gotta do. Glue Squad as well, alongside with Aegon A8. I mean, Aegon A8 does have this run here for tonight that could really come in convincingly, and if they can retain that one true later on, we might just be able to see them scratch that mark to make it to the grand final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we want to see the aggressiveness of Aegon I8, but again, at some point, for those who might not be able to make it on to the grand finals, there's a factor where there's nothing to lose. Thus, they become aggressive. They muster up all those courage, all those aggressiveness into one game in the final few matches, because they know there's not much of thinking that needs to be done once they are left out in there at bottom. But a little bit of hope is being shown coming from this team. So for those of you who are in here, hoping that you will be staying as we are going for the quick break. Once again, Neptune and Warden will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and once again, I am Neptune, the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the Warden, and we are back in the Clash of Giants Season 2. We just witnessed the final Miramar of the playoffs, because later on, we are going to jump into a back-to-back ERANGEL, and for those who are proficient enough in this map, they can take advantage of this situation, and looking forward to do so, Warden.
I mean, you know, as we move over now to the last and final maps here for this tournament, we are going to be going to, obviously, ERANGEL, a Jungle Coast map, and a snowy map later on at round number 6. So,
yeah,
I want to see the one play out. I mean, it's going to be my first time casting that very map, so I'm pretty hyped up myself. But yeah, man, I mean, overall, just by looking at the top 4 teams that have been able to put up scratch for tonight's game, we've had 4 different squads in total, coming in from Team RIQ to what? If I'm not mistaken, we had one from 7 Elements, one as well here from T2K, and I did forget the fourth one. No, the third one. It was Kagendra. So we had 4 different teams winning. Will it be the same case? I think so as well.
Yeah, let's see. And for those of you guys, the case is we want to invite everyone to watch this stream, because a lot of giveaways has to be offered. But this is what you were talking about earlier. Just a recap of those who grabbed the winner chicken dinner. So far, that's 2 ERANGEL, 2 Miramar already done and dealt with, and those teams that we have, as Warden mentioned. But back to ERANGEL, Group A and C will be jumping in, and Group B will be seeing this out. So for the sides of for the teams rather of For Miracle Vibes, Alter Ego, Stalwart Esports, CMFxGSM, SEM9, as well as GLU squad, they won't be part of the mix, and this is a chance for the other teams to take over the ranks once again.
And here we have the 2 groups here that will be out. We're grouping Group C. We got BTR, DX, T2K, RIQ, XIA, YALL, or YOODO Alliance, GE and Hill. On Group C, we got PJ, EV, NGX, Aegon I8, BN, NVS, Morph X, and we have DU and Kagendra.
Yeah, I mean, these teams really has a lot to offer. Most of them are coming from the same region, so pretty much they know the game style of each, and hopefully we'll see those game style come into fruition as we jump into the OG map. For the prediction, I mean, like, I don't want to put any team out for this. I'm trying to do my best to put in a great prediction, oh, here's one thing. Let me predict BN United to be in there because they're not playing. So they're still part of Group C, but they're not playing. At least I'm not cursing anyone. So lock that in. BN United on the prediction.
Well, that's a very finicky choice, but hey, I'm gonna go for Kagendra for this one. Really safe one for here. I mean, after all, you're not gonna be cursing any teams. On the contrary, I perhaps gonna be a very bold guy here, and I want to go for Kagendra. I mean, Kagendra is one of those squads that was able to scratch a win on towards the third round. I wouldn't be so surprised if they can do exactly the same thing. I mean, after all, this is the map that they were able to get their first win, so let's see if they can do that.
Yeah, the aim, my predictions now this time around up until probably the end of the tournament is not to be getting the right team, but not curse any of the teams out of those I'm choosing. But let's head over to the next game. This is where it gets exciting. The OG map that we are going to meet all these teams, and let's see if the drop points given by the flight path as well as the first stage will give us early engagement. Overall 25 seconds to spare before we jump into the plane and the teams jump in to this game.
You know, fun fact about ERANGEL is that CMFxG was never really part of the original map itself, and it was added alongside with the Mini 14. And when you wanted the Mini 14, most likely it will be located at CMFxG. So that's gonna be one fact for you guys. And let's see if that could be applied as well here for this run of ERANGEL. Once more, second to the last we go. Neptune, it's gonna be another promising run here for the flight pass, as it's gonna be centralized here, slicing through ERANGEL.
Yep, coming from Mill to Power. So this is from the east and heading into Zarki. And I guess the only thing that the only teams that will be worried right now is those trying to reach Sosnovka military base, as well as if anyone will try or attempt to go into Primors. But from the previous matches that we've seen ERANGEL, none of the teams want to jump in from that area. Most of them is just getting in the middle, and a few though, like YOODO Lions, they want to take Sosnovka military base or probably Novorepnoye, as it might be near those bridges as well. And Kagendra taking spots where the other teams are not dropping, like Alter Ego earlier. They took Lipovka. This time it's Kagendra who will take that spot.
And now we get to see the drops coming in here. Once more, safe to expect that a lot of teams will be avoiding the military base, but I do see one competition here. It's going to be YOODO Alliance going into Novo. So I'm loving what I'm seeing here so far from them, but the question remains to where is the circle locating into, and we get to see now the drops will come in. I think we might just be able to see early clashes coming in as well. And looking at the circle here, Neptune is gonna be centralized. So once more, there's not gonna be a lot of teams will be facing rotations.
Yeah, let's see if rotations will be hampered as well because of how each teams are stacked against each other in this circle, as we see already the few who might be engaging a little bit early at NIGMA Galaxy right now, already in the rooftop, who they are challenging. The Xavier 2 goes down already, and that is just by the hands of Coops.
It's a no surprise for Coops to get those precious 3-2 eliminations. I mean, after all, this guy's in an MVP, so that's gonna be a nice run here for NIGMA Galaxy so far. And they want to close out the distance. I mean, after all, this is a really good opportunity for them to get those precious eliminations back and to take over the placement that RIQ stole away from them. DX Xavier, Paladin here with a Bison doesn't really have a lot to play with. And at the same time, they only spawned in with 3 players. That's going to be 2 down. So there's going to be no room at all for errors now here for Paladin.
Yeah, Paladin needs to be very, very quiet right now, survive this. And NIGMA Galaxy, I mean, I think there's a lot more that they want to ask for from, especially with this early engagement that we've been showing. And it's more of probably grabbing that #1 spot once again against RRQ. But, well, the Xavier, they're taking my advice. They're not moving an inch, not even breathing. And it's a good thing that the damage is not being taken if you don't breathe out of the water.
Well, Paladin has no room to breathe in at all. I mean, He's all alone, and now Enigma Galaxy is now inside the same room. He's gonna get sprayed down. And that's the first squad said and done. DX Xavier out from the chase, and a bit of a tease right there for Enigma Galaxy, owning this town.
Let's see if the town will be owned, and a lot more will be given as they move in later on. But again, this is one good play for them. 3 eliminations, a point being given. That is just coming from the players of the Xavier. Just to set the expectation, the Xavier start games with only 3 players. Thus, there is no more that they can offer in this match in terms of elimination point.
Yeah, now talking about Gendra here, they are leaning towards the furthest eastern side of the map. So, and the closest opposition that they have is obviously going to be PJEV, and that's going to be too far as well. And they're anti Yasnia right now, while Kagendra playing around near the prison side, alongside the overall, nothing much really to talk about there for them. But moving over to Genesis Esports, they are at the central part of the map, and Team XERXIA is the closest opposition that they have.
Yeah, let's see if the closest opposition will show us a little bit of early engagement with gunshots happening not so far from Genesis Esports, and they need to really get prepared right now. But I would agree, XERXIA is also preparing for the battle at hand, and well, we've seen how much Megamind and the rest of the gang has put into this battle, but not so much that they can move up halfway through in this week's overall standing.
No, Team XERXIA here is one of those squads as well that has been, somewhat a squad that could try to put themselves into the mix, but unfortunately, with their whole decision making, they always get caught in the middle. And I think it's also going to be correlating to how well or how lopsided they've been using their utilities. But keep in mind, mechanically wise, they are a really good team.
Yeah, let's see if they can show up a lot more in that greatness. Not so much of engagement. Well, apart from what we've seen earlier, this is just something that we really expect once we jump into the latter part of the game, because there's really so much that they can lose, especially in this few moments. But I would agree. I'm feeling the same way, Warden, and hopefully we'll see a lot more in terms of the gunfights, because I'm inching to shout out the names who's going for the elimination.
Oh yeah, definitely here. Genesis Esports once more. I mean, a very convincing squad here. I just hope that they try to avoid unnecessary gunfights, because clearly it's a really tough case. Now on the feed, we do see MPRX does get one player here from the set of Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma Galaxy, they started off strong, but now they are getting shut down from the distance here, coming in from Morph GPX.
Yeah, Morph GPX right now, they have good position and a good chance, probably prize Enigma Galaxy, but they're not risking it. They don't want to risk that much, because we've seen how much the Enigma Galaxy can bring in gunfights, especially with their battle against the Xavier. So they will just hang back. But I think Freak already had a good sight of Cleon from the far end. Not quite sure how or why they spot him. Probably a few of those pot shots has been made by Cleon, giving out his position. But Boboho will come to the rescue. It's already 2 down out of a full squad from Morph GPX. Let's see if they can pull in a few more of the cavalry.
Yeah, just one on the Cathedral, one inside a house. The Galaxy, I think they want to close out the distance. This is exactly where they excel at. So, moving over once more. They only have one player that has been able to rack up the points. It's about time for the rest of the squad here for Enigma Galaxy to put himself into the mix and try to win more gunfights. Morph X on top. Bobo Ho down. Now, what? A bit of a miss up right there. Megatron Red Villains. Just get one player tagged up down to the ground. Bit of a mix-up here and there. Dancing all across. Can they get this one true? One player knocked down here for the side of Megatron Red Villains. And now it's all going to come down to this last and final player. Can he get it true? May be the case. They're going to fall down to the ground. Ranking 13 for this round.
And that has been brought in by Hale Esports, and I guess like it's not just me who was surprised, because the battle between these two teams started off while we are waiting for the other ones on the other side. And Hale Esports, though, despite of one knockdown from them, he was in a safe spot to be confirmed, and it's just a continuation of them engaging inside the compound that really saved that one guy who has knocked out. And I guess they are still alive, and they will be kicking, but the question is for how long, because apart from being outside of next stage, a lot of teams will be heading in. This time we have RRQ in the battle. The question is who will survive against them, and let's see if Genesis Esports, not so much of a fight from Genesis Esports.
Oh, definitely not at all. Genesis Esports is trampling all over the cross, dominance effect, collateral shots, and Team RRQ, they're gonna be able to overpower them down. And that's exactly how they want to rule things down here, especially on this round. I mean, after all, they are the #1 team here for the time being, and they want to get this one through. But once more, another squad that they got to deal with this time around, it's going to be Team XERXIA.
Yeah, Team XERXIA. Well, get position, though. It's quite far, and they have good advantage. And there you go, the advantage being taken. But not only that, we have PERSIJA, EVOS in the mix as well, trying to shoot them down. So RRQ and PERSIJA just gunning against Team XERXIA. But it's RRQ who is just raking up a lot. 5 eliminations already to their name. 1 has gone down, but I think they will be able to pick him up. Nerpeko on the rooftop, just looking for anyone to shoot, but no one shows up. I don't think anyone will show up, especially with how aggressive RRQ is doing. But no! Lynx right now on the other side will be battling Kagendra, and Lynx managed to go in for a fight, but the thing is, PERSIJA, EVOS on the losing end, only 1 remaining to their name compared to the 2 that Kagendra has. And here comes the buggy of XERXIA, but you don't want to rush this, especially with a DBS or is it an S12K in your hand, and Zero trying to zero in against XERXIA.
He goes down to the ground. Kagendra, they wave their hands goodbye. PERSIJA, EVOS now eliminated as well. Same goes for the set of Kagendra on number 10. So unfortunate, but it is what it is. But for the time being, the heavy hitters are still alive. RRQ and NGX. Now, it's going to be damn battling things out. And if they do go for the commitment, only one will reign supreme for this run. Lord from up top. 2 players down below. RRQ. Do you want to go for the clash? Do you want to go for a better look?
Yeah, let's see if he'll get a better look right now. Aegon I8. IQ gameplay against the Joker. This is a good matchup, but no! Jokes beats IQ in that battle. Like, you can be funny. You can't be smart and funny at the same time.
I mean, you call those people clever. You're clever, Neptune.
The thing is, Hale Esports right now is dominating this game, this lobby, and they are pulling off clever moves. And let's see, as the next phase is already showing up, this will squeeze in the remaining 9 teams in this battle. But not only that, Hale Esports is still continue their engagement against Aegon I8, and well, they just need to survive. Palak right now going for the flank. NC2 sees 1, but DBS might scare them along. 1v2 situation, 1 goes down already. Another one. NC2, I would say, is a nice game for this guy.
Oh, give him another one. Still a lot more opportunities here up front. Can he get some more sprays down on the buggy? Can he go? Unfortunately not. 1 more bullet to connect. They get this through. Hale Esports. Hailing them. Honestly, they deserve the praise, because that was just such a remarkable run from them. Multi-kills after multi-kills. 4, 2, and 2. That's going to be 8 kills so far. All because of the runs that they've had on this vicinity.
Yeah, and well, unfortunately, Sky only. Hopefully, he's putting a lot of damage in terms of assist, because elimination is being confirmed by the rest of the gang. But overall, like Hale Esports, I would say, yeah, they are being hailed right now by a lot of teams with their performance. Left with 8 teams. XERXIA, though, on a bitter end, but as we are praising Hale, They receive the gunfight, and who shows up? It's T2K.
T2K, previous winners. You have a full composition, but one player's knocked down. Haley Esports wants to go head-to-head. Biggest mistake of your life. They go down to the ground. I mean, T2K looked like they were at their weakest, but it wasn't the case. And they're going to be able to stall down so far the momentum here for the set of Haley Esports. T2K from the far. 8x, 6x in hand. Going to spray down, doesn't really spot down the angle. But so far, Haley Esports, it's a very scary situation for them. And if they can't find a way to get out from the scene soon enough, they might just get taken out.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to peel out from this compound. A good distraction from the other teams, though, would do them well. But right now, I think this is a clear view, and the view is getting clearer overall. They want United right now. Almost, but Joker beats him. Galak will be knocked down with a God Nade coming from Joker, and Haley Esports, they are still continuing in the battle, the fight, the hunger that they're showing from the early engagement that we see.
Haven't been heard for such a long time, but now they want to put themselves into the scene. Roaring through the skies, making their presence felt. They've been screaming, and they've been loud, and they've been heard. Now Joker on top, cooking up the nade, dropping it through. Can he get the connection?
Whoop.
Pops it down. No connection whatsoever. Simultaneously, the zone gets close up, but they're not affected. Joker, instead of smoke, hopping inside, hesitant to make the push. And that's exactly what I like to see. Discipline must come true here for Haley Esports.
Yep, I would agree. See Sky only so much of discipline that he hasn't put in a lot of elimination, but I guess this is his chance right now, as he is the one going in for the flank. Distraction being done by Joker, and well, let's see if this will play well. Galak still not picked up, or I guess he was, and they will be recovering, but well, they will have this advantage, especially with Haley Esports only left with 2 players. Nukes will not see any nooks and crannies at this point because they are currently covered with some smokes.
Instead of smoke, someone turn on the ventilators. I can't see a thing. You know, inside. Hack Esports. I love that. But, you know, Dewa United here on the number 6 spot right now for the overall rankings. Has to find a way to get this one through as well. Haley Esports inside. They want to go for the DVS now. A shotgun, a pump action shotgun will be found inside, and that's obviously going to be overpowered by the DVS. And now Haley Esports has their backs against the wall. It's only going to be Joker left alone here to clutch things up. What can he do up against 4 players of Dewa United?
And there you have it, DBS. That's one thing that you can pull out this Dreambreaker shotgun and put out all the players of Dewa United, but he is in a receiving end right now, and also being cornered. Pickups being done, but no! Daybot goes down, nade thrown at him, recovery being attempted, but Joker will not be taken out that easily. It is a help from external force, and Yule is even managed to go down, but finally, with the help and the damage from T2K, Hale goes down.
Yeah, Hale goes down, and what's about to see now, but T2K Esports, they want to put themselves into the mix as well. Dewa United, just right around, nade flying through. They want to go for the clash. Another nade will be cooked up. Dewa United getting pinched up. A lot of nades flying through in T2K. They do get 1 player knocked down. Molotov flies in. Love falling back.
Love received a free trial from hell in that moment, but they are raining fire towards Dewa United. Rain grenade at that moment, and well, Hale is away, but they put in not only hail but also rain, like a shower of nades in that battle. Shopper, though, that sounds like shower, is just waiting for his opportunity because he's being gunned down. Despite of him hiding out in that small shack, he is being gunned down by a lot of teams, and he needs to get away. Morph GPX, though, YOODO will not be teleported and using any of his decoy at that moment because NGX has something in mind.
Yeah, they got 5 eliminations now total for them. That's going to be a milestone reached out, but Rove is now eliminated from the squad, though. NGX, I think that was the clash that we got to see earlier from them when they were getting shot by MorphX, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see if ever, let's say they can recover from the scene. And once more, looking at the circle, very close one it is, and it's gonna be a big clash here for Freak. Sprays down, doesn't get the kill, and now the predecessors that they had earlier will be the bane for them as they get forced down to the last two players here for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, let's see if NIGMA Galaxy will be able to fire back. And Morph GPX right now taking advantage of that situation, and it's a 2v2 between those two teams with X's on their names, but with the ones on the top three, we have a T2K, YOODO Lions, as well as RRQ just switching over, changing their percentage of winning. But who's coming in, knocking it of NIGMA Galaxy? It is RRQ, but there's not so much of knocking being done by RRQ. They're the ones being knocked down.
NIGMA having a hard time. SL looking to close down the distance, but the DVS is not going to be able to do anything at all. And RRQ, they wave their hands goodbye. It's all going to come down now to T2K, YOODO Alliance, MorphX, and NGX.
And the thing is, RRQ is a complete squad earlier before they jumped in, but they were the ones being surprised and hit. Now YOODO Lions is trying to do the same. Let's see if NIGMA Galaxy can give them the same story. One goes down from this team of NIGMA Galaxy, and well, there's no way for them to get in because of the Molotov that has been pulled out right now, and they need to be careful because you don't want to risk it, especially with what they did to RRQ from that moment that they rushed in. But the pickup not yet being done. They might have been spotted, but here comes Koops, and Koops will be taken down with DBS, but with that Molotov response and bring one down.
I'll bring one down, but the recovery and the pickup can still happen here for the side of YOODO Alliance. But now they got to worry about T2K once more, possibly going back to back here. I mean, come on, man. 7 elimination for them. They have the 50% win rate. They do have one player knocked down, but that's because of the courtesy of Morph GPX. So Morph GPX could be the kryptonite here for T2K, but at the same time, you know, the numbers not looking so bright for them.
Yeah, exactly. And well, with Morph GPX in the mix of everyone else in here, it will be a three-way battle from how to position themselves. But Jane says otherwise. What do you mean three-way battle? We want to go team versus team later on, so I'm going to drop one of the teammates. Is now left to Bobo Ho and yes, UTF Love as well as XMPL will be sighted, will be spotted, will be gunned down, but respond onto Bobo Ho leaves him crawling with only a few HP.
Now, with YOODO Alliance once more having this very convincing run, they might just be able to steal this one away from T2K as they have the better odds now. But 4 players still remains on the battlefield. 1 down here for T2K. Morph GPX on the contrary only has to rely with Bobo Ho here, and he is on the middle side. Spraying down the car. Jane, are you going to make a detonate to get the kill, or do you want to gather your attention so far to the next opposition? So far, Morph GPX still alive and kicking. Smokes deployed, and I think this might just be him ratting things out later on.
Let's see if he will be able to write things out, but UTF is Love thinks otherwise and eliminates the final members. Down to 2 teams, a 3v4 situation. One's with 8 elimination, the other one with 5 elimination, and it's YOODO Lions who had less numbers. Now, Doki and UTF is Love is already creeping in against Klook, who is backing off, and well, let's see if the bait will work this time around, because apart from the ridge that he is taking, we have a few more of their teammates already getting the angle if in case they rushes in against Klook.
You know, T2K earlier was in the verge of getting eliminated as they only had 2 players standing strong. 2 was knocked down, but YOODO Alliance was a bit too slow for their spawnman. Until then, they really lost that opportunity to go for the clash and go for the third party. But hey, you know, a reset will come in. It's going to be a 3v4 overall. And look at the map control here for the set of YOODO Alliance. Actually, they do have 1 player pushed up. I do believe that's going to be Leo for you, but has 2 players up front. 2 players down below, actually. And he does get 1 now, forcing it down to a 3v3. But the cavalry comes in. Can he get some more? Only a Bison in hand, and a Dream as well, up against an AR and a DVS. What can you do? Cavalry comes in, but the diversion of the attention will work out, and they find another one now. It's it's gonna be a 2v3, 2 knockdown.
And it is now a 2v2 right now, and love how the Bison's being used right here. But a counter against DBS will not really work that well. Flax, names being thrown, misses that opportunity, and the pickup will not be done. Names being thrown against the YOODO Lions as Jane, like it's a hit and run. You throw and run rather. Jane throws, backs off, pulling them in, and who TF is Love has a good angle to run them down. But the thing is, Jane goes a little bit deeper, and it is just left to who TF is Love, who receive a lot of damage, down to a 1v1. Let's see who survives.
Big flash coming in, sprays down.
Ooh!
And the YOODO Alliance, despite the fact that they are on the bottom of the scoreboard, they get this one through, and they get their own chicken dinner as well.
I love the ending for this one, and I guess this is another one that goes to the books of Pika, because it did mention yesterday or the other day when we were casting that he rarely sees a guy ends the match with a Bison. And we saw that from YOODO Lions for the final match of 3v4. They pulled the Bison, brings down 2, and towards the end, well, though it's not the Bison, I thought it's not, but they still managed to grab that winner chicken dinner and a total of 19 points for the lead.
That is really impressive, honestly. I mean, I wasn't expecting them to be able to perform like this, especially at the last day of the playoffs. I mean, the pressure was just really high right there, but it didn't matter for them. The composure was so spot on. I mean, after all, before we got to see the last and final clash on the last circle, it was a 3v4. They were able to wrap around with the Bison in hand, force it down to a 3v3. Calvary comes in and they get a double chow, and they push it down to a 2v3, but they get traded off. Became a 2v2, and then at the end of it, became a 1v1. That was a match that I want to see every single day of my life.
And this is just a preview of what YOODO Lions has to offer. Though, yes, as you mentioned, they're really not high up on in terms of week 2 leaderboard, but like especially with moments just like that, team versus team, they had a huge chance of winning, especially with there's no distraction coming from the others, no third party happening. But let's not take it away from Coops, because he will be the MVP despite of the other teams grabbing that winner chicken dinner. Look at that, 6 eliminations and also 1067 on the damage. Who wouldn't say that this guy did a lot, because he carried his team 75% in terms of contribution.
Bagging the MVP is no stranger for the set of Coops. It's not the first time that we got to see him on the stage right now, and it's just going to be adding more wealth to his name here. And overall, talk about him being the MVP. He is the MVP of the match here. I mean, he has the highest eliminations, highest damage, and the most knocks.
Yeah, and including the mix is Olio coming from YOODO Lions, the team that grabbed that winner for the chicken dinner. Not only that, Morph GPX with Bobo Ho right here. He is a guy who really has brought in a lot from this team. But looking at the overall scores right now, T2K very close to the 19 points that YOODO Lions has, and that is just a difference of the placement that really did a lot for YOODO Lions. NGX though, they are very close in the number of elimination, but well, hail Esports, 9 elimination despite of them only grabbing 1 point for placement.
Yeah, only 1 point. Really unfortunate right there, but hey, point is still a point, and it could really come in handy later on and tally things up on who moves on to the grand finals. But now overall ranking still the same here for the solid of top 8. It's just that T2K Esports was able to, you know, overtake the teams from the previous page, and that's gonna be him. It's gonna be them now here on the number 8 slot.
Yeah, let's see if they can move up a little bit higher, because later on, once we see that second page, it might not be that far. Oh, it's quite far though. If I'm saying that's 136 against a 123 that Formical Vibes, then there's still a huge catch-up that needs to be made, especially for 4MB to move up, because they are being pushed down little by little, and you don't want to happen. But with performance coming from the teams, Hail Esports especially, the number of eliminations they're done, they are closing the gap against those above them. Morph GPX also moved up 1 spot, and the rest in here for third page. Well, there's a lot of changes, but not quite sure if this will really matter, especially if this is the same position that they have when the week started, or when the tournament started for week 1.
Yeah, so YOODO Alliance, I mean, it goes to show that since they did win the very round, there is room for potential for them to prove something more in this competition. I mean, we still have like, what, 2 more rounds to go before we wrap up the night, so there's still more opportunities here for the side of YOODO Alliance.
Yeah, let's see if that is the case. Overall, right now, we have seen a lot in terms of changes in our teams, in our rankings, but well, we'll have to find out because we are jumping into another ERANGEL, and this time around there's no more other maps in between that might change the momentum of the game. This is just these teams are trying to go for that momentum. But as we look at a combination overall of week 1 and week 2, well, that number 1 spot still remains. NIGMA Galaxy though has moved up 1 spot and they are now on 2nd place, beating Kagendra, or pushing Kagendra down. D2K Esports with that performance very close against Kagendra though, now on number 4, and BIGETRON Red Villains pushed down 1 spot.
Yeah, BIGETRON Villains, they were having a hard time coming in from the last 2 previous rounds, so really unfortunate for them to be at that case, but hey, they're still on the top 16, and that's exactly what you want to get the big box later on for the grand finals. Moving over now to 19-16, it's going to be Haley Esports overtaking PERSIJA EVOS. Actually, same goes for Boom Esports here, so it's going to be very unfortunate here for them. Now, 7 Elements, they do have 204 points, but I can't wait to see how many points does the next page has, because this is the top 16 we're talking about, and if 7th Element can push through and perform better, most likely they will get thrown out from the chase, and there is a bit of a discrepancy that Alter Ego Eris has to chase down, but at the same time it's not too far. It's only going to take like 1 game to overpower and overtake 7 Elements.
I agree. I mean, if my math is right, it is so 203 minus 197, that's a lot. Yeah. No, I mean that's 7 points that you need to grab, or 7 or 8 points that you need to grab just to make that lead and jump onto the other side. But again, it's not yet over. It's not yet over until it's over, and they still have one more of that big map, which is ERANGEL, and then later on VIKENDI will be put in the mix because of the bonus points. But for this time around, we're going to jump in for a very quick break, so don't go away. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Ruthless Hype Esports Clash of Giants Season 2. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the Warden, and this time around we are going back-to-back Erangel with different sets of group as we head to the last of the scheduled map on this playoff before we go into the top 16 bonus. But for those of you who aren't here who don't know, we are giving away all these prizes: 5 of the HyperX headphones, 2 of the AirPods, as well as iPhone 15 if we reach these milestones. 30,000 for watching on YouTube for the headphones, 50,000 for the AirPods, as well as 70,000 for the iPhone. It's only a few of those steps that you need to follow, and make sure you follow them all, and also wait for the live draw to happen. But we are now jumping into the last Erangel of today, even for the playoffs, and this is with Group B and Group C.
Yeah, and you know, looking at this now, once more we've had separate winners here from 7 Elements to RRQ, all the way down to Kagendra to T2K, and now the YOODO Alliance. And now we are bound to see these squads of Group B and Group C battle it out. So once more, NIGMA Galaxy is going to be here. Same goes for Aegon I8, BN, NVS, Morph GPX, Dewa United, and Kagendra, alongside, last but not the least, of course, PGEV. And for Group B, we have the 4 Miracle Vibes, Alter Ego, STALWART, GSM, SEM9, Glue Squad, Boom Esports, and 7 Elements.
Yep, and Group B and Group C right now will be rocking it on Erangel, and I know, sure, in a bit we re-ask of a prediction. I'm going to go first. Earlier I chose BN United, knowing that they will not be playing, and if I'm not mistaken, NB Esports didn't play, so that will be my prediction. NB Esports. I don't want to curse any other teams right now. I don't mind being wrong on the prediction as long as no one will be blaming me that I'm putting their team down early.
I mean, okay, I'm more of an opposite guy here. I think I'm gonna go for NGX because, I mean, after all, NGX is one of the best teams out there in the competition, and so far they haven't really been able to put up a really good run here tonight's game for the playoffs. Last day of the playoffs, by the way. Yeah. So I'm really hoping that they get their things fixed up, patched up. Until then, get their first winner chicken dinner for tonight.
Yeah, well, looking forward to NIGMA Galaxy to grab that winner chicken dinner. Again, Warden already has his prediction right, from one of these games. And again, I'm not aiming to get one right. I'm just aiming that every one of the team deserves what they have without my per se curse, or them like me cursing their team when it comes to prediction. But anyways, we are inching to the last Erangel of this day, and real excited on what's going to happen later on once it's over. Again, guys, as we saw in the schedule, after Erangel, we'll be jumping into VIKENDI, and it's only the top 16 who will be playing in there. Not everyone, no groupings involved. Only the top 16 will be jumping in VIKENDI and will get all those bonus points after that battle. But before we head over there, I think I'm leaping a little too forward. Like Erangel, we want to see who will pop off this time.
It's a classic map. It's a very OG map. This is the first map of PUBG overall, and there's no room for excuses here for these squads. I mean, after all, mastery is something that you got to offer in the class of Erangel. And once more, you know, fortunately for the runs of Erangel, is that the zones hasn't been too punishing. Always has been leaning towards the central part of the map. I want to see something far-fetched here. I want to see something that could just be leaning towards Kamesh here, perhaps their military base, where a lot of teams will be forced into rotations, but it hasn't been the case. Let's see if that's going to be what's going to be happening here for the last and final round for Erangel, or could it be not?
Yeah, let's see if it's either way. And I guess the game is about to begin. And the final Erangel of today, of the playoffs as well. And, well, looking forward to all those insights coming in, all those numbers being brought in. And that might change the way they are ranking, they're placing themselves on that overall. But with 20 seconds to spare, I mean, we jumped in from one epic map to another, and as we switch gears and head back to where it all began, Erangel is calling, and the battle for glory continues as countdown goes in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Let's go. I mean, overall, it's going to be the last and final round here for the official scheduled maps that we have. But obviously, once more, we do have Identity later on. But now, this is it. ERANGEL dropping in. Flight path. Looking quite awful, honestly. I mean, it's going to be eliminating the chances of teams going to Georgia Pool alongside with Remorse. Could be the Quarry as well, or Gatka. But at the same time, we all know how committed these squads are in regards to going for the respective drops.
Yeah, let's see if they will still commit to their respective drops. And, well, again, we've seen a lot of teams. Yes, they might have dropped a little bit short, but they still commit using the vehicles heading over to the other side. Regardless of where the first stage is coming in, that is one of the safe plays. I think that's like the comfort zone for most of the teams. But, well, at some point, you will be pushed out of your comfort zone, especially with the first stage will be coming in. And the stages after that will push each of the teams together. So far, it's not showing up just yet. So hopefully, we'll be able to find out where the battle will begin.
I mean, after all, it's going to begin in ERANGEL.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
I mean, the night that started with ERANGEL, so it's going to end with ERANGEL as well, at least for the scheduled matches. But now, moving over, looking at the drops here. STALWART alongside with Aegon I8, and I do believe we also have another squad here dropping down the military base. And this is what I said, this is what I asked for, a zone that is not too centralized, where a lot of teams will be forced into rotations. That's going to be going to Alter Ego, to PJEV, SEM9, to even Gendra here down below. So they got to make sure that they have the vehicles to back themselves up, because later on the zone will start to hurt.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's a little bit of quarrel from the flight path as well as the first stage of the circle. Because we saw the flight path a little bit towards the east, and then even the circle is getting away from all the engagement. But who can get away when Divine pulls up a shotgun? And let's see what more they can put in this fight. But Aegon I8 right now in a chasing spree, and well, still have no view as to who they're after. Formical vibes right now on their crosshairs. But I don't quite see who they're chasing because of the view that we have.
You know, I'm so used to Formical Vibes being the only squad here on this mixture for military base, but now they got to deal with Aegon I8, and Aegon I8, they have the vehicle, they have the weapons and the vehicles right now to back themselves up. Dope 922 inside, just spray it down, and that's okay. You're gonna be able to get one, but unfortunately the second won't connect, and he gets a match to the face, down to the ground, and Formical Vibes not really having the best start.
Yeah, not really getting the best part, and there's one reason why I don't go for prediction, because at some point, if I choose them because this is one of their best map, then they might go down early, and I would be the one to blame. But let's see, Aegon I8 right now putting a lot of not only blame but also the fire and flame against Formical Vibes. Even IQ is aggressively jumping from building to building just to make sure that they will get that angle to hold. But Apex right now just waiting for anyone who peeks in, and Tommy gun in hand. Let's see what he can offer.
With a 45 ACP rounds for don't exactly know if it's gonna be the case now, but one for sure. He has to deal with it. Has to make sure that he can get the play to come true. Formical Vibes on top, waiting for Aegon I8 to close down the distance, but it's not really working out so well. And fortunately here for the side of Formical Vibes is that they don't really need to go for the clash. All they gotta do is just wait for the perfect timing, but they want to go head to head, and that's gonna be new for you. Getting one kill so far here from Formical Vibes. One player here that's gonna Falak for you, popping up the nade, throwing it all across. MP49 just on the Baron.
Ooh.
On Baron there, but misses the shot. One more bullet to connect to get the kill. Will he go for the commitment, or is he gonna fall down and the spin will come in? Formical Vibes feeling the demise. That might just be them eliminated from this round. Absolutely yes.
And this is the second time that we've seen Formical Vibes go down a little bit too soon and then in each battle. And if I'm not mistaken, earlier that was our time around in ERANGEL. So not quite sure if this is just them showing that they are human. They are people that can be put down early, or probably because they're confident that they will still be on that #1 spot and by the end of this day. So this is the last ERANGEL. I guess they just want to rest And since they will be resting a bit, but since they're part of top 16, we might see them later on VIKENDI.
At the same time, I can't really blame Formidable Vibes. I mean, after all, they are the #1 team here in this competition. And in some way, when you're at the #1 spot, you don't really have that hunger to play through, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
you just know for a fact you're still going to be advancing to the next stage of the competition. You know for a fact that there's still food on the table right after tomorrow, and there's really no motivation for you to just get this one through. Or at the same time, maybe they're just really having a bad day.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. All perspective might be cases that Formidable Vibes are encountering right now. But hopefully, if it's the bad day, hopefully they will be able to get over it and grab that momentum as well as the firepower onto grand finals. Because, well, we do have 4 days of grand finals. And real excited on how that will turn up, because so far with what has been seen from these teams, there's a pattern that really is emerging. Yes, the last day brings in a lot of aggressiveness from the other teams, but none of these teams are getting back to back, or even compared to the early parts of week 2, none of the teams are getting 2 winner chicken dinners in 1 day.
And is it possible? I think it might just be the case. I mean, after all, we've been seeing a lot of, squads here or teams that has been able to get the chicken dinner. I mean, after all, we have like 5 and we have like 7 matches in total. So it's possibly going to be the case, but at the same time, we do still have a lot of teams. But I feel bad for MorphGPX. Come on, Bobo Ho down below into the water. He does have his teammates here all around the perimeter, but up against CMFG and Bobo Ho down below. I don't think he has the chance to go after the scene, but look at the spray down here for YOODO. Can he get the kill? He gets the one tagged up, down the ground, out in the open. Easy kill for MorphGPX.
MorphGPX, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, despite the Bobo in there, he might just be a distraction given by the rest of the gang to get their attention, and then later on the rest of MorphGPX will be rushing in, similar to what we were seeing against Mad Cat. But I don't think Mad Cat has been spotted just yet, and shots onto him from the window onto the other window will be done, but not so much of damage. Memo right now receive a lot of damage. Not only that, taken and eaten a grenade coming from some of the players, and Mad Cat is one of the only player who's in the vicinity for GSM.
Ooh la la. MorphGPX just having such a good look right now in this situation. CMFG, they were supposed to be the team to watch out for on this situation right now, but unfortunately, they were unaware that MorphGPX was just surrounding the perimeter. Until then, they got sprayed down all over across this vicinity right now. And they want to claim the last and final kill here up away from CGSM to get this one said and over with, and that's going to be it. Said and done. CMFG, they get taken out from the chase. Rank 13 for this round.
Yep, and there we have it. MorphGPX, they grab the 4 elimination for their side. As we look right now on the upper right on the screen, it doesn't shift that far from where it was. The circle will still be closing in, bringing the 12 teams closer together. And it's not a reunion. This will be carnage once that happens.
7th element, Goku bot inside. T24 OP. Does have the 8x in the minute 14. But he doesn't have the angle to get the players spotted up, so that's not going to be a clash that could be happening soon enough. While, we got here player misery. Spotting one squad actually from across. He's not going to be able to go for any gunshot at all, and that's exactly what you want to do, especially if you can't really get those convincing kills. So just hold the trigger, wait for a better angle. Until then, you might be able to get the spray down.
Yeah, let's see. And there you go. One shot. Still doesn't make it, but the risk giving out his position. On the other hand, Red Phase will try to do the same. Did a little bit of damage, but not so much of a knockout. And MorphGPX will be able to get away. PERSIJA EVOS will be left behind. And how far and how long they need to travel, have yet to find out. Because earlier, when we saw our minimap, like, everyone will be pushed down towards the center of the previous zone. But right now we have action, bringing the action, and well, has put down a guy, bringing 1 point for Stalwart Esports.
Stalwart Esports, can they start racking up the kills, or are they just gonna go down one by one? And that's gonna be the case here so far on the feed. Aegon I8, 5 eliminations for them. Running through across downs, Emo top, gonna go down. To the bottom we go. Stalwart Esports, Aegon 8, truly the bane for them.
Yeah, Aegon I8 right now. That was IQ, who managed to survive with only a few HP. But no, Stalwart Esports right now thinks otherwise. They will be bringing them down. The question is, who will survive in this battle? Pickup needs to be done right now. But who's also in the mix? Alter Ego showing different side of their face as they are going for aggressive rotation and using those buggies. But well, Stalwart Esports will not be thrown off of their game. They are still focused. They know what to do to go and revive their teammate.
And they get through once more. Having a hard time here to get a read. But Alter Ego, they have the best look right now in this situation, Stalwart. All they got to do now is just find a better angle of this situation right now, because you get to see that, you know, they are facing a bit of a discrepancy here in regards to the map control. So I think they have to play around the outskirts instead. But now we get to see the final circle commence. A lot of squads here instead of mixture already. There's going to be at least 4 squads heading into rotation for the zone itself. And we do only have 11 eliminations. I mean, 11 squads remaining here for this very round.
Yeah, I'll have to find out to 4 squads from outside of the next stage. How will they do this time around? Kagendra, on the other hand, well, there's no waiting for them. I believe they are safe, but they're just making headway to the next location that they want to hold. But the risk here is with 11 teams that's already waiting for everyone to move in. There's not so much a compound to hold, and even Stalwart Esports, they just settled with a few compounds right here. It's a good thing they have this fence. They have a brick fence covering them, and they can fire back against 7 Element. But the thing is, will 7 Element just stay back and stay quiet, or will they return fire?
And I think they want to play with Fireman 7 Elements. This is one of those squads that can absolutely earn those kills easily. And the whole coordination here for 7 Elements is that they never really push out with no, you know, proper double chows. They want to get those trades. They want to get those crossfires to happen. And 7 Elements, once more, they started off the night with a lot of convincing kills. They had the first chicken dinner. So I wouldn't be so surprised as well. Some of the squads here in this vicinity can put some respect.
Yeah, so respect indeed. They can gather as well. I mean, they put a lot already in getting all those elimination, the chicken dinners. But NIGMA Galaxy, though, this time around, they are surviving, going back to the basics, not really so aggressive, not rotating that fast, not being spotted that easily. Thus, they have not gotten any elimination, but at least they're alive and kicking in the final parts of this game. And we'll have to see, we'll have to find out if anyone else from the other side of this compound of the circle will be able to spot anyone else, because it might be a standoff. It might be teams just waiting and waiting patiently for the next stages of circles.
Big clash might just come along, but 7 Element, they are just holding things down. They don't want to peek out because Stalwart's just right around. Alter Ego as well. Gokuba, he does have the 6x and the AK, but he doesn't really have the angle to play with. Zone now gonna close in. 5 more seconds to go. Battlefield gonna get smaller now.
Yeah, let's see, and how much smaller can the remaining teams survive with? And Stalwart Esports, though, good running for them, but very, very close to the team of 7 Element. And Alter Ego behind, well, and we've seen them play around with the buggy, but not so much grab all those eliminations, so they are staying safe. Despite of how risky they're doing, I think this is their way. There's their own way of playing safe.
Gonna play safely. I mean, after all, this is the last and final round here. For those squads that is not part of the top 16 overall, you gotta make this one worth it. Boom Esports gonna get tagged up from afar. 7-9, Sawa United in rotation. So you get to see that there is a lot of clashes happening here, but just from a distance. And Sem9 is one of those teams that is facing the fury of the bullets.
See who else will be facing Fury. Airdrop will be opened up by Zuxi. And again, I mean, if fun fact though, Warden, Zuxi and Luxi are twins, and they are part of PERSIJA EVOS. So, but we're Zuxi though. Luxi is not playing, and like looking forward to them pull out the twins, the Wonder Twins, and they might be showing up a little bit more. If they have that original roster. But let's see, Sem9 right now, speaking of original roster, Manparang will not be joining us in here, and guess it was Dap or probably Tam who joined us replacing Manparang, but they already lost one of their players in this lobby, but they grab one of the points. So 3 players right now just hanging by the edge of Gatka. They need to be quiet, they need to be silent, make their way through later on, and pass through the 11 teams, because despite of how many pot shots you can take, none of them is going down just yet.
Just yet. Game slowed down, but a lot of things happening from the back end. Alter Ego Ares Fnatic spraying down. The Dewa United getting tagged up just a little bit from the front. There is going to be a squad there that you got to worry about. That is Stalwart for you. So it is a bit of a wishy-washy situation here. I don't exactly know who can come out of the situation alive. I think it's just all going to come down to the zones.
See if zone will change and who will be pushed. Now, as we see Stalwart Esports, Icy already getting preparing for the flank. And for Alter Ego, they might be facing a few more. Yeah, they do have the tunnels, they do have a huge cover, but a lot will already face them in a bit. And Alter Ego receive a ton of damage. One of the rather from Alter Ego and needs to recover. I think that was Potato, and he's a little bit too deep behind enemy lines. He needs to get away, but how can you do that? The moment he peeks, he will be gunned down.
Down to the ground. Make sure that you don't peep out your head, because you're surely gonna get beamed down by the players all across. And talk about how small the circle is, and talk about how many teams are still alive and kicking here.
Exactly.
I mean, this game right here is just getting played down to the T. And each and every player here in this competition wants to play this one until it's dry. So, Kagendra on the middle. Very scary for them. You also see a lot more competition here into the mix, but one thing that I know for sure is that only one will reign supreme in this run. May it be NIGMA, Galaxy, Stalwart, Sem9, Devil United, Kagendra, Alter Ego, Glue Squad, Morph GPX, Boom Esports, PERSIJA, EVOS, or 7 Elements.
Yeah, well, pretty sure one of those will be emerging victorious. But the question is, when will it happen? Because it seems like despite of all the damage, all the gunshots happening right now, they're not really committing to it. Flyboy, though, good god nade against GLU, and this is where I ask teams to commit. Will they be committing and going for the rush? And there goes the rush. It's 7-9, but a backstab coming from GLU. They might have caught them by surprise with nades in the vehicles, but GLU are fighting back. 2001, now here playing in 2023, and he's not going out just yet. Box Bump will be recovered, will be picked up, smokes will cover them, and they remains alive. Battle on the other hand, though, is happening. It's Boom Esports and Morph GPX.
Morph GPX. Can they get this one through? Can they survive? Boom Esports is in front. Nades flying through to the window. Cook it up. Are they gonna go down? Connection comes in. One knockdown. And now we put up the M4. Looking to go for the spray down. You wanna go for the entry now. Euro on the front lines. Gets naded as well. Clean. Long to get the read. frag, has one player to the left, one player to the right. He's gonna go for the spray down, but from the backhand, he's gonna get tagged up as well, but he stays alive for the time being. Reactions quick enough.
Let's see if it will be quick enough to get away as well as to re-engage on this battle. Cleon right now, no pickup being done onto Pepeng as well as Yoru, but it is Day One United who will be eliminated next in the gunfight, and I guess Yoru has been picked up. Recovery will be done right now. A little bit too quick on the rush against Yummy, and he would say it is so delicious. Yummy will be eaten up. Boom Esports out of the game. On the other side, Stalwart Esports continues their battle against Alter Ego, but they're losing end. Only IC remains, and Alter Ego not yet seen. And this engagement, they have a chance for a surprise.
Stalwart destroying the nades here for Alter Ego. And he wants to hop right out. Biggest mistake of your life. Only one able to connect, and he's gonna go down to the ground. No revivals. Eliminated. Stalwart Esports, they go. And as time passed by, everything is getting so loud.
Yeah, then noise. And as well as the aggressiveness are being felt right here in the battlefield. PERSIJA EVOS going in for the battle, and I guess now team after team, Misery guns down the team of Morph GPX as well as Cleon managed to survive. DBS gameplay will not work against the team of PERSIJA EVOS, and again they just lined up, they just waited for the perfect moment and beat down Morph GPX. They now have 6 eliminations on their side, down to 6 teams remaining. We have a few more that needs to survive and are staying very quiet, not really engaging that much.
Not shooting off your mouth early on could really benefit you in the long run. Just take it slow, wait for the perfect timing to get this winner chicken dinner. Once again, last and final match here before we head on to the bonus. Last day of the playoffs we go. Vigendra here inside the ridge, and they are playing around here. They want to go for a spray down here up against Alter Ego, but unfortunately no connections, not just yet.
Yeah, it's difficult to get an angle, especially with all smokes also covering the approach, or I would say the exit of Alter Ego. God name coming from Frenzy right there. Potato out and down. Badru just hiding out in one of the covers in this ridge, and no, nades will not be working. Lead will be hit, but it's a good thing the rest of their teammates are here waiting, and Alter Ego, only one remains. Alva, will he be able to salva the team in terms of numbers? And again, it's very difficult being solo right now with a lot of teams roaming around.
Vigendra is now dominating the show at this late stage of the competition. You can't go against a heated up Garuda like that. But it's going to be a run here for PERSIJA EVOS here trying to make the play. Red Phase on the front line is going to go for the spray down and take some glue squads now. And it's going to be the top 5 teams that will remain. We got NIGMA Galaxy, we got Vigendra, we got PERSIJA EVOS, and we got 7 elements alongside with the one and only Alter Ego.
Yeah, as we can see, NIGMA Galaxy is already heated up. They want to roam around and look for the enemy, but Misery has been felled by the MVP Coops, and a good chance for them to recover. Use the vehicle as a cover as well. T24 will not be hiding out, and he will be gunned down. Eliminated. Bison being used by Freak in this battlefield, and Freak right now also needs a little bit of that recovery, but I think the way NGX is playing it, they're just enjoying it. There's not so much of pressure, and they are just playing the game so well that they are not being taken down that easily.
This is going to be a super showdown here between these 5 squads. 7 elements only having 1 player as well alongside with Alter Ego, and it's going to be PERSIJA EVOS here getting 1 player tagged up. NIGMA Galaxy, are you going to go for the vengeance run, or do you want to fall back? Looking like they want to utilize the truck right now to get closer to Coops, and that MVP might just remain in the battlefield for now.
As he does, and just in nick of time, Rauf almost being gunned down, and it's a good thing that distraction gameplay really worked for NIGMA Galaxy, but enough for distraction gameplay. Currently, earlier we saw them in next stage of the circle, and they are outside, so they need to move quickly and cautiously as well, so that they will not be spotted by the mini 14 of Misery. Otherwise, I would agree, it will be Misery that they're feeling.
Don't want to see no player, no team get fed with Misery. It's sad. What's sad here is that, and what's good here is that Kagendra and Nigma Galaxy, they're still alive. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, I did vouch for them.
Yeah.
And I want to see them push through with this one. Kagendra, though, is a team that I'm worried about because they are not too far as well in regards to the odds. And it's just all tied up now, but in the process, Altered Ego goes waving, hands goodbye, out from the slash round of ERANGEL. Top 4 remains.
Top 4 remains, and well, it might be same story for 7 Element, unless they will be able to hide out. Gunfights and gunshots happening all over the map. The remaining areas of the map, but with the blue closing in. And as you can see in the minimap, 7 Element is not in a good spot to step in. Well, as we see the battle, PERSIJA EVOS going in against Nigma Galaxy. 7 Element will be eliminated with the final member being taken out by the blue zone, and Nigma Galaxy 2 down already to their name. And will the pickup be done? Will they come back? Yes, they might, but their armors and helmet already damaged.
PERSIJA EVOS could be the team to watch out for as well. Nigma Galaxy, they get the revive in the process. PERSIJA EVOS, 1 player down to the ground. That's going to be served rightfully well by the side of Kagendra. And now they want to see the Garudas fly through on this scene. 4 players remain for them to get a complete set of competition. And they want to go loud. They want to go heated up. And they want to go beaming down the PERSIJA EVOS here. Only 1 more player to eliminate. Nigma Galaxy on the process. They get the rest of the players standing back here in the battlefield.
Yeah, Misery is the only one remaining, and Misery is nowhere, no place that you want to be. And for the side of Kagendra, though, they might have 1 guy who's damaged, but they are still in the running. Freak was able to take down 1 of the players from Kagendra, but the pickup is being done by Zero. It's a 1v4v4 situation. Misery is just waiting in vain as both of these teams try to wait it out.
Nigma Galaxy once more is one of those squads that is just so good in dealing with the discrepancy that they are put into. Be it now that they don't have the odds, they didn't have the odds earlier, but now they have finally resetted the situation to the point where they have the best one here to win things out. Kagendra, on the contrary, too busy to eliminate PERSIJA EVOS here out from the competition. Leon here from Kagendra making a lot of noise. Wanted to get the kill, but unfortunately they have their attention span to the 1 single player from PJEV.
Yeah, and well, that's they need to they need to delegate better so that they can focus on the single player of PERSIJA or PJEV, and the rest will be looking for the rest of NGX or Nigma Galaxy. But I can see the reposition of Freak right now, just getting back and regrouping with the rest. And I guess that small compound can be used as cover, but no one's risking to move. Thus, Koops, with his airdrop as cover, is really working for him. Not only did he get a few of those loots, he will not be gunned down that easily.
If Nigma Galaxy can get a clean slate here at this last and final clash, this might just be it. 4v4, last final circle. Neptune, let's get it on.
Let's get it on indeed. And there you go. With only a few points against RRQ on that #1 spot, they are now on the move, slowly creeping in. Kagendra, there's no creeping for them. They will be waiting it out, but Flyboy will not be flying. Rather, he will be running toward his teammates. The 1-3 split will or might work for them as the frenzy is being naded, I believe, coming from Koops, and he's receiving the damage.
Buggy on play for Kagendra. This is what you don't like to see. A buggy on Kagendra. They're going to be running all across the town. They want to bomb through every player of Nigma Galaxy. What? They find 2. Kagendra. This is exactly how they want to play. Buggy to the face. Bullet to the head. and now only one player remains here for NIGMA Galaxy, and it's gonna be it. It's set and over with. Kagendra, they win the chicken dinner.
Garudas fly through, or rather, drive through this game, grabbing the winner chicken dinner, and Enigma Galaxy has been brought down. Again, this is some of the surprises that we've seen coming from Kagendra, and I guess this is a testament or probably an answer to what I asked for. We haven't seen a team got that double on the winner chicken dinner. If I'm not mistaken, this is the second that they have compared to the 4 elimination. This time around, they got a 13 elimination on their side, and this is what we love. Improvement overall for a team, and 23 elimination for these guys. I love how it's turning up.
As we all know, Neptune, Kagendra is just dominating the esports scene right now, and they put their pedestal now. They're on top of the pedestal here for PUBG Mobile as well, and I love it. I love it a lot. This is exactly what I like to see. And you know, they play so off compared to the rest of the competition. No, they utilize the vehicles. If you haven't used it, resourceful is the word for Kagendra here. They don't want to fly across the map. They want to drive through, across, cruising all the way down to ERANGEL, and that is exactly how they won the first winner chicken dinner and the second winner chicken dinner as well for tonight's run here at the last day of the playoffs.
I love it. I love it. And if a team like Kagendra can turn up this quickly in a last day where everything has been, I would say, in a mix between all the teams, then the others can do it as well. So we'll just have to find out if that is the case, if something that they can change all throughout, especially when they jump in on the playoffs. In a bit, we're going to see the top 16 play it out with a different map, but I love how it shows this time around.
I love it a lot, man. I can't wait to see Vidensky later on. I mean, it's a very compact map. I mean, we don't really get no Sandhawk action here, but we do get Vidensky, and it's a bit of a refresher as well. I mean, we get 3 elements: snow, dust, I mean, the sand, and obviously grass, ERANGEL. So overall, what a night that we've had, but later on, once more, we still have more actions up ahead. So far, I mean, we've gotten like, what, 6 matches so far here, gentlemen, and how do you feel about this so far, especially with Kagendra bagging 2 winner chicken dinners?
Love it right now. I mean, with Kagendra, we did ask and we did receive. We asked if any one of the teams will be bagging 2 winner chicken dinners. They did, and it's Frenzy who did a lot. But let's not take it away from Flyboy, Zero, as well as Leon. They really did put in the effort, and probably the previous winner chicken dinners was just a test. They want to get the rotation right. They want to get their position right, and then later on, the second time around that they have that advantage, then they pull it out in the perfect timing. And well, it is the best game out of Kagendra, I would say, for this week. Hopefully it continues on later, probably if not on the bonus round, probably in the grand finals if they make it through.
I love it a lot, man. This is just so mesmerizing to see. Finally a team that could go win a 2 rounds here for one night. I mean, the whole scoreboard earlier was looking so colorful, all because of the fact that there was 5 squads that have been able to win the winner chicken dinner. But now Kagendra, they claimed the last one here for ERANGEL and got handed down to Frenzy here, being the MVP. Has 6 eliminations, damage 1021, survival time of 28 minutes and 2 seconds. My days, that is long. And a team contribution of 46%.
Yeah, almost 50, almost halfway of the engagement has been brought in by Frenzy. But Warf GPX, Cleon, highest assists on his hands, and Flyboy, though, has the highest healing done. But if we look at below each player on the highest assist, Zero is in there on second place. So pretty much Kagendra did a lot of work in all aspect of this game. Thus, like, it is showing on the board right now. But speaking of board, this is our match ranking, and let's see if these numbers on the ranking will change the overall board later on that much.
And once more, This is the night where we are going to be able to determine who will be advancing to the grand finals. And once more, separate prize pool for the playoffs, separate prize pool for the grand finals. Teams here that played down to the T, waiting and claiming every elimination and placement points here will be gifted, obviously, the precious moolah at the end of the broadcast.
Oh, I would agree. Definitely agree. I mean, we've seen the disparity of the playoffs as well as the grand finals prize pool. But let's head over to overall rankings. We still have NIGMA Galaxy on top, very, very close though to that 100 spot. 200 points rather. And Team RQ has been pushed down in the second spot. Stalwart Esports though didn't move that much. They were inching but didn't make their way through. But Kagendra moves up so much that they got into the top 4.
For they go. Moving over now, we got the top 16 teams. Genesis Esports, they go down just a bit in all. But at the same time, they are in the top 16 here, at least for this week number 2. For Miracle Vibes, did struggle for tonight's run. I mean, after all, valiant efforts was being showed, but unfortunately, they were just so unlucky. I mean, I think like 2 times in a row, or 2 times at least for tonight's run, where they got eliminated at the first round.
Yeah, the thing is, that's one thing that you don't want to happen in games, especially when it's crunch time. But 7th Element showed up earlier as well in some of the games, and thus, even for the previous, they moved up a couple of points, but they are tied with CMFxGSM as well as Aegon I8 Esports on that on the total points. And well, with the rankings, that is one thing that they consider in terms of your position. Was this enough for them to really bring their bonus points higher?
Oh, more than enough, I do believe. And if ever, let's say they are going to be able to perform though. So let's see if that's going to be the case now. I mean, once more, Neptune, congratulations to Gagandra for bagging 2 winner-winner chicken dinners. Same goes for Team RRQ, to 7 Elements, to T2K, and to the YOODO Alliance for making it all work out. But now, once more, the night is not finished. We still have the bonus map here on VIKENDI.
Exactly. We're looking forward to how much points the top 16 will be able to grab in this matchup. Excited as well on how the team will, the gameplay will change. Though we have a preview already from week number 1, and it's evident enough that the top 16 from week number 1 is different from week number 2, and they might be a few of the players who were part of that what you say, the top 16 from first week that is not here right now. But overall rankings, combination of week 1 and 2, for Miracle Vibes is still in there, not letting go. The second place is Kagendra. They did position themselves well already after week number 1, and after the couple of winner chicken dinner, they moved up, even beating NIGMA Galaxy on that spot.
Yeah, and now take a time to reciprocate who are the teams here on the top 16, because these are the teams that will be battling it out now later on for VIKENDI. So later on, VIKENDI, I mean, sorry guys. These are the players, these are the squads to battle it out. So top 16 they are.
Yeah, top 16. I would agree. A lot of a fight coming from these teams, and excited really on how they show up. But 17 to 24. So unfortunate though. Like, look at the XERXIA. NB Esports didn't play, I guess, for the last 4 match for the whole day, and they were even beaten into points by NB Esports, or the XERXIA has been beaten in terms of points by NB Esports. It's just surprising. This is not the XERXIA that we often see in major tournament.
Yeah, it's just so nice to hear overall. Unfortunately, you know, for the rest of the opposition, they're not going to get the bonus map, so that's just going to be it. Now, gentlemen, I mean, for anything else, talk about VIKENDI.
Well, beginning will be happening next match is the bonus for the top 16. We'll be talking a lot more for that later on, because we're going to head for a quick break, so don't go away. gentlemen, welcome back to the show in this Clash of Giants Season 2. Back in the caster's desk, I am Gentleman Gaming. Together with me is the Warden. And this time around, we will be dropping into the map of VIKENDI. And you did ask me earlier what I think about VIKENDI. I would say this is a unique win streak setting for PUBG Mobile.
I mean, it's not something you get to see in the major tournaments quite a lot. I mean, after all, you get to see like the icebreakers happen in Sandhawk. This time it's going to be on the snowy coast of VIKENDI. A very small map, very compact. Top 16 players, top 16 teams will play it out. But for you guys, one thing that you guys can play out on is the giveaway that we have. 5 HyperX headphones, 2 AirPods, and 1 iPhone 15. As y'all can see, we need to reach the milestones. 30,000 for the HyperX headphones, 50,000 for the 2X AirPods, and 70k for the one and only iPhone 15.
And for you to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is follow the Instagram as well as join the channel, send a screenshot, receive the token, and wait for the live draw. As we look at today's matches, the recap of the 6 matches that we have, Kagendra grabbing their 2 winner chicken dinners, but before that they had the 7th element for ERANGEL, RRQ on MIRAMAR, and then the 4th one was taken by T2K, and ERANGEL has been taken by YOODO Lions. But for the top 16, the bonus round, VIKENDI is the game, is the map. Let's see who'll be able to dominate it this time around, because from last week we do have some numbers, but not quite sure if all of these folks will still be part of this top 16.
I mean, after all, this is the last day of the playoffs, and we get to see that more than half of the competition will get sliced in half here. So pretty unfortunate here for the time being. I mean, no, 24 to 8 teams will not make it back to the next stage of the competition. So I mean, it's just going to be unfortunate, but at the same time, you know, that's exactly where the excitement begins, because coming in from the playoffs to the grand finals, only the best out of the best of the Clash of the Giants Season 2 will be able to prove their marks much more stronger onto the next stage of the competition. In short, talents will get filtered out, the best out of the best will remain.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, best out of the best. That's the reason as well why the gap in terms of prize pool is so huge when it comes to playoffs and grand finals, because we're looking at some of the teams who might not who are not slacking off onto that playoffs and even the qualifiers, and they are jumping into one of the biggest stage, and there's a Ruthless tournament, there's a Clash of Giants, so they really need to get a lot of motivation, not only the motivation but the momentum out of these matches. So in a bit we're going to see VIKENDI, additional points will be grabbed by these teams, and after that we are going to find out who among these teams will be heading to the grand finals. Everything will be relayed, all the numbers will be shown, so that everyone will have a clear view of what happened.
Oh, definitely. And you know, once more, it's gonna be a bonus map once more, but every point would count here, guys. So better play it down to the T and just make sure to get the eliminations done. I mean, after all, a very small map could really correlate to a lot of gunfights, so it's always gonna be blessing those teams that could really get this one true. And I mean, overall, I think STALWART would be the squad to win this round off. After all, they were able to get like a lot of convincing eliminations, despite the fact that they did falter in regards to the placement.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we really want to see in this battle, but again, it yet to be seen. I want to be surprised. I want to find out who will be really popping off. But if we look at how the teams really showed up, I don't think I have that right here. But hopefully we'll be able to see most of the gameplay later on, or the battle later on, as to how each team has fared so far in this match. Going back to our reference sheet, we do have a cheat sheet right now. In terms of VIKENDI, the teams who did quite better is BIGETRON Red Villains. So this is coming from Indonesia, and then followed by Malaysia, which is SEM9. But again, they need to be in the top 16 for them to participate in this bonus round, map round. So hopefully you will be able to get a glimpse as to who will be showing up in top 16, also how it will be ending up, because the game is about to start. The battle is about to get snowy and chill and cold, because VIKENDI is where they will be dropping.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Here we go. 20 more seconds to talk about this very beautiful map, Snowy Coast. And honestly, man, the only reason why that I'm so hesitant to cast this very map because the names are pretty diverse here. But obviously, you want to be at the central side of the map. I mean, be on the mountain of Kresnik, and you can get an overview of the map. After all, this is a very small map compared to ERANGEL and MIRAMAR.
Right.
And let's see if that factor right there can change the pacing up, as we get to see finally the last and final round for tonight. Neptune, let's go.
Let's go indeed, and this is coming from Dobro right now to across from west to east, and we're going to find out where the teams will be dropping off. Again, this is not a usual scheduled map that we have, thus huge potential of early engagement, hot drops, and as you mentioned, Warden, is not as big as a map, so everyone will be squeezed in tight.
No, actually, there's a hidden cave here for instead of VIKENDI. It is located at the northeastern part of the map. It's a very small, unassuming field as well, and let's see if those teams can rat out inside this very cave. But at the same time, you don't want to rat things out here, especially as this bonus round. I mean, it is your opportunity to get those eliminations done. Let's see if that's gonna be the case.
Let's see and find out. MorphGPX though, I think they've welcomed a few more teams to their side, and a lot of players already gathering on this area. Alter Ego, MorphGPX, a battle though between RRQ and I believe this is Dewa United is ensuing, and well, we'll have to find out who else will be surviving. Not only that, a few more is included in the mix. MorphGPX will be in here as well. So 3 teams in one compound.
Ooh, MorphGPX. Early notification. Blue squad in front. Gonna be a double chow here for Cleon. He has to find a way to fall back. And looking like he will. But at the same time, where are your teammates, my boy? Glue squad, you're trailing it down. DPS on hand. Tries to heal up, but it doesn't matter no more. It's trailed down. DPS to the face. And Glue squad, they get the first elimination.
No time to respond. Not quite sure what happened there. Not quite sure what happened there, but well, he has been outgunned with the DVS. And let's see, we have Dewa United right now going for the battle, though 2 of them has already gone down. They are trying to do the same for their opponent. It's Boomie Esports right now on the receiving end of DVS and hiding out. Smokes will be covering them. Good push, good sidestep, but Atul will be receiving that damage as well from these players of Dewa, and well, unfortunate for them, there's no recovery from some of those engagement.
And that's just VIKENDI in a nutshell. You get granted by what? Gunfights over gunfights. There's no room for errors. Whoever can get the first shot to connect will be the team that could possibly just win out the clash. And as early as that, Dewa United is already out from the competition.
This is a quick early engagement. Hot drops has happened, and 2 has gone home to the lobby. It's first Boom Esports, followed by Dewa United, and well, a few more potential elimination happening. Especially we have MorphGPX and GLE right now. Boxpunk already on the rooftop. 2001 will need to go a little bit in the future because he's quite far in the past. Well, right now not too deep in his position, but he needs to bring in the heat, because once they get thirsty, they will need something to get by with.
Glue squad, can they glue themselves together and still be cohesive as a unit as time passed by, or not? At the same time, they did get a great start, so I love what I saw there. But Dewa United, man, it's so unfortunate. they got like what, 4 eliminations, but they died instantly out from the round.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one thing. It's one thing that you will be like surprise once you jump into a smaller map. You did mention Sano earlier. Like a lot of teams has taken advantage of that map because of how small it is. What more if you are been brought down to Vikendi and the distance between rotations with between the teams dropping point is not that far as well, and it's just being taken advantage to a point that if you go a little bit risky, you might end up like they were United.
Yeah, man, and it's just so unfortunate once again. But hey, it is what it is. We still have what, like 14 teams to talk about, and
Yeah.
fortunately, it is the best out of the best that is remaining here. And at the same time, this is a glimpse of the best, the teams that could be playing for the grand finals by tomorrow, actually. So we'll see if it's gonna be remaining the same case or not. I mean, the energy is just popping through the rooftops here because this is just so nice to see.
Yep, and well, I guess Doc 922 agrees with you. Nice to see XMPL like looking nice after he has been taken down from that high ground. But XMPL right now needs to be recovering and picked up, but not so much will be done. It's Who TF is Love as well as Doggy, the only two remaining, but Who TF is Love has been gunned down. East 922 once again, who put in the damage. Genesis Esports though, they need to get out of those rotations, of those positions, because they heard those gunshots coming through.
Doki Doki, Woki Woki, T2K Esports here wants to make their presence heard here big time. But unfortunately, it's just not going to go to their way as of the moment. No opportunities granted. That's just really about it. But now we get to see the map of Vikendi here, guys. And, the thing about Vikendi is that it's, for a fact it's small when the first circle accumulates more than half of the map.
Oh, yeah, definitely would agree. And that's probably what a team and engagement as easy as that. Unfortunately, what are you doing? You don't want to end it with you receiving that from the Molotov, but I guess a pickup needs to be done in a bit, especially with the rest of the team preoccupied with Morph GPX 2001 right now, pulling all those shots and nades as well. Morph GPX though only left with one. Pipink might be seeing red, but no! He responded well. Only a few HP remains. Jumps outside and waiting for the rest of the gang. Shots in onto the door, but they go down. Well, right now brings them to their knees and bring them back to the lobby.
Crazy how the range was so far with the DVS. But hey, it is what it is. Now we get to see the first circle. This is exactly what I said. More than half of the map already accumulated. And wait for the next circle, guys. Wait for the next circle. It's going to get even smaller here, making the teams compact in this battlefield. And we get to see Stalwart on the middle. Same goes for the side of Genesis Esports and NIGMA Galaxy, alongside with PERSIJA, EVOS, alongside with Gigendra on rotation, but Sem9 is actually going head-to-head up against RRQ for the time being.
Yep, they meet each other in the slopes of those rocks as they head into the next play zone. RRQ is going for a U-turn, trying to gatekeep the teams of Sem9, and a Snowmobile has been pulled out in there in the open as well. Sem9, they might be surprised. Dep also a little bit too far. But no. A little bit of Hexas gameplay, missing all those shots. I'm quite sure where that came from, but that's not the Hexas that we know of.
Not exactly, man, but hey, he wants to go loud. He wants to make himself heard in this competition, Vikendi. And, it's going to be a very tough call here for him, but at the same time, he is very confident now. Sem9 just down below. Team RRQ, this might just be a very heavy clash that's about to ensue.
Yep, it is ensuing, and it might end in a bit. Hexas right now. No advantage for the side of Sem9. Not clear advantage though. But the knockdown will be done, and Mikyal will be on his knees. Now let's see if the three remaining members of Sem9 can fight it through, because if I got that correctly, RRQ is just waiting for them, and Sem9 is the one who opens the door from this engagement, and they are the ones in the losing end.
Really at the losing end. Can you connect with the shots? cooking up the nade, throws it down to the field, but doesn't really connect. So quite unfortunate, but hey, that's gonna be a good valiant effort for him. But at the same time, you know, you don't want to throw out your utilities just like that. I mean, after all, we've been seeing the nades connect so convincingly well, and we've seen so much damage from them. But Sem9, they want to go for the ARs. They want to go for the bullets instead.
Yeah, indeed. And let's see. Yeah, see a little bit of push from Sem9 right now towards RRQ. And I guess my statement earlier was RRQ is the losing end of this battle because it's a 2v3 situation. Now let's make it a 2v2. That is what RRQ want to say to me. And as we make this a little balance, they do have 5 elimination on their side, but Dep received a few of those shots, and even so, RRQ also have 1 knockdown on their side.
Knockdown, but does it matter for them? 2 out for the set of Sem9. RRQ, they get eliminated. Clean run for Sem9. That's going to be the biggest opposition, one of the biggest opposition that they said, you know what, out from the round, out from this bonus map, out from VIKENDI, but NIGMA Galaxy is still alive and kicking. STALWART as well. Same goes for the set of Kagendra. And honestly, just by looking at the odds Kagendra might just go back to back.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to pull it off. They have the momentum. They have the momentum indeed. A different map though, but I don't think there's much thinking in terms of rotation. All you have to do right now is just wait for all of those sound cues and make the rotation from there. But Sem9 will be left out in the cold. The same goes for Doki of T2K, and that was a huge stand-up for side of Podvosco because it's from earlier that we've seen T2K and 4 Miracle Vibes, they didn't move away from that area. And Doki will be left outside in the cold. Needs to get a vehicle though to get in.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, after all, this is VIKENDI. We're talking about a very cold map. Gotta wear some jackets. Gotta wear some, you know, some overall some torsos here. But Marina Boy doesn't really get the call. Just shirtless here, out from VIKENDI. And now Alter Egos. Can they make some difference here? Up against NIGMA Galaxy, if I'm not mistaken. Kagendra as well, onto the mix. They get 1. Can he get a double here from the right side? Can you check? He doesn't. But it doesn't matter no more. It's just a player down to the ground.
Yes, indeed. It's already confirmation bleeding out. Flyboy, on the other hand, takes down Action and Icy. Once again, the only one remaining out of Stalwart Esports. We've seen this before. We know you have the firepower. The question is, will it be enough to take down the remaining players of Kagendra? Only 1 remains for Kagendra. The pickups being done right now. 0-0ing in. Door opens up, and through the window, Icy brings him down. And Stalwart Esports managed to win. Kagendra not getting their triple.
You know, we gotta stop mentioning teams, man. Kagendra going back to back? Hell to the no. They're gonna get eliminated. I mean, I was vouching for them big time. I love the team. I love the squad. But hey, they've gotten too much spotlight already. Gonna hand it out to the other boys here in the competition. NIGMA Galaxy and Stalwart. Not even Stalwart, to be honest. Yes, for sure they have 4 elimination points, but the only player is gonna be 1 player here for the set of Stalwart. So it's gonna be very unlikely that they might be able to push through with this one. But 4 Miracle Vibes on the contrary here, though. I mean, looking at their composition right now, they have 4 players remaining. They have 4 elimination points. They have the heat so far here for VIKENDI. And I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they can either win out the next clashes or because of the fact that I called them out, they're gonna go down.
Again, Caster's curse is something that you wouldn't want to happen for your team. Eliminated on 11th spot right now is Genesis Esports. Didn't see much of those engagements because it's not that evident. They were taken down 1 at a time. Only 1 remains, and that's when it was over. Similar might be seen from Stalwart Esports as well as T2K. Only 1 remaining player from those squads. But as we look at the map right now, and the next stage though will be showing up. Let's see, no, getting outside of Castle, and they will be heading towards a villa area. Wherein it's quite open. Sem9 can rotate, probably 4MB can rotate, but I love what Doki did right here. Earlier, he was left out in there being waited by 4 Miracle Vibes, but he was able to move away from harm and now has a good chance to do the same thing.
For Miracle Vibes, still right there, but unfortunately, they do got to deal with one squad in the process. But hey, still, game slowed down just a little bit. On the motorbike we go from the side of PERSIJA EVOS. They want to go for the rotation as well. And overall, man, once more the zone gets closed down. We're talking about VIKENDI. Stage 4 in Miramar and ERANGEL is not too small, but here on VIKENDI, constant actions might just come along.
Yeah, let's see if that will be happening real quick. And I would agree, because the smaller it is, that you only have to deal with a few of those circle shrink. And like the players doesn't shrink along with the circle, so they will still be occupying the same area that they have, but with less space to play with. So let's see if anyone else can be eliminated, reducing the chance of all of these teams squished together. But looking at our composition, as you mentioned, for Miracle Vibes, Alter Ego, and PERSIJA EVOS are the only 3 teams that will be complete. Alter Ego got me thinking, got me looking, because one of the players from Alter Ego was damaged. I thought he is done for, and I don't even want to be the guy cursing this team.
Definitely. I mean, you gotta stop cursing these teams here, because it's just so unfortunate. But hey, for Miracle Vibes on the feed does take down 1. They move over all across, and they get this one through, and now I want to see more battles up ahead for Miracle Vibes. Apex 922 from a distance. They connect. And now that's going to be a Miracle Vibes on a domination run.
Well, let's see if they can dominate them even more. Esports has been taken down on 10 plays, and we are down to 9. But 9 doesn't translate to a full squad, and even so, a few have only 1 player to their side. And the next stage will be, yes, on the Villa. It is Alter Ego who have good positions already, and IC. Stalwart Esports solo player remaining is still alive and kicking, but T2K. Doki will be eliminated, taken down, and he stayed though for the longest time before being taken out.
Definitely. Now, BIGETRON red villains. They struggle a lot big time as well. Same goes for set of 4 Miracle Vibes. It's going to be a 3-on-3 clasher that is possibly going to be ensuing here soon enough. And I want to see how this one's going to pan out. I mean, after all, these are heavy hitters as well. But in this very town right now, only one will reign supreme. Only one will come out alive.
BIGETRON Red Villains going against Fort Miracle Vibes. So BIGETRON is one of the top team who grabbed 9 elimination, as well as the winner chicken dinner on the past VIKENDI that they played in. And For Miracle Vibes has done a lot, especially in the week 1. And this standoff, this waiting game, is really the waiting game of giants. But on their side, it is For Miracle Vibes, Doki, who was able to bring down a few of players and with 1 nade. So let's see if they can be eliminated in those fights. Hope you saw what I did there. But For Miracle Vibes, the battle continues. Doc right now really going in for the eliminate. And 1 more, probably 2 more needed to finish them off.
Now, once more, it's going to be a heavy clash here. But in some way, the BIGETRON villains, red villains here, is not really able to make a convincing margin so far. For Miracle Vibes, on the contrary, they have really good map control, and it's about time for them to just circle around and get the spins to come true. Until then, that's going to be another run for eliminations for them.
Yep, they have a total of 7 already on elimination. They can grab a lot more. And For Miracle Vibes just is spotting Stalwart Esports as well. IC, well, he is in his environment. IC in VIKENDI is something that like you are expecting, but 1v4 situation, long range engagement happening, might not look good for IC of Stalwart Esports. The rush is being done right now, though it's not a full squad. 1v3 push, and IC will be in trouble in a few seconds.
Really gonna be in trouble. Moving now. Oh no, down to the ground they went. Now one player gets tagged up here for 4 Miracle Vibes. There's still a squad here up front. One squad as well, just right around the corner. Oh no. Can he survive? Can he recover from the situation? It's all going to come down to East here to clutch things up. Domination run here for the set of Stalwart Esports. 5 for them. 4 Miracle Vibes. Are they going to go down under the hands of Stalwart Esports? Let's come and find out.
Yeah, let's find out. IZ right now healing after damage that he dealt against 4 Miracle Vibes. Surprisingly, they're the ones bolting up, but I guess it's anticipated. And not only that, there is a little bit of help coming from BIGETRON Red Villains, but as I mentioned that, NIGMA Galaxy takes down Boy Seal from this team. 7 remains in the battle. IC still alive and kicking, and 1v1 is ensuing right now. And we'll have to find out who survives.
Can he do it once more? Pretty loud, intense. Glue squad cooking up the nade, throws it down. But he's not going to be able to connect. Not with anything, not just yet. Smokes deployed from the back lines. That is really huge from them. And that's going to be him going on top of the shed right now. Has to make quick overview, but keep in mind, if 7-9 checks, he might just go down. And NIGMA Galaxy, on the contrary, wants to put themselves into the mix. Stalwart here inside. Can he get the kill? Can he run this one through? Looking like he will be able to miss the opportunity, but still the player down below looking to be very committed.
Yeah, see how committed he can go, but here comes surprise. Team of NIGMA Galaxy will be joining them in the mix, and Stalwart Esports has a lot more to bite. 4 Miracle Vibes though has been taken out, and IC still fighting on, not giving up, and still alive and kicking. Now, with the last 5 teams remaining, IC will be taken out from afar, and there goes the long-range engagement being brought in by Sem9.
Now Glue Squad eliminated. Top 4 squads remain. Sem9, NIGMA Galaxy, Alter Egos, and PERSIJA EVOS. Only PERSIJA EVOS here will only have 1 players, while the rest will have 2. So this is going to be a very intense duo run here for the top 3 teams.
Sem9 right now, good chance for them to take the angle. And if I'm not mistaken, they're a little bit in the middle of the map, and thus it will be a safe play for them unless they will be spotted by a lot of teams. But a few is hanging outside of the blue as well. Not quite sure if this is advisable. Well, this is not advisable, but not quite sure if that is smart for them to do so. And with the remaining 4 teams right now, NIGMA Galaxy needs to move up as Alter Ego is already very close against Sem9.
Can they get this one through? Oh my days. The game silent here for the run of VIKENDI. May we see more as well. And so far, the zone is very closed out. But quite fortunately here, I do believe it's going to be NIGMA Galaxy inside the zone. PERSIJA EVOS, they are in it right now. Inside the zone. I mean, outside of the zone. So it's going to be a very interesting recovery here for PERSIJA EVOS. If they can get this one through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that easy to get one through, because the moment that the red face heals, the damage increases right here, and that is what we are expecting out of the blue for this time around for PUBG Mobile. Damage per second will not allow any of the healing gameplay, probably survivability that red face is doing right now. But how long can he hold that? Because it's just not even 5 seconds that he needs to go and recover his HP before he goes down.
Once more, this is just a good old stalemate now. It's such a refresher to see VIKENDI so silent. But now NIGMA Galaxy, they want to go out from the scene. It could have been the biggest mistake, or could have been the best one. I don't exactly know. But one thing for sure, they do lose the initial gunfights. They do get tagged up for the time being. They do have 2 vehicles. Do they want to go for another run, or do they want to fall back just a little bit?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Alter Ego, though, sees them in the middle of nowhere. And they are now taking advantage of their position. Now, it's Badru who's being taken advantage of, because outside the blue being damaged, also being gunned down, and Potato is left alone right now. 1v1v1v2. NIGMA Galaxy has that advantage. And let's see if they can use this to their favor.
Pretty wild. Zone gonna get closed out. Silence is loud. Now it's just all gonna come down to this 2v1v. Moving over. NIGMA Galaxy just has the best odds right now, and PERSIJA EVOS, they get one player knocked down. Top 3 teams remain.
And they still grab that spot after Alter Ego has been eliminated. The healing game did work to such extent that he still survived and grab a few more. But 1v2 situation, SEM9 right now. Not really, not so much of a fight because he will be left outside of the circle. Not only is Coops trying to nade him out, but the airdrop is there, being waited on. There you go. Finally, Coops was able to grab the drop and return to his position.
2v1. Can SEM9 from Malaysia clutch this one up against NIGMA Galaxy? Out in the vehicles, he gets straight down, nade flies through as well. And a lot of bullets will be coming to his way. Tam, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? It is a 1v2, and no one is saying no in this engagement, but nade! Got them eliminated! And there goes the winner, chicken dinner. NIGMA Galaxy bringing the stars to the earth, and that win.
Well, they come out with their, I think if I'm not mistaken, the first winner chicken dinner for their side. I mean, once more, we were really expecting a lot from them, but this is the first time that they're gonna be able to get this one true. But hey, you know, they got a player like Coop, they got a player overall just be able to run things down, and this personality of VIKENDI really favored them at most.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it didn't show that much in the other parts, and we saw a lot of engagement happening as well from other sides of that map. But the moment that they have a good position to hold, like really anticipating where they need to stop everyone running in on their approach, then that is where they started. And the Freak has not gotten a lot in terms of any points. I think he has been taken out a little bit early into the game. The rest of the gang really made or cover them with how they went in for the rotation. So final match of the playoffs, and in a bit we're going to see how everything will unfold, how the grand finals will ensue, because that gets it more exciting.
Pretty exciting here, and a pretty exciting run here overall for VIKENDI. And it's going to be Rauf here getting 3 eliminations for them. Overall, I love what I saw. I like what I got here from NIGMA Galaxy. And, you know, the vulnerability of NIGMA Galaxy coming in from the previous round didn't really happen here for this round of VIKENDI. So, lovely bonus points for them. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a talent here from NIGMA Galaxy. It's going to be STALWART IC here being the MVP for this round.
Like, who would be putting him as an MVP after being gunned down by a lot of teams, managed to survive, and it's only a surprise hit that will bring him down? Because if he is expecting it, he knows what to pull. He knows what to pull out and when to get in as well on the engagement for him to survive. 5 elimination and a lot more in performances. Icy is the guy that will bring it for Stalwart Esports. Lord, though, has taken a spot for the highest assist, and Red Phase the highest healing done. This is what we saw earlier in the final phase, wherein he just stayed outside of blue, and I don't know, I'm quite like interested on how much heals, how much meds he used in this battle. But the Doc right now from Formical Vibes has got the highest knocks, and here comes the match ranking for that VIKENDI map.
I mean, 16 points for the side of NGX, 12 for the side of SEM9, 9 for the side of Glue and Stalwart, 4 MV alongside with Alter Ego, and PERSIJA EVOS has 8, RQ has 5, Delwa United has 4, Kagendra has 3, same goes for the side of BTR, and the rest goes on.
Yep, and well, let's see on how this changed the game for most of the teams because again, there's a bonus points that the teams are dealing with, and this might change those who are I would say waiting to grab that #1 spot, or even the rest of the prize pool in the playoffs. But as we look at the stats right now, well, this is I believe the highest in total healing done, probably hugely contributed by Redface, but it's Apex right now, longest elimination distance with 262, and well, not that high though in the other areas of this game. But I would say with excitement that has been brought in earlier, as well as a battle, that really is something that can that you can smile for, because how well can you end a game, and that is how they did it, especially with Icy in there on the solo.
Yeah, exactly, man. Icy was able to run things down for the set of Stalwart. I mean, after all, you don't really get the spotlight here, but one thing that you and the branding of Stalwart was able to do for this very night is that, hey, we get the eliminations done. Doesn't matter we don't get the placement points, we get the eliminations, we know we can slay out the competition, and that is exactly the talents that I will be looking out for the grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, those who can bring in the eliminations, that is one thing that that we are looking forward to. Not only that, the survivability, if they can be smart enough to survive a little bit longer, and bring in a lot of fire with elimination, well, we're not talking about the balance anymore. It's how much can be put in terms of points. And if I'm not mistaken, we've seen the 30 points being grabbed, but I guess a lot more can be offered. MVP, overall MVP, NIGMA Galaxy Coops has taken the reign and taken the crown from Lapar, who has grabbed the chance overall. But this guy who took 50 on the elimination is something else.
Well, that's just gonna be him running things down here. I do apologize, excuse me. A bit of a cough right there, coming in from the cold that I got from VIKENDI. But yeah, man, it's not gonna be only Coops that is gonna be able to get the MVP. It's also gonna be Neperco alongside with Emo, and Lapar alongside with Camp as well.
Yep, and well, this is something else. Lapar has been pushed in #3, and probably it's because of the damage that he has put in for every game that he jumped into. But Coops thought otherwise. Let me put in the damage myself. Not only that, also the number of elimination. Thus, he is now #1. But still, there's still the MVP match, or the MVP run, that will be dealt with once they step into the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, overall, I want to see if ever, let's say, these players right here can just retain to be consistent all throughout this competition. After all, these are the heavy hitters that you want to watch out for. If you see them on a feed popping off, and you can know for a fact around the vicinity, you best hope that you can just go out from the scene and, you know, look for a better angle. Till then, yeah, this is just the overall fraggers here once more. Coops having 50, Neperco having 45, Lapar having 42, Doc here having 36, and Kenny S having 36 as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw this, guys, in a kill feed, one word: run. Run away. Run. Well, overall rankings right now for #2, NIGMA Galaxy takes the #1 spot. After that will be Team RRQ with 192, and Stalwart Esports 171. Kagendra, though, on 4th place. 7-9 moved up 1 spot, takes #5, and BIGETRON Red Villains will be pushed down 1, and they were united on the 7. T2-DAY, though, #8, and well, there's not so much of changes, but as we saw earlier, the gap is really, like, it's not that high, so that's probably one reason, not enough points for them to take, thus they didn't move.
And now moving over to the next page of the competition, we got Formidable Vibes on 9, Hail Esports on 10th, Alter Egos on 11th, the Glue Squad overpowering Morph GPX on 12 here, and 13 for Morph GPX, and PERSIJA EVOS 14, Boom Esports on 15, and Genesis Esports on 16.
I love how like it's all tied for Morph GPX as well as PERSIJA EVOS, but the only difference is the winner chicken dinner. So if everything else is tied, the deciding factor is that winner chicken dinner. But well, let's head over 17 to the 23rd. All tied from 7 Element, CMFxGSM, Agon I8 Esports, and well, Team XERXIA goes in for the 20th. NB Esports, who we didn't see the whole day today, will be on the 21st. YOODO Lions on the 22nd, and the Xavier on the 23rd. So, well, as much as we want to see those top teams show up in this competition, the current roster that they're holding probably has made a change in their game style, and if I'm mistaken, some of them has participated in much higher tournament like the Asian Games per se. That's like priorities needs to be settled. But again, really excited as to who are the teams who will be stepping into the grand finals.
Can't wait as well. I mean, top 16 remains. 8 teams wave their hands goodbye from this competition of the Clash of Giants Season 2. And hey, once more, guys, it's not just the players who is winning in this broadcast. Once more, guys, we have 5X headphones given out to you all, 2X AirPods, and 1 iPhone 15. So you better make sure you do the requirements that was flashed earlier in the broadcast. But now, gentlemen, are you ready to see the top 16 teams?
No. Of course I am. Of course I'm ready to see the top 16. Really excited to see the top 16. It's just that the reason why I said no, because a lot of teams, a lot of fans rather out there are expecting their teams to come back. But the thing is, when you expect someone to come back and it doesn't happen, the disappointment will be doubled. We're talking about the game, coming back from the game. Like, this is not a relationship podcast. This is a game broadcast. So, but it does work. That same bit.
Well, I mean, I did expect a comeback, and it did happen. So,
so like the key is not to expect for it to happen. Is that it?
Could be the case, could be not. I mean, after all, you're just gonna pray for the best but expect the worst.
Well, I would agree. I think I heard that move well. But anyways, we are just waiting for representation of grand finals. Who will it be? Which are the teams will be in there? We have a little bit of calculation on our end, but we want production to really give us to us based on how they did it. And again, we already pointed out by the start of this broadcast that some of the teams are on the running in this game. But first off, let's check out the 2 weeks of playoffs overall MVP. None other than 4 Miracle Vibes East 922. Imagine at eliminations of 80 overall, and the damage of very, very close, or let's say 18-5 in the total damage. Survivability averaging to 16 minutes, and his total team contribution is 31%, a lot more that other teams, other players has seen.
Congratulations for them, and it's gonna be Coops here falling behind just a little bit with 1.71 elims total. Same goes for the starter CamPL or KXMPL. Gendra will also be found in the mix, but before him, it's gonna be Emo Top on number 3 spot.
Yeah, Emo Top. We've seen that a lot of runs coming from all these players, especially with Coops. We saw a week number 2 performance from him, but it's not enough with what 4 Miracle Vibes has to offer. I think it goes back to when we look at the weekly changes, and despite of how they ended up week 2, they were still number 1 in the overall rankings in the combination of week 1 and 2.
Definitely, and that's just really about here so far. I mean, I love the whole hustle that these teams has been able to put up. I mean, after all, well deserved now. And once more, here are the overall frags that these fraggers has been able to accumulate, coming in from East to Doc to Coops to Kenny S to Zero, East having 80, Doc having 73, Coops on 72, Kenny S on 65, and Zero on 61.
Yeah, Zero didn't really end up a 0 right there. Put in a lot more than +1 for him. But kid, like jokes aside, this is what the teams has or the players has to offer, and what more can be seen from the grand finals. Just remember these names, remember these players, because like there's a lot more that that is behind these guys' game. But again, looking forward to the overall result right now, and this will give us the top 16. Let's check it out, Warden. There you have it, first half.
Oh wow.
Formidable vibes on top, and well, this is a week 1 and 2 combination of both. They didn't really need to move up that high because they know they secured a lot of points already.
And just to clarify, this is the top 16 teams that will be moving out to the competition. So congratulations to 4Miracle Vibes, NIGMA Galaxy, Kagendra, T2K Esports, STALWART Esports, BIGETRON, Red Villains, W2-DAY, and SEM9. Moving over now to the next page, I know for a fact, I know what to expect here, Neptune. And you know, they were able to put up a convincing scratch as well on the run for tonight, especially on this last day of the playoffs. I'm just so hyped up here to see them move over to the grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, this is just the first half of top 16 who's already getting in, and we're excited on how it will end later on. But just to set the expectation, we are dealing with a lot of calculations happening. So this combination of week 1 and 2, and there you have it, the second half of that top 16 in the overall rankings. MorphGPX is on the 9th. Team RRQ is on 10, though they performed well in week 2. They were pushed down when it comes to the total scores. And PERSIJA EVOS, Genesis Esports, Team XERXIA, Haley Esports, Boom Esports, as well as 7th Element to complete the overall rankings top 16. Now, for those of you, I think there's a lot of fans out there for 7th Element, because I think they were looking for them in that VIKENDI matchup. This might be a chance to cheer for them a little bit longer, because they are on the top 16. But again, we're going to see how it ended up on the final page of this overall rankings.
Yeah, congratulations to the overall ranking teams here. And on the below, we got Alter Ego, Ares, Glue Squad, Agon, I8 Esports, CMFxGSM, YOODO Alliance, NBA Esports, XERXIA, and down below, it's going to be BN United.
Yeah, let's see if anything else can be offered by these teams. We know there are a lot of big names right here, and a lot of things that can be offered by these teams, but this is not the end for them. There are a lot of competition that they might be part of, and a lot of chances for us to see everything that they have to offer in this game. And really, well, as much as I want to see most of them, especially from those at the top teams from Southeast Asia and South Asia, we are seeing or saying goodbye to some of the teams. Let's check out the voters ranking in this games, and there you have it. Kagendra grabbed the #1 spot, even beating 4Miracle Vibes in the voters ranking, and this is the indicator of the top 16 moving forward.
And here we go, Kagendra with 19 bonus points, 17 and 20 for the playoffs. 4Miracle Vibes 20, 12 and 19. NIGMA Galaxy 12, 20 and 18. T2K Esports 18, 13 and 17. BIGETRON Red Villains with 15, 15 and 16. STALWART Esports 10, 18 and 15. W2-DAY 13, 14 and 14. MorphGPX 17, 8 and 13. Overall, loving the hustle here between these squads.
Yeah, and seeing that is the first half of the bonus ranking. We're excited right now on the second half, because like with 4Miracle Vibes going down to second against Kagendra, that's a surprise overall. But what more if the teams that we were expecting, especially with the overall rankings earlier, didn't make it with the total points? And there we have it. We have SEM9, Genesis Esports, Team RRQ, PERSIJA EVOS, XERXIA, and Haley Esports, together with Alter Ego Ares and 7th Element. completing the top 16. Alter Ego Ares, this is for you to note. They were in the 17th spot earlier on the overall computation, but for the bonus points, they make it to the top 16.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, congratulations once more to these squads: STEM9, Genesis Esports, Team RQ, PERSIJA, EVOS, Team XERXIA, Halo Esports, Alter Ego Ares, and 7th Element. I mean, come on, man. So much things that they've hustled through, well deserved.
Yeah, well deserved indeed. And well, this is what it is for those not making it on the top 16 in bonus ranking. And we've expressed it enough, and might not be that clear, but expressed it enough that what this is dependent on the bonus points and bonus rankings. And unfortunately for Boom Esports, GLU Squad, Aegon I8 Esports, YOODO Lions, CMFxGSM, NB Esports, The Savior, as well as BN United, they will be in there on the 8 teams that will be leaving and not making it to the grand final. Unfortunate,
but hey, you know, with every storyline, there's always an ending. But one thing that you can learn off from your experience is obviously to get better. You just have to look at the VOD, look at what you did wrong. Until then, you're gonna be able to show your presence next more for the next few events.
All right. Well, let's see. Apart from I will agree with what you mentioned. Apart from the teams that we saw in the top 8, these are the qualified teams right now. 4 Miracle Vibes on number 1, NIGMA Galaxy on number 2. Now this is confusing me because of how they were ordered, but let's continue on. Rank number 3, Kagendra, and rank number 4, T2K. Stalwart Esports on number 5, and BIGETRON Red Villains on number 6.
Definitely. Now moving over to the next set of competition, we got W United on number 7, SEM9 on number 8, Morph GPX on number 9, Team RQ on number 10, PERSIJA EVOS on number 11, and Genesis Esports on number 12.
Yep, and well, this is one more set that we want to look at because we have the top 12 already. So let's see who else will be qualifying for that grand finals. And well, I guess we might need a little bit of drum roll. There you have it. We have Team XERXIA, Halo Esports, Boom Esports, and 7th Element. So I'm not seeing some of the teams right here. I might need to go back a little bit, but I guess there are a lot of things to consider for those who are qualified to jump into grand finals. But congratulations to those who did, and well, GG's, well played for those who did not.
I mean, congratulations once more here to the squad that is going to be able to make it to the main tournament, to the grand finals. As we can see, high stakes involved, better competition, and it's not going to be easy at all, honestly. If you want to put yourself into the top 3, top 1, number 1 spot, or even taking the championship out away from the opposition, it's going to take a lot, because once again, only the best out of the best will be on that stage.
Definitely agree with that. And well, we just seen the best of the best, and this is on the playoffs, but there's no rest for these teams. There's no rest for the strong, as after this, tomorrow, we're going to start it off for the grand finals, and I'm really excited on how that is going to begin. So far, really happy to be part of this playoffs, of this competition on the caster's desk, as well as to welcome a Warden here. A lot more to be seen by tomorrow from this guy, but we need to say goodbye and good night to everyone who joined us. Neptune and Warden will be right back tomorrow. See you on the grand final.